Chapter 1, As the First Hero, Am I a Demon King? Devil's Castle. My name is Anil, and the humanoid creature in black armor in front of me is the devil. Drink, I yelled, raising the sword of victory in my hand, and slashing at the demon lord who was holding his head and squatting on the ground sobbing. Don't fight, I surrender. The demon king yelled in choking. You are still not the devil, I don't care, I will cut you down. If I defeat you, I will become the #1 hero in Duran. Wow haha. Woo, you are more like a devil than me. I'm not doing it. The demon king squatting on the ground suddenly jumped up, took off his armor and threw it on the ground and ran away. The fast rabbits were all his grandsons. Hey, don't run, you let me chop a few times. Okay, you have a kind, you can run, if you come back again, I will see you hit you once. I looked awkwardly at the armor of the demon king on the ground. I have defeated the demon king? Very unhappy, he just ran away, giving up such a promising career as a devil? But I haven't played enough yet. Forget it, I picked up the demon king's helmet. At least this thing can prove that I defeated the devil, and I will be the #1 brave in this continent. Capua City, Guild of Braves. There are 2 big roots standing on the dregs of the demon king's soil, 2 black helmets like horns, and said loudly, this is the evil demon king's helmet. The demon king has been defeated by me. The noisy warriors guild was in an uproar, which is exactly the result I wanted. Wow, Lord Brave is so handsome. Can you autograph me? A cat girl with cat ears and a yellow cat tail behind her, said to me. I am secretly happy, and now someone has embraced me, and she is my favorite cat girl. Haha. The peak of my life is coming. Wait, how do you prove that this helmet is the devil's thing and not forged by you? Said a big man wearing a heavy helmet and holding a huge sword in his hand. I glanced at this uninteresting ape, and actually dared to question the #1 brave in Capua City and the #1 in Duran. I really don't know how high the world is. Your guild will send someone to check it out, and see if what I said is true or false, Lord Brave. The registrant of the Heroes Guild is an elf woman with big blonde hair and very clothes. His name is Karma, and he is fairly familiar with me. Karma called a man dressed as a thief and whispered something in a low voice. It didn't take long for the thief to walk out of the guild. I don't bother to pay attention to them, I am the #1 brave. I sat on the window counter of the guild registration office and buttoned my nose, quietly waiting for the confirmation of the result. By the way, taking advantage of this, I will introduce myself. My name is Anil, and I am a magic swordsman. From the celestial dynasty of the 21st century, yes, I am not from this world. 19 years old this year, unemployed, that is, a dead house in the eyes of the public. Although I am home, my heart is not dead, my journey will always be the stars and the sea. The reason why I came to this strange world on the continent called Duran was that I went out to buy instant noodles that day. When I passed an intersection, I drove in front of me. Forget it. In short, it doesn't matter whether I crossed here after death or came alive. I only remember that when I opened my eyes, there was a beautiful big sister standing in front of me, who called herself Goddess. And tell me that there is an evil and terrible demon in this world. This tasteless demon naturally wants me to defeat it. This setting is totally acceptable to me, and I am happy to think about saving the world. With the wisdom and insight of the 21st century, I succeeded today. Duran continent can be said to be a paradise for a dead house like me. This is the world of swords and magic, and it is also the world of cats and maids. While clasping his nose, the thief who had gone out came back. He walked to Karma and whispered a few words. From time to time, his eyes were fixed on Karma's chest. I saw Karma's face appeared shocked and surprised, followed by joy and excitement. Dear heroes, he did it. Master Anil did it. He defeated the devil. Maka shouted excitedly. The entire brave guild was boiling for a while. All kinds of suspicions and congratulations roared together. I know, the time for me to pretend is up. Quiet everyone, tell me who defeated the devil. An Sama. Who is number 1 in Capua City? An Sama. Who is the number 1 Duran continent? Master Federo. Hold. Was followed by a 7-day national celebration. In wine and beauty, wine and food, I spent the happiest 7 days in my life. Another 7 days later, I have been home for 7 days. Why is there an unprecedented sense of emptiness after defeating the devil? It would be good if it were in the 21st century. You can watch comics while staying on the internet, and you can only look at the ceiling here. I defeated the devil and enjoyed the highest treatment in this city. I was made a viscount by the Duchy of Elaine, to which the city of Capua belongs. The maid takes special care of my 3 meals now. Master Onel, the charcoal-grilled big-eyed pork chops prepared for you for lunch. Do you need anything else? At this moment, the maid snapped the door and asked. My maid, my cat maid, I also have a maid. Ahem, Hill, do you sometimes feel that life is empty? Do you feel that the road ahead is awkward? Do you feel that even this morning is like a long night, and your heart is so lonely that no one can tell? If so, I am willing to talk to you. You can talk about life. For a long time, there was no reply at all outside the door. How could this be so? I'm the master. Isn't Hill running away shyly? Master Onel, I would like to talk about life with you. Let's not talk about life anymore, let's talk about the sheets. Master Onel. The answer to me was not that Hill was so cruel, but rather mad and shy. Male and female voices. I was taken aback, and I was stunned, and a bitter cold swept through my body. Of course I recognized this sound. This is the voice of the head chef crew, who is the boy and girl. Why is this here? There was a thumping sound outside the door. This is smashing the door. Asshole! I cursed in a low voice, seeing the door of the room being crushed by Crew's sturdy body. The moment the door was kicked open, I had no time to hesitate and jumped down from the 2nd floor. Asshole! I scolded again, this is the 2nd floor. Although it was not high, I was sore all over when I fell. I limped and wanted to go to the street to relax. On the window, Crew had a big face full of beard and powder, and a red flower on his head shouted, Master Onel, I'll wait for you to come back. After speaking, he blew a kiss. I shuddered all over, ignoring the pain in my leg, so I speeded up my pace. When I came to Dewar Street, the sight in front of me made me speechless. There is no stall in the bustling Dewar Street in the past. Not to mention the stalls, there is not even one person. I walked towards the Brave Guild with shock and confusion. Occasionally, I see a few passers-by dressed as brave men in the alley, with constipated faces and sluggish eyes. What's wrong? With curiosity, I came to the Guild of Braves. There were only 2 or 3 people sitting at the corner table in the Guild Hall of Connaught University, drinking beer muffledly. Wake up, I tried to wake up the guild registrar who was sleeping on his stomach, the blonde big boobs. Is an elven clan. It is said that he does not need to rest for a long time, but at this moment he actually sleeps on his stomach. What is going on here? What is going on in this world? It's Onel-sama, why are you here? The sleepy-eyed is very cute. Why is there no one in the guild today? Is the guild out of tasks? I asked curiously. No, it's not, Lord Onel. It's just that no one has done the guild mission. Karma quickly waved his hand and explained. No one did it? What's the matter, are the rewards too bad? I told you a long time ago that brave men are also human, and those rewards are indeed too few. No, Lord Onel. The rewards are very rich, but no one wants to do it. Since Lord Onel defeated the Demon King, these brave men seem to have lost their motivation and no one will come to do guild missions anymore. Some beer. Kama looked a bit wronged and sad. I defeated the devil and lost my motivation. I mumbled Kama's words. Yes, not only the brave, but even the residents of the town seem to have lost their motivation to live. You have seen it when you came. No one is willing to work anymore. Without the threat of the devil, the residents are not willing to make money to buy self-defense equipment. I don't want to invest in supporting the brave. People are beginning to degenerate and enjoy a peaceful time. If this continues, what can this city do? The brave are not willing to do guild missions, and the residents are not willing to work. A brave who has no pursuit is like a walking dead. The residents also eat and sleep. There is no sense of danger and no tomorrow. He's alive. The kind-hearted Kama sobbed. What about the beasts around the town? These brave men and residents are not afraid of these beasts and goblins attacked. Oh, Master Onal, there are no other goblins. These Demon King's men have not appeared for 3 to 5 days. Someone once saw that these goblins were sleeping in their nests, even if they were out and saw people. I'm too lazy to attack. They seem to have lost motivation. I defeated the Demon King and became a sinner. I bid farewell to karma, and I returned to my home in a loss. Crew embraced passionately. I ignored him. Kama's words were all in my heart, and the brave without the pursuit was like a walking dead. Sure enough, do people still need to pursue end goals? Dolyalu, lovely, kind, righteous and charming goddess Lanstia, join. Ah, why is Lord Onal frowning? Isn't Crew not enthusiastic enough? Lan suddenly appeared in front of me. Stia smiled happily. You reading www.yukanshu.com. This is the goddess I saw when I opened my eyes, the goddess Lanstia with some water in the brain. He is wearing a pure white feather coat. With long white hair, she also looked like a goddess. It's just that the chest is still in the elementary school stage. Fat-chested goddess, what are you doing? I said angrily. Ah, you say it again. I am a goddess. Believe it or not, I turned you into a pig. Of course I am cute to help you, Dolyalu. Speaking of the point, goddess of waste. There is a reason why I didn't catch a cold to her. When I woke up, Lanstia told me that I could choose an ability or equipment to defeat the devil. I came from the Celestial Dynasty and naturally understood the importance of awesome equipment. Equipment is a symbol of local tyrant players. Smart and wise, I chose the legendary sword of the king, the sword of vows of victory. I was full of joy. As soon as I arrived here, I wanted to find a goblin to fight with the magic sword in my hand, but I was beaten into a pig head by a goblin. If it weren't for being rescued by a kind brave, a little goblin would almost forcibly open the door to a new world. Later I learned that the sword of victory in my hand is just called the sword of victory, which has nothing to do with the legendary sword of victory. But this kind of piracy makes me feel at home. From then on, I vowed that as long as I saw this goddess again, I would beat her. Ah, Master Onal, you are very angry. Forget it, the beautiful and kind goddess won't care about you. You have seen the situation on the street, Master Onal, and you know the state of the brave. So cute and so cute. The kind, righteous and charming goddess will give you an arduous task for Onal-sama. A task to save the world, and save the world you become the devil. Hey? What? Chapter 2, as a goddess, you can help me. I looked at the trash flat-breasted goddess in front of me incredibly, and wanted me to be the devil. Let alone whether my radiant and righteous temperament is suitable for being a demon king, I will say that you are a goddess. Taya, did you not wake up, or you have a fever? I pretended to be concerned and touched the forehead of the goddess of waste, not to mention that it was really silky at the moment. How did Master Onal see it? I blamed me for staying up late last night to chase the watch. Oh, don't you even say that the novels and animations of the Celestial Dynasty are really good looking. Lanstia's eyes flooded into memories. Yes, the goddess Lanstia with a broad heart and a boiling ocean in his head loves the entertainment of the celestial dynasty, especially novels. I looked at Lanstia with a black line, and 10,000 beasts stepped on me. I know that being a fool can't be true, so I deliberately didn't understand, and asked again, my goddess, can you explain what you just said in 300 words? Your believers are stupid and don't understand God's will. Lanstia stroked her flowing hair and said happily, my people, God loves the world and the world. So God needs to understand the lives of the people and their love. This is God. Your duty. It's the devil's sentence, the goddess of waste. My people, God loves the world and the world. So God does not want to see the world fall and fall, God will send the greatest warrior Lord Onal. Lord Onal, you are willing to accept God's gift, become a demon. I looked at Lanstia with the golden light all over, picked up the sword of victory on the side and slashed towards the golden light. Sure enough, it was broken and puffy like glass. My God's mask, this is only my 1 month's salary. You pay me, oh, the lovely and kind goddess actually suffered such bullying in the world. God will not forgive you. Woo. Speak well, don't pretend to be forced. This thing dazzles your eyes. I looked at the crying pear flower with the rein of the goddess who was still holding golden shards, and there was a trace of sympathy and protection. I shook my head quickly and told myself that everything in front of me was an illusion. My goddess would not be so cute. I defeated the Demon King, is it not a good thing to return the world to a peaceful world? Why did God create a new Demon King? Isn't the Demon King evil? Isn't it the opposite of God? Woo. Pray for the kind and beautiful goddess to help your people. Light up my path. My goddess. Lanstia suddenly came in spirit. He coughed twice and said, well, this is a good explanation. There is darkness when there is light, when there is evil there is justice, and when there is danger there is peace. The world needs fear to realize the happiness of peace. You have seen it, Lord Onal. A long time ago, humans in this world, both monsters and monsters, have their own independent living space. It is a world of peace and tranquility, without the slightest threat. People who live in peace have no worries about food and clothing, but due to human inertia and greed, I don't know how many years later, human beings will no longer work. Eat, sleep, and eat. Because there are no natural enemies, the number of humans has risen sharply. After the war and civil strife, people understand the value and meaning of survival. But the good times do not last long, and people begin to decline again before long. Civilization is shelved and the world stops. Made progress. You say it is a monster, in the eyes of our gods, they are all the same people of God. Our calls them demi-humans. The world of demi-humans is as unbearable as the human world. The only difference is that the world of demi-humans does not have peace, there was no unity between the demi-humans, they fought and killed each other. The number dropped sharply. Later, God made a decision to put the demi-humans and humans in one world. God warned humans that these demi-humans are monsters and are the army of the Demon King. They are trying to destroy your beautiful homeland of humanity. So mankind has an unprecedented unity. No one is living decadently, everyone is living to defeat this hateful monster. The who brought the demi-people to this world tells the demi-people that you have a Demon King here. The Demon King will lead you to unify the world, and the monsters in the fighting will unite because of this, and try to occupy this world. As the leader of the demi-human, the monster in the mouth of mankind. It is actually an employee of our Zeus Universe company. Enjoy 5 insurances, 1 gold and annual rest. The existence of the devil is to restrict the monsters, and at the same time alert human beings and bring humanity to struggle. The goal. I listened to Lanstia in a daze, and was speechless in shock. God still loves fooling around, but fortunately he didn't attack the heavens. In fact, to put it bluntly, it means that the two races restrict each other. Now that the devil is gone and the balance is broken, the current situation will appear. Yes, Master Onal, so you will be the devil. Improper, I am the first brave man, whoever loves to be whoever is, let you employees of Zeus Universe Company continue to be. Woo, Lord Onal, this is not all you. After you beat the Demon King away, he fell ill. And now he stays at home and refuses to see anyone. No one wants to be a Demon King anymore after other people have heard of it. The corners of my eyes twitched. In fact, defeating the Demon King was a fluke. The day the Demon King was defeated was full of legends. I defeated the Demon King with a little intermediate magic swordsman, and the story can be described as ups and downs. On that day, I just learned a new skill and wanted to go to the Demon King's castle on a whim. When I stepped into the Demon King's castle, I found no one. I was boring while strolling in the castle, and I walked to the devil's throne without any hindrance. I looked at the Demon King who was eating a steak with a knife and fork. The Demon King seemed to be very angry. He dropped the knife and fork and attacked me. I didn't have time to escape, and stared blankly at the Demon King's attack. I kept screaming that I was going to die, I was going to die. But I never expected that the Demon King fell to the ground after stepping on his cloak just 2 steps. After standing up, I didn't take a few steps and fell to the ground again. I just watched the Demon King walk and fall to me. The Demon King's helmet fell to the side, his face blushing and embarrassing. In the end, he was beaten up by me while squatting and holding his head. This kind of experience won't be strange because of psychological shadows. I don't care, I'm not the devil, I want to be the first brave. No, Lord Onal. If you don't do it properly, no one will be taken. Your heroic deeds spread throughout the Zeus Company. No one but you dared to be the Demon King. Oh, Lord Onal, can't you bear to look at the kind-hearted? And is the beautiful goddess crying to death in front of you? I haven't seen this. I have asked the goddess Lanstia to perform. Master Onal, the Demon King has 7 subordinates. UU reading www.ukainshu.com has everything from Gothic Lolita, Succubus, and Dark Elf. Sundaraj Yao and the Queen, Master Onal, don't you be impressed? All these people are okay. Swear allegiance to you, at your mercy. Do you think I will be bought in this way? But the wretched light from your eyes has betrayed you. Lanstia was a little proud. I am a wise light, except for these. Master Onal, you will also become a member of our Zeus Universe Company. The benefits are of the gods level. And my boss said, if you are willing to be a Demon King, you can satisfy one of your wishes, anything will do. Dolyalu, yes, there is no heartbeat, Master Onal. Lanstia said triumphantly. I stabilized my mind and tried to make myself calm. Such conditions are really tempting. 7 are at my mercy. No, it's at my mercy. It's not right. They're at my mercy. There are also Gothic Lolita, Succubus, and Dark Elf, these are the best. How can I not be tempted? What's more, you can become a member of Odin Universe Company. Wait, what is this company? Forget it, don't think about it, the most important thing is to satisfy one of my wishes. How can I not grasp this excellent opportunity? Master Onal, don't laugh so wretched. You are more and more like a villain, Dolyalu. I looked at Lanstia's smiling face with a trembling face. Just wait and cry, I will avenge the sword of victory. I can agree to be a Demon King, just this wish. Anyone, my boss said, no matter how outrageous it is, as long as it doesn't violate human ethics. Okay, my wish is you trash goddess to be my assistant to the great devil. Well, you can accept it. Hey? Hey. Chapter 3, Take Office in My Harem Regiment, Part 1. Lanstia looked at me incredibly. Xing Cao slightly opened his mouth and repeated, Master Onal, what did you just say? I glanced at the goddess in front of me, and it was really hard to communicate with the fool. I said, I can be the devil, you have to be my assistant. I slanted my eyes and looked at the stunned Lanstia, feeling inexplicably happy in my heart. How about it, pit me with Gao Fang's sword of victory. Are you happy to be pulled off the altar by me now? But I am a goddess, it's impossible for a noble goddess to be an assistant to the devil. Even if I agree with my boss, he won't agree, Lanstia thought for a while and seemed very proud. Then tell me, what goddess are you? What use are you? I am a kind and beautiful goddess, I am in control. What kind of goddess am I? Lanstia touched her head and asked herself. Let me tell you, you are the goddess of waste, and you control the vast ocean of your brain. Half of your brain is like sea crabs, sometimes the high tide crabs disappear, sometimes the low tide crabs crawl. Don't interrupt, what kind of goddess am I? Yes, I am the goddess of the stove fire, yes, I am the master who eats. It's just food, can you cook? When you arrive at the Demon King's castle, I hope you can cook good food. I'm a goddess, is there anything I don't know about it? In terms of cooking, the kind and beautiful goddess Lanstia is number one in the universe. That is to agree. Wait, I didn't say it. Just when I was talking with Lanstia, a voice of vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded. Young woodcutter, did you drop this golden axe or? Hello, did you run on the wrong set? I shouted towards the top of my head, and the voice came from above. Was silent for a few seconds and then the voice sounded again. I got the wrong manuscript, now it's all right. Young brave man, I accept your petition. Scrap, cough cough, the kind goddess Lanstia will be your assistant to help you complete the work of the devil. Hey? Wait, Boss Zeus. I don't agree, and what does that mean? The work of the Demon King is arduous, and the work of the Demon King's assistant is even more difficult. The entire universe is not you, the lovely, kind, righteous and charming goddess, who can do the job. If you two go out of Urfa, I can only punish God. The vicissitudes of life suddenly dropped by 1 decibel. Come on. Young brave. Come on. Goddess of justice. That's it, goodbye. Hey, did you turn it off? They can't hear it anymore, haha, let the shit-like work be given to them. These two idiots are really foolish, especially the trash goddess, have you seen that? I praise her, her expression is so proud. Master Zeus, the microphone is on. Said another nice female voice like this. Hey, what? What did you say? Young brave, beautiful goddess, come on, work hard. Hurry, close it soon. The black line on my face, did you hear it? Lanstia was crying, I heard it. There was a short silence. I quit. Actually compare me with the goddess of trash. Don't, Lord Onel. Besides, I'm a goddess. What is the same thing as that? Oh. I twitched the corners of my eyes and calmed down my emotions and said, since I have accepted it, for the people. Just let it go, let's go now and see my 7 harems. No, it's 7 men. Lanstia wiped the tears from her face, don't say it's really pretty. Although I agreed, Ko Lanstia kept rolling on the ground, babbling about not wanting. I watched Lanstia rolling around without the image of a goddess, squatting in front of him and whispering, Zeus, God's punishment. Sure enough, Lanstia got up from the ground after hearing a rush. Finished the whole shirt. For the sake of my people, God has no choice but to wrong himself. My people, lovely, kind, righteous and charming goddess is willing to do everything to save the lost world. I looked at Lanstia's reaction, and thought to myself that this divine punishment must be very powerful. Lanstia could not be sure that she was mentally disabled because she was punished too much by the divine. Lanstia warned me not to reveal the identity of human beings. Once exposed, it will cause unimaginable consequences. I naturally understand that the monsters originally thought that their demon king was a great demon who led him on the road of conquest. If they found out that this demon king was a human and was a prank by a god, no matter what the consequences were, I would be dead. Lanstia did not know where to take out a small shiny ball-shaped object. I carefully looked at Lanstia, who was very thin and didn't seem to have any pockets. A bold idea came out. Is this a ball? Could it be? Was it dug out of her nose? The thought of this suddenly felt a little disgusting. Lanstia took a look through the spherical object, and then said a few words. Suddenly the ball exploded. In front of me appeared a whirlpool radiating blue light. Let's go, Master Onal. This is the latest product of our Zeus company. It is very convenient to transfer the ball. Only me who is kind and beautiful. I didn't bother to listen to Lanstia's nonsense, and walked into the whirlpool first. His eyes went dark, and I couldn't see anything. When I opened my eyes, the scenery in front of me was no longer my room. This is the Devil's Throne. Lanstia followed me and came here. As soon as she stepped out, the blue vortex disappeared. Lanstia handed me a set of Demon King's armor, which was the armor worn by the Demon King I defeated before. Lanstia asked me to put it on quickly, and she went to call me my harem regiment. I was wearing my Demon King's armor full of joy, and I also put on the Demon King's helmet with 2 big roots that I used to hate. But when I wear it on my body, let alone it's really cool. This dark armor really fits my temperament. Especially these 2 big roots, how in line with my identity. It's just that I didn't wear the cloak behind me. This thing not only gave the last big devil a shadow, but I also have something like that. I really don't know the long cloak designed by the brain. After finishing dressing, I sat on the throne and couldn't wait for my harem. Soon after, Lanstia came. And my harem group followed her behind her. But when I looked carefully, I didn't get angry. Because the Hugwang group in front of me greeted me, where is the harem, what the is the father-in-law group? Standing in front of me was a weird knight wearing heavy black armor and a white mask with only 4 holes in the eyes, nose, and mouth. In front of me, the eyes are down, and the mouth is upward. Very trivial, a large caterpillar that looks a lot like a certain treasure, a goblin driving a pirated Gundam and a perverted muscular man wearing only underwear. I grabbed Lanstia's hair, but when I was about to speak, Lanstia interrupted, Master Devil, what are you doing? Lanstia blinked at me and whispered, Voice, the voice changer is right there on the chest. I looked down, and there were a few inconspicuous buttons on my chest. There were 3 in total. I pressed one directly, and suddenly a small voice came from the helmet. Minion's voice mode is activated. No, don't take it. I'm going to your grandma, I'm the Demon King. I want this voice to be used as a fart, to shock anyone, lead the minions to conquer mankind? I pressed a button again with some irritation. Pencil's Ioxin sound mode activated. Beauty, do you want to eat a banana? No, don't take it. I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's sister, is the pencil small new version of the minion? How do you like the minion, the designer? I pressed the last button a little angrily. The Great Demon King's voice mode is activated. So reckless, so arrogant and frivolous. Listening to this ethereal, slightly majestic, and no lack of evil voices, I nodded in satisfaction. Taya, servant, who are these? Return to Lord Demon, these things are your guardian servants. Lanstia's eyes twitched obviously. I looked at Lanstia's expression very satisfied. Wait, please report your name. My servant, this king needs you. I said to myself helplessly, goodbye to the harem group. Lanstia, you wait, my hatred with you will not dissipate so easily. Unknowingly, tears flowed through the corners of my eyes. The guardian Dao on the first floor of the lower servant demon castle, he, come and beat me, Lord Demon, and beat me in my heart. Beat the servant with your stout club, my heart belongs to the Lord. My body belongs to an adult even more. Come on, sir, don't be harassed just because you pity me. Go on, this whole thing is a metamorphosis of shaking. Mdau's voice could not be distinguished by men and women. Although he didn't even have a face, I was still cold, and I even felt his face looking at me with excitement, especially this expression matched this wretched and funny mask. This king rewards, Taya's servant. You come to whip. Lanstia turned dark, almost crying. Lord Demon, let me fight. The servant chef Rostel, werewolf. I saw this talking was a muscular man in underwear. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is actually a chef, and as expected, chefs in this world are all perverted. I really want him to have a good communication with crew, who is a man, a woman, and a woman. Allow. Following my order, Rostel led the whip to the side with Dau from nowhere, and began to beat him tirelessly. Dau made waves of excitement and comfort. My scalp is numb. Hey, Lord Demon. I am the third-tier guard machinist Gang Damu, this is my favorite number 1 machine height. Shut up. From then on, your first phone is called Gang Damo No 1. I quickly stopped the goblin Gang Damu's words. The 3 words Gang Damo have been suspected of piracy. If we continue, someone will say that I am infringing. That's sweet treasure, it's the guardian of the 2nd floor. It's a Zerg. Lanstia said, pointing to the big caterpillar. You bear stuff, the pirated version is so obvious. Tian Bao seemed to like me very much, and made a happy voice at me. Are these only the people? I am the one who defeated the last Demon King, the 7th floor of the Demon King fort. Only 3 guards and a chef came. The quantity is obviously wrong. Could it be that they all went out last time and have only come back to these few crooked melons? Could there be the Tsundere and Queen, the gothic Lolita succubus, whom Lanstia said? Thinking about it, couldn't help but laugh, but after the helmet was altered, the voice looked incredibly evil. Shake the Knight and the chef, as well as the pirated sweet treasure and the goblin gang Oki, and smiled satisfied with me. It seems that this is the laughter of the evil devil in their ideals. Dry. I am the number 1 hero. When will the days of being a devil end? I'm not reconciled. Chapter 4, Take Office with My Harem Regiment, Part 2. I sat on the throne in a daze, I think I can feel my sadness and despair through the helmet. Lanstia. As expected, Lanstia whispered to me, Master Devil, do you want to go to the toilet? Don't worry, the armor has a purification system. You trash goddess has gone to the toilet, and what kind of armor is this brain-dead design? I want this system to have a fart. Then Lanstia waved my 4-person father-in-law to retreat without my consent. Actually, that's good, I can also watch the trouble. My sick and Tsundere and Queen, where are you goth lowly succubus girl? This devil needs you to cleanse your eyes and purify your soul. I sent away the 4 men and insects, and ignored Lanstia's obstruction. I plan to take a good tour of my castle. Since I am a demon king, I still own this castle with a value comparable to that of the Celestial Dynasty. Couldn't be arrogant. There were scenes before my eyes. A group of demons and ghosts in the armor of the devil couldn't lift their heads. I wandered leisurely on the 7th floor of the Demon King's castle. Just as I was secretly angry, I passed by the doorway of a semi-open room with very luxurious decorations. There were bursts of women's yinga laughter and the sound of gurgling water in the room. I, who have read all kinds of novels and read countless comics, have long been familiar with routines. This scene, this sound. Could it be? He. After thinking about it, I pushed the door in. Sure enough, this is the bathroom. The sound is getting closer and heaven is near. Sister Bella, how big? Sister Philadelphia, you feel so soft. Okay, you 2 sisters don't play anymore, go and rub your back for Yuri-sama. Yes, Sister Shai. Wow, Yuri-sama is bigger. Well, very comfortable, et. This soft and charming, this childish youth, this overbearing elegance, this is a voice with 3 different timbres, this is heaven. This is the most beautiful gift for me to come to this other world, and this is the greatest gift for me to become a demon king. I want to thank God, thank the world. The nosebleed from my nose feels itchy, no, my heart is even more itchy. I tiptoed towards the room. Isn't it still a man if you don't grasp this opportunity? How to open a harem if you don't grasp this opportunity? Walked through the long hallway, walked back dozens of steps, suddenly enlightened. Ziobo is flat, and Dabo is proud, like a prosperous peach forest scenery. The mist is lingering, and the shadows are brilliant. A sense of mystery emerges spontaneously. Which bastard's paladin kicked me? I can't see clearly because of the fog, but out of politeness, I still show my respect. Who? Suddenly yelled, and a white figure came towards me, so fast that I couldn't react. I was kicked to the ground, my eyes were black and almost unconscious. Ah! It turned out to be Lord Demon. Or no, I want Shaway to wash body child for you. When I opened my eyes, what straddled me was a succubus in a bath towel. Yes, it is a succubus, an absolute purebred succubus. The red hair hangs wet behind him, the blue eye pupils, the 2 inner bends are above the pointed ears, and there is a pair of bat wings and a tail on the back. There is a spike on the tail. The little yukata couldn't stop her from the turbulent waves, and her skin could be broken with bombs. It can be said to be the best among succubus. At this moment, she flapped her tail and licked her small tongue towards me. I swallowed and spit, and I couldn't speak for a while. Especially when it's pressed on my body, the weight makes me envious of the armor of this brain-dead designer. Ah, if I can become an armor, or else take off the armor. Just reveal your identity, right? This kind of encounter is worth the death. Savi, don't make trouble. Demon King's Fort, the 6th Floor Guardian, The Dark Elves by Lee Sylvie Donis Luna. Suddenly another voice said to me, this domineering and elegant, moving and majestic must be the Queen attribute, but the name is too long, right? I looked at Yuli, it turned out to be a dark elf, this lavender skin, this long pointed ear, this black pupil. This grey hair. This temperament. And the proud curve that this bath towel can't hide. Asshole, don't think that you are a devil and you can peep. Anyway, you are just peeking at Sister Savi and Yuri, right? It's okay, I don't want you to see my breasts. Voyeur, go to hell. Lord Demon Lord also go to death. Humph. This childish youth and arrogant and frivolous. Tsundere, or Lori Tsundere. Or flat-chested Lori Tsundere. Ah, it really is heaven. I looked at the girl in front of me who seemed to be only about 12 years old, with 2 small tiger teeth exposed in yellow hair, and her heart was rippling. Is it the Demon Lord? It is really the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is actually looking at me? He 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 he. This sound, I followed the sound to see. The little loli with a small face hidden behind the pillar looks almost exactly the same as the tsundere loli before. But the hair is blue. Hiding behind the pillar, my eyes were hollow, and my smile was very evil. The only appearance in my eyes made me feel like a chill, I was sick, and I couldn't be wrong. This is sick. The most terrifying and easiest cute attribute in the harem attribute. It's just her morbid love. Is she loving my armor or my identity as a devil? Master Devil, please go out for a while, I will wait for the 3 sisters to finish dressing and wait on the adults. Or do you want to be here? I was a joke, and quickly pushed the succubus away from me, and ran away as if to escape. A little flustered, I actually knocked down someone. Oh, isn't this Lord Demon King? Lord Demon Lord? What are you doing? Just ran out of the bathroom? Did you and your harem you reading www.yuyugonshu.com forced 18 bans. I looked at the waste goddess Lanstia who was knocked down by me. You look unhappy, compared with the harem group, you have to throw it away, do you know? No cuteness at all. Goddess of waste, let me tell you the true meaning of the harem. I have passed through the tens of thousands of flowers, and a leaf will not touch my body. If the meat is opened, the next chapter will go to the grave. You have a good enlightenment, I am leaving, sing. Ah, what a kind, beautiful, righteous and charming goddess is like you, so I won't open the harem. Also, what do you mean by tweeting me? Don't go, Lord Devil Onal, don't you want to know how the residents of the town are now? Hearing the trash goddess say so, I stopped. Don't I be the demon king just to open the harem? No, I'm the devil, isn't it so that the people can regain the goal of struggle and live without decadence? How are they? I do not know. Waste, bah. Hey? Are you tweeting at me again? I mean we should go and see it now. What do you think? Go straight? I'm a demon king and go straight to the human town. Do you think I didn't do a good job and want to change people? That's right, I just quit. No, 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 Lord Onal. I mean, you led the troops to the human town and clamored to let them know that you are back. You are not alone. The trash goddess also seems to have a point. It is necessary to let the residents know that the devil is back again. Otherwise, the devil, would be meaningless. Okay. Send the Demon King's verbal order, and pick up the soldiers. The Demon King will set out immediately crusade against human towns. Chapter 5, As the Big Devil, I was defeated. Superior. Outside the city of Capua. I'm riding a headless horse, don't envy you. I just wanted to ask, the horse was designed by rubbish. There was only a faint blue flame on the horse's head. Do you think it's so cool? You don't think so when he takes you to the left and hits the right, and you have fallen back a few pits. His sister's brother-in-law's sister. I cursed a few times, took the towel from Lanstia, and started to wipe the mud on the armor. Behind me is a group of powerful harem teams covering their mouths and laughing, including my 7 guards. Is in order, the orc warrior led by M. Knight, this is the team with the most monsters and ghosts. Tien Bao's Zerg army is a completely different large worm. If it is to be compared, it is somewhat similar to the ice worm in World of Warcraft. The upper body is held up high, with 2 pairs of fangs on the mouth. It's still scary, but Lanstia said it was a bunch of rubbish. Gang Oki's team is considered to be the most neatly standing, a large number of goblins driving pirated Gundam. It does seem to have a sense of scene. The rest of the team is my favorite, he. An army of succubus led by the 4-story succubus Shawei. The maid succubus under the water at my strong request. Every time I see it, it is pleasing to the eye, and it really has the effect of washing the eyes and purifying the soul. The vampire twins, Loli, led an army of vampires. Wearing gothic clothing and holding a sickle of death. It's just that the 2 of her sisters stared at me with their heads held high and the other with squinted eyes. At the end is the team of Big Sister Yuri, the dark elf of the 6th floor. They are also dark elf archers. Sister Yuli is wearing a tight leather jacket, with convex and concave lines, and noble and elegant temperament. The 7th layer demon general is the goddess Lanstia, the brain-dead goddess. The guard pattern of the Demon King's fort is that there are guards from the 1st to 6th floors with guards and generals leading the soldiers. If the twin Loli is counted, there are exactly 7 generals. On the 7th floor, there are no miscellaneous soldiers, only the guardian and assistant to the devil on the 7th floor live with the devil. It is said that the last Demon King. He is the only person on the entire 7th floor. And I have an extra trash goddess Lanstia. Master Devil, why haven't they come out yet? I glanced at Lanstia who was asking, thinking you don't even know, I know where the is going. However, I was a dignified demon king who went out to attack a human town, and it was really embarrassing that I stood outside the city for a long time and nobody answered him. Master Demon King, I have been waiting here for a long time, don't you want to go in? The dark elf Queen Yuri also seemed unable to bear her temper. I thought to myself that it would not work, my purpose is not to really attack. I lead these demons and monsters to tell the townspeople that I, who Hansen, is wrong, it's me, the devil is back. But these demons and ghosts will obviously be wrong. Things are a little difficult. Gang Oki stepped forward to take the lead. After a while, Gang Damu came to me in front of me in the Gang Damu Unit 1. Master Devil, do you want my troops to play forward? Okay, I'm going out now. Just before I could speak, Oki turned around and trot towards his troops. Ready to call the shots. Hey, come back, don't go, grandson. Come back to Laozi. Hey, you broken horse, where have you gone? Go forward, yes, chase this pirated goblin forward for me. I got off the horse and put my foot on the Gang Demo number 1 machine. Don't say it really hurts. Did I let you go on the expedition? Hey? Did your ears have pirated? Let me ask you, Gang Damu, do you have a stereo or something on the Gang Demo number 1 machine? What? Lord Devil, what is the sound? It's something that can make a very noisy sound. Master Hui Demon King, no. I wouldn't put such a useless thing on Gang Damu. I'm going to my sister's brother-in-law's sister, there is nothing used yet, tell me, what do you mean by putting a dinner plate on the big wooden board? You will be hungry when you fight. Where's the horn comb? You can't mess up your hairstyle even when you fight. Okay, then I ask you, what do you do with this thing that can spray water? Master Devil, I told you that this device is very powerful. The water sprayed from the steam hits the hair. If it gets wet, the hair will not be dry, and it can take care of the hair very well. Okay, do you have any hair? Gang Oki looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and then slowly said, there will be. I patted Gang Oki on the shoulder, go back to the team, it's not easy. Don't give up. I went back to my headless horse again angrily. Lanstia leaned over. Master Devil, your armor has a sound amplification effect. Just press these 3 buttons together. If you speak, the residents of the town will surely be able to hear you. I glanced at the waist goddess, yes, you said it earlier. Am I still sobbing when I provoke Gang Damo now? I pressed the buttons together as Lanstia said, and a small sound appeared in the helmet telling me that the PA mode was activated. Hello, can you hear me? Don't say it, the voice is so loud. Capua, your demon is back. This time the sound was like thunder, and the whole city of Capua could definitely hear it. About half an hour or so, no one in Capua city showed up. The army became a little impatient, and some even started to walk around at will. The scene was very chaotic at one time. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Dark Elf Queen Yuli is now holding a whip and whipping on the body of the magic General Dahu on the floor, and Lanstia is comforting the weeping Gang Damu. The succubus maids were chatting with the orc warriors. The only thing that didn't move was the twins, Loli, and the one who was still puffed up with a wicked smile, and I could even hear the sound of he. I am a little embarrassed, is it because what I just said was not domineering enough? Still not straightforward enough? I got luck and shouted to the town again. The inhabitants of Capua listened, doing all the evil king is back. The big devil does not grab food, the big devil only brings slaughter and fear, despair and death. I just finished talking, the demon guards behind me all stopped their hands and looked at Capua city blankly, their eyes were full of excitement, especially the sick Jiao of the twins. Immediately fell into my arms. As expected, soon. Several soldiers appeared on the walls of Capua. I looked at them panicked a little bit amused. The sound of the horn came from the city of Capua, followed by a bell and drums. Really attracted attention. Just to say that the devil is still not good, you must add an adjective. I straddled the headless horse, straightened my back, and the army behind me was waiting. It didn't take long for a team of warriors who were obviously just dressed to come out of the city gate. In front of the team was a swordsman wearing silver armor and holding a very high-level sword in his hand. The profession of swordsman is relatively popular in this world. There is a saying called 10 brave men and 8 swords. This profession would not have caught my attention, but this person surprised me a little. He is the first hero in his population when I asked who was the first brave in the Brave Guild before. Chapter 6, as the big devil, I was defeated. Down. This grandson and I can be said to have hatred 2 days a day. Not only because he robbed me of my number 1 hero, but also because he is more handsome than me. Phaedrus is regarded as a handsome guy recognized by the Principality of Elaine, with flowing blonde hair, and in the words of the Celestial Dynasty, it is a little fresh meat. But this person is not a vase, although I am not familiar with him, but according to rumors, this person is also the one who single-handedly rushed through the Demon King's castle. I am the devil, and I will lead my troops to the town of Capua today. I will bring fear and destruction. I just finished speaking. The brave team on the opposite side was obviously startled. It's really the devil. The devil is alive, our goal is here again. I coughed slightly, and I couldn't help but scolded, I don't take the devil too seriously. What about the sense of crisis? What about fear? In Phaedrus, the first hero and handsome man in the Principality of Elaine, I will defeat you, the evil demon. I ask you, can you dare to fight with me? Phaedro didn't blush at all when he said this. Facing an army nearly 10 times more numerous than him, this grandson actually wants me to fight alone? If the Demon King was really a monster, this town would have been destroyed long ago. However, the power of mankind should not be underestimated. Destroying this city caused a counterattack by mankind. It is hard to say who wins and who loses in this war. God's approach is also considered wise, using the Demon King to contain the monsters, and his miscellaneous soldiers grow up in the way of war. I have to say that God is very shrewd. Since it's a fake hit, let this devil pretend to be forced. I accept your challenge. Come forward, young brave. I will wipe my magic sword Frost Scream with your blood. Long before the expedition, the goddess Lanstia changed my pirated victory sword into the original silver longsword has now become a longsword exuding blue light. I named it Frost Scream. After Federo heard what I said, he rode towards me on a horse. I awkwardly adjusted the headless horse and headed towards Federo. Federo had just walked a few steps, the horse under his hip stopped abruptly, double kicking into the air with a neigh. Federo fell off the horse with an unstable center of gravity. He was obviously embarrassed, stood up and patted the dust on his body. Walked towards me again, but fell to the ground again without taking a few steps. Well, young people nowadays love to wear a cloak behind him. Just put on the cloak. You don't have to be so long to pull the wind, you can't fall to death. No, this grandson does not wear a cloak. Is this the legendary dull and cute attribute flat fall? Federo stood up and smiled awkwardly at me, patted the dirt on his body. Walking with the long sword again. I looked at the crows flying above my head. About 10 minutes later, I can't remember how many times Federo fell. He just walked up to me. I wanted to buckle my nose, but I was wearing a helmet on my head. So he buckled his helmet and pretended to pick his nose. He said to him, "Are you still fighting? No more? That's fine. I think you need to go back and have a good rest, drink more hot water, and let your family and friends go out with you more. It will be fine, rest assured. If you are there is no good doctor, I will introduce one to you. Yes, it is the master of the village East Head Wang, who has good craftsmanship. You see, my head is hot there." I talked with Federo very happily. But this does not mean that I will let him go easily. Grabbing my identity as the #1 hero, how can I easily spare you? I think the time is almost here. Kick him to the ground. Phaedrus stood up from the ground forcibly. No loss is the evil demon. The method is so despicable, so cruel. I lost it. I'm leaving, not giving it away. Is this grandson so shameless? When shall I let you leave? Just Oki plucked his hair at the order. As soon as I finished talking, the big wood, which was still a little low, ran to the front, and I was very happy to pull Phaedro's hair. Don't stop big brother, this is not the same as what you said. This is acting. Don't pull it, it hurts. Acting? Could it be God's arrangement? I looked back at Lanstia and nodded when I saw her. That's how the gods set the Demon King to contain the monsters, and then set up the first hero. In this way, there really won't be any stunned green brave who will fight the Devil King without saying a word. If this were the case, the war between the two races would have broken out long ago. Gang Oki, step back. I waved my hand, and Gang Damu reluctantly left with a strand of hair in his hand. Fortunately, Gang Damu's attention was all on Phaedro's hair, otherwise Phaedro would really want to wear it for help. Just after Damu left, he still stared at Phaedro with long flowing hair with squinted eyes. Phaedro was shivering as he watched, and tears were also in his eyes. Come and punch me. Phaedro hit my armor with a very obedient punch, grinning in pain. This grandson is so stupid, he still makes so much effort in armor. I took a few steps back, clutching my chest. What a well-matched man. A brave man. I respect you and wait, so let's stop today. I will give you a chance to wait for the ants. Do you want my treasure? Go get it if you want it. I haven't finished speaking, I saw Phaedro winking at me. I cleared my throat again with some embarrassment. Do you want my life? If you want it, come and get it. I am waiting for you on the 7th floor of the castle. This is your last chance for human beings. Come on, start the magic, the age of the tower. After finished speaking, he turned and led a group of bewildered army, and walked towards the castle. There is also a group of brave men who are obviously desperate. After a while, cheers came from behind. Phaedro has beaten the Demon Lord. Long live Lord Phaedro! Grass. A group of blind brave men. On the way back, the dark elf leaned over. The Demon Lord is so calculating. As soon as I finished listening, this queen might have seen something. Yuri covered her mouth and smiled and said, Master Demon wants to introduce these trash-like warriors into the castle. Slowly tortured to death, don't you look at their dying struggling expressions. I was surprised, Yuri was really guessing at me with the mind of a monster, that this noble and elegant dark elf was so evil inside. Her voice was very loud, and the demon generals on the side listened to me, and cast admiring glances at me. I was terrified. Could it be that Yuri was helping me out? Isn't this job supposed to be the devil's assistant, the goddess of waste? I glanced at the trash goddess sitting on the horse with a stupid look on her face. Yuri, why don't you feel unfamiliar with me, the new Demon King? Are you not curious about where the previous Demon King has gone? Master Hui Demon King, the Demon King is more like a belief to me. Your armor is only recognized by the powerful high-level demon clan. Therefore, as long as it is a demon clan who can wear the Demon King's armor, wait for me. It's a Demon King, not to mention that I am not close to the previous Demon King. The Demon King always stays alone on the 7th floor, never calling me to wait, let alone going out. I nodded, it is understandable. To put it bluntly, this Demon King's armor is beyond the control of ordinary demons, and this armor is a symbol of status and strength. In fact, I can't bear to tell Yuri that the armor set for Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is for humans to wear. Master Devil, are you tired from traveling all the way? After you go back, do you want to lay down to relieve your stress? Succubus Shai turned on my headless horse and sat with her face facing me. Hey, of course it's all right. Sa Wei retires. Lord Demon Lord is very tired after the war, so I don't have time to mess around with you. Shai obediently rolled over and got off her horse. Before she left, she flew a kiss at me. I said to my heart, Yuri, don't mess up, I'm not tired at all, okay? You won't let me eat this little pudding. Of course, even if you don't eat it, it's good to smell it. Demon King's Castle, 7 floors. At the moment I am sitting on the throne, with the Goddess of Waste standing on the right. There were 7 castle guards standing in front of them. Bing Jiaololi lowered her head shyly, showing her proud attributes at this time. This king wants you to arrange guards at all levels and wait for the brave to attack. Remember that this king only needs to live, and this king will feed my magic sword Frost Scream with the blood of the brave. Yes. The 7 answered all together, their voices full of excitement. Bing Jiaololita raised her head and looked at me as if she was looking at food. After that, Jiao fell ill again. After the 7 had stepped back, the goddess Lanstia smiled and said to me, our first hero, Anil, is becoming more and more demon king. Stop talking nonsense, you trash goddess. Hurry up and cook for this devil. You can definitely eat it if I made it. Don't forget, the food I cook is the best in the universe. Only you are the first one. Yes, first, it's unpalatable. It is said that it can destroy a city, Dolyalu. Hey? Come back, goddess. Come back, I was wrong. I apologize. Goddess, don't. Chapter 7, The Great Devil's Epilation of Hair, Part 1. I can't remember the taste of the food cooked by Lanstia. I only know that the goddess of waste brought up a dish of food that was dark and exuded with evil air. When she forcibly fed me a bite, I had a dream, dreaming that I had returned to the celestial dynasty. I woke up after 3 days and 3 nights. Standing beside my powerful harem group. As usual, only 6 of the 7 stood in front of me, and Bing Jiaololita was hiding behind the pillars in the hall and looking at me with bright eyes. Humph, as a devil, you can be poisoned. What a waste. I didn't come to see you. I just came with Sister Yuli. Humph, don't get me wrong, waste devil. Hey, you can feel the baptism of arrogant attributes as soon as you wake up. Suddenly feel a lot more refreshed. Wait, I don't have the potential for M attributes, right? I shook my head and looked at the excitement of Lori's face in the distance, as if I could hear the hee-hee sound from her mouth. It seems that the twins shouldn't provoke them now. Master Devil, your injury is finally healed. The human brave, even used poison. Yuri looked at me worriedly. Lanstia listened to her and looked a little guilty with her head down. Despicable and ugly poisoner, I just don't let him go. Ah, bald, you talk back to talk, what kind of curse? Lanstia slapped Gangdamu. Gangdamu looked dumbfounded and squatted in a corner sobbing in anger without speaking. Hey, Lord Demon! You are finally well, are you energetic now? Are you free to flog your servant? Lord Demon, my heart is already ready to move, and my body is already hungry and thirsty. Dao greeted me with the same enthusiasm. Yuri, don't use the whip this time, change the mace. You can't beat this grandson. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with me, Yuri directly took Dau and walked towards the corner. Soon there was a scream. Dao screamed with pain and refreshing, Gang Damu's sobbing sound. The whole hall looks very strange, but it is the Demon King's castle. After seeing the dark elf Yuli leaving, the succubus Shai directly pounced on me and licked the mouth of the apricot. Master Devil, can you stand up? Can you stand up? Would you like Shawei to help you? Shai deliberately aggravated the word stand, and I was so excited. I looked at her jewel-like blue eyes. Suddenly feel dry and dry. Sa Wei. Lord Demon King just woke up, don't be rude. Yuri's beating made me sober and pushed away Shawei who was lying on me. Ah, are there any heroes attacking the Demon King's castle while the king is sleeping? It's really funny, let me tell you, these brave men are so funny. I gave Lanstia, the goddess of waste, how did I talk to the devil? What about honorifics? Return to Lord Demon, at this moment there is a team of brave men attacking the first floor of the Demon King's castle. Lanstia finished speaking, and I did not know where he took out a small ball-shaped unknown object. I wonder if it is the nose again? Is the nose of the goddess like the four-dimensional space of Doraemon? Lanstia threw the ball, muttered a few words, and suddenly a curtain of water appeared in the sky like a movie screen. In the water curtain is the brave team fighting the demons on the first floor. I saw it, let alone professional. A paladin in heavy armor, a human female mage with short blue hair and a cute but expressionless face, a red-haired big-wave high priest, and a human male archer, and finally one still a high priest? 5-person team, you 2 high priests. What kind of trouble is this? How afraid of injury you are? This is a fart. Hey, I said the waste assistant, your stuff is quite advanced, is there a voice? Master Devil, please call me a kind and beautiful assistant. Voice, wait. Not long after, Lanstia said a few words. There was a voice from the curtain of water. Miss Muka, don't need to treat me. I can stand it, the army of evil demon kings. I will not succumb to Lino Lalatina Das. When the paladin in armor yelled, a scorching fireball shot from her companion's staff and hit her armor. The army of evil demon kings is the only one that can stand it. Come again. I watched for a while, my face was black. Because of my instructions, the orc guards on the first floor must not take the initiative if they are not attacked. Therefore, she didn't take a step at all, she just looked at the yelling female paladin from a distance. But her armor was a bit torn, because behind her there was a blue-haired facial paralyzed female mage who threw fireballs on her body tirelessly. What are these things? No wonder it needs 2 high priests, so even 10 high priests can't hold the teammates to lose unlimited skills. Are you really here to break into the Demon King's castle? Are you sure it's not here to cheer up the Demon King's show? Also, can you little mage have a snack and just love to throw fireballs on knights? This is a big hatred. Did she rob your man or plan your ancestral grave? And this archer, what does it mean that you can't shoot 1 meter away from your bow and arrow all the way? It was the 2 high priests who worked hard to heal. After almost 10 minutes, I can't stand it anymore. Such a group of brave men who came to show the lower limit of the Demon King's castle, I felt a pain in my liver. Some interesting brave, when you grow to be strong enough, I will feed you my magic sword, the Sorrow of Frost. I pretended to be evil and told this bunch of demons and ghosts in front of me. Send them away, looking upset. Lanstia, you go. Why do I let the kind and beautiful me go? The food you cook is number 1 in the universe. Hey? Good, Lord Demon. I'm going now. Wow, Lord Lance can cook, can you teach me? I'm not cooking for Lord Demon. Humph. Xiao Tseo Jiao, don't be arrogant, you and the waste goddess are not learning to cook, that is learning to destroy the world. Not long after, Lanstia came back. With a face of contentment, he yelled and claimed that he had finally seen someone more wasteful than himself. I called Lanstia to whisper to him, what are these things? Isn't this going to die? Your gods can't control it. It's not all to blame. The Demon King's castle was mysterious and weird, and no one would come here easily. But after you were punched by Fedora, you retreated, and now the entire Brave Guild is rumored that Fedora was defeated. Devil, the devil is a waste, that's why someone wants to break into the devil's castle so easily. Grass, it's me to blame? It's obviously that the group of brave men is blind. Where did I get defeated by Federuo? In this case, it is better to let Federuo come once. He, I still miss this first brave. Well, I want to personally ha ha ha. This is also a way, let Phaedrus speak out. The Demon King's castle is terrifying, and the Demon King is full of villains and robs female tyrants. Only when the profession reaches the advanced level can there be the possibility of challenge, so do it. I'll contact Federo now. Don't worry about this. You tell me first, what is robbing a female domineering woman? My kind and beautiful goddess was pulled off the altar and used as an assistant by you. Isn't it robbing female dominions? Goddess. You're just rubbish, bah. Ah, you yuck me again, the goddess is angry and terrible. Lord Devil, Lord Onel. The goddess cooks for you. Don't, I was wrong, Lord Goddess, kind and beautiful Lord Goddess. Lanstia sang happily and left. Seeing that the matter is over, I simply greeted the 7 harem regiments back to their respective guards. When was leaving, the Tsundere vampire little Lori came over and handed me a small transparent bottle. Half a bottle of red liquid can be clearly seen in the vial. I don't care about you. Don't get me wrong, waste devil. It's just because you are the devil, this little bottle is filled with my blood, vampire's blood can detoxify. Waste can no longer be poisoned. Oh. Humph. I looked at the dead arrogant in front of me, my heart wafting. Tsundere's cuteness lies in duplicity. I know that for vampires, especially female vampires, blood is very important, how can I easily collect it? Hey, your blood bottle. No, it's your blood bottle. I was slightly startled, you reading www.uuganshu.com always feel like I heard this line somewhere. My servant, you haven't reported your name and position to the king. Tsundere Lori frowned slightly, her face a little lost. Humph, you can't remember what I said anyway. But since Lord Demon asked, remember, my name is Fiora. Aristocratic vampire. Behind the pillar is my sister, Bella. Don't look at her like that. My sister still likes you very much. Don't forget, trash devil. Fiora ran away happily. The only thing left in the whole hall is the sister Bella that Fiora and I talked about, the sickly vampire Loli. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, so I adjusted my sitting posture. I feel uneasy, what is this going to do? Is Bing Jiao finally going to attack me? Come on like this. Don't pity me because I am the devil. Bella walked towards me slowly, my brain filled her eyes with a dagger in my hand. Slowly said to me, you must only like me alone, or I will treat you Thinking of this, I am very excited. Give you. Bella threw a vial at me. It looked the same as her sister Fiora's, and it seemed to be her blood. But the color of this blood is not as bright as Fiora. This is my blood, And many more. Which is that? What are you doing? Don't come here. I don't want the sickly harem, can't I do it? Just when I, as the great demon king, was trembling with fright. Yuli returned and took away Bella who was still smiling. I breathed a long sigh of relief, sitting on the throne quietly looking forward to Federo's arrival. This time I want to let Federo, who has robbed me of the title of number 1 warrior, understand what on earth is this action. I will call it the Great Devil's Epilation of Hair. Chapter 8, The Great Devil's Epilation of Hair, Part 2. Sitting on the throne, I couldn't help laughing out of my brain filled with the screaming scene of Federo. He is really like a demon king, the evil big devil, Lord Onel. Yeah, isn't this rubbish? When will I be back? What did Federo say? The kind and beautiful goddess must be done, he will take a few people into the demon king's castle tomorrow. And who are you called trash? I am the goddess. Okay, goddess of waste. You, Lord Onel, are you hungry? I also have a plate of fried eggs here. This is the egg of the fire eagle bird. It is delicious. I looked at a plate of dark matter in Lanstia's hand. It seemed that there were faint skulls emerging, and many screams suddenly appeared in my ears. Hey, Lord Goddess, do you need me to squeeze your shoulders and beat your back? Your shameless look is quite the same as when I was young, Lord Devil. The next day, the 7th floor of the Devil's Castle. I sat on the throne early in the morning and waited for the arrival of Federo. I was so excited that I didn't fall asleep all night for today's great devil hair pulling operation. Of course, there are people who are more excited than me. This person is Gang Damu. Gang Oki didn't know my plan of action, but when I told them they were ready to greet the first brave Phaedrus, Gang Oki couldn't sit still. He jumped from the pirated Gundam, backflips 360 degrees in place, and performed an unknown dance. I can't stop talking about my hair. Lanstia is also obviously a little excited. I don't know what is this trash goddess excited about? Is it possible that in addition to the trash attributes, she has a black heart hidden under her beautiful appearance? In order to let Federo and his party deepen their fear of the Demon King's castle, I instructed Lanstia to go down and make some preparations in advance. It didn't take long for the waste goddess to return to the hall happily, her eyes twinkling. My Lord Demon, I have arranged it. I will surely make the group of brave people happy. Oh haha! I was surprised. What's wrong? Why is Federo so happy? Happy characters are broken? Could it be that she has an affair with Federo? Just as I was guessing wildly, the caterpillar Tianbao standing in front of me suddenly hissed non-stop, meaning that someone had come to the Devil's Castle. Wait, when did I get the 8th level of insect language? Master Devil, it seems that the brave is here? Tianbao laid out its spit outside the castle, and only then did it say that someone touched the silk thread. Yuri explained to me, afraid that I would not understand Tianbao's hissing. Now is not the time to think about how I suddenly understand the language of insects. Watching the drama well is the most important thing. Open the door and greet. The waste assistant pulls up the screen, and we are here to watch. After a short while, Lanstia's little movie will be on the air. The line of people on the screen is headed by the blonde Phaedrus. There were 4 people behind, 2 of whom I knew at a glance. It was the female knight who was frantically attacked by her companion before. Of course, the facial paralysis mage with blue short hair also arrived. There are 2 others, a high priest and a thief. It looks like it should be male. It seems to be really good, even if I don't do it. Federo, who would be tortured by the presence of the female knight and the facial paralysis mage, was dying. Master Devil, I specially invited these 2 little teases. Oh ha ha ha! It's over, the role of the waste goddess is completely broken. But I like it. This kind of plot is ups and downs enough to be fascinating. Have you counted? How many times? Hey, 10 times. This little mage has fired 10 times, hit the knight 8 times, and hit Federo twice. There is no time for a skill, the fireball hit rate is as high as 100%. Ahem, pay attention to your image, you are also a goddess. Don't laugh so wretchedly. I whispered to Lanstia. Look at me, I broke the trap. Oh, I was shot by an arrow. I looked at the screen with a chill. Which designed mechanism was this? Why did the sharp arrow that were shot go towards the delicate little chrysanthemum as if it would auto-navigate? Master Devil, the tracking arrow I designed is amazing, right? His eyes were shining and he stared at Phaedro's Gang Damu, seemingly satisfied with the tracking arrow he invented. It turned out to be Ubald, not to mention that the effect is really good. Federo walked tremblingly, clutching his butt. It can barely get past this level of institutions. Tang Bao hissed a few times at this time. I know it's saying that it will arrive at his guard level later. He is confident that these brave men can't get through. As expected, Federo and his party have just stepped into the 2nd floor. Except for Federuo, who was still using his sword to resist the threat of the second-tier guard Zerg army, the other 4 people were all tightly. Despicable devil, you can only use these shameless methods. Would you dare to fight my first hero again? Damn, if I pat the armrest of the throne, can I be more shameless? The teammate CAI was embarrassed to spray the enemy, and even embarrassed to make an appointment with the enemy. Do you think it's a fight? Forget it, I have to commit the embarrassment after seeing it. Anyway, my purpose is to torture Federo. Tianbao, you are doing a good job. I will introduce you to a play in a certain crew when I have the opportunity. Yes, you are acting in your true colors, but you have to learn a foreign language. Come and learn from me, mother, daddy. Okay, very okay, let your Zerg army bring these 5 over. If you look further, this king will be embarrassed to abuse them. After a short while, these operations were fierce, and the scum of plastic number 5 came in front of me. I looked at the tide tightly, and my armor was a bit torn. Phaedro, whose hair is a little messy and his face is black and grey, is very happy in my heart. As the saying goes, look up at the sky, who has been spared by the sky. To steal my identity as the number 1 brave is really looking for a dead end. Young brave man, this is what you dropped. Wrong. Federo looked at me with a dazed expression. Lord River God, what I lost was... Phaedro was about to answer, I suddenly realized that I almost learned Zeus. It seems that I'm still too excited, thinking about what will happen next. How can I not be irritated? Young brave man, you still don't accept it. This king will tell you what you lost. Gang Oki, tell him, what will he lose? He, Gang Damu smiled he, thinking back and forth with a dagger in his hand. Hey, Lord Devil, he lost his hair. Just after Oki finished speaking, the dagger in his hand moved directly towards Phaedro's hair. Maybe it was unpleasant, and he pulled it up again with his hand. Phaedro yelled hysterically. But it didn't affect Gang Damu's superb washing, cutting and blowing skills at all. After a short while, Phaedro's hair was completely plucked out. Hey, it's really bright, 40 watts, but that's it. The King's Hall just lacks a light bulb. Do you want to come here for a guest appearance? Lanstia was also very happy, squatting beside Federo's voice. Constantly stroking Federo's shiny head, several other beauties caused by her behavior also joined her. Wow, it's slippery. Hey, it's slippery than the armor of the Demon Lord. Wait, there is a traitor among you guys, touch his head and still think of me, Lord Demon? Phaedro was surrounded by several beauties, touching his head repeatedly. He was sobbing at first, but at this moment he blushed slightly. Bah, pervert, you are still enjoying it. I'll give you some stuff. I couldn't help taking a sip. Federo's reaction was not bad, but he scared the other 4 people. The female mage with facial paralysis who hit 100% of her teammates at this moment opened her mouth slightly, and she couldn't see whether she was shocked or afraid. The high priest and the male thief trembled, and I couldn't understand the female knight the most. At this moment, the female knight took off the helmet, but it was a beautiful face, plus a long golden hair. Looks quite aristocratic. It's just that she breathed a little bit faster, her cheeks were reddish, and her eyes looked at Phaedro in a blur. What is this special? Is there so much M in this world? What kind of world is this? You young knight, I think you are still dissatisfied, in that case. Dahu taught him. Dahu walked over with the whip with excitement on his face, and handed the whip to him in Phaedro's surprise. Take it, I'll make an exception for you to fight for a while. You can do it harder, come on brave, my body belongs to you at this moment, but my heart belongs to Lord Demon forever. Come on, whipping, and venting. Phaedro's hand holding the whip was trembling, but he had to wave it again. When the whip went down, Dau exclaimed in excitement. Push hard, push harder. Phaedro shivered, not to mention him, I was shocked. Take it down and fight." The other brave men present, the male high priest and the male thief, were already shaking with fright at the moment. He kept shouting different versions of slogans for mercy. Facial paralysis mage also lowered his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. It's just that the female knight's cheeks flushed even more. Not long after, Dahu, with a contented face, came to the hall again with empty eyes, like a walking corpse. "Young brave man, my king asks." "Serve, I take it, Lord Devil, I take it thoroughly. I am willing to swear to effect." When I heard it, I immediately interrupted him. "This can't work, this Federuo's resistance is too poor, or Dahu's attribute is too terrifying. He actually beat people until he is willing to be loyal to the devil. How can this work?" The arrogant brave unexpectedly interrupted this king. "So arrogant and frivolous, so reckless. But this king admires warriors very much, so this king is ready to reward you, he he he." Federo looked at me asking for help, and when he saw that I didn't buy it, he turned his gaze to the happy whistling goddess Lanstia. Seeing that asking for help had no effect, Federo's face was ashen, a deceived expression. "Lanstia, bring the omelette with the smiley half-stab brand. It's a hard work for the brave and his party to come here. The king of UU reading www.uugonshu.com wants to reward them." "What a half-step, there's no such thing in the castle." "Hey? Fried eggs? Okay, Lord Devil, I'll get it now. I will treat you well if I send the brave." Lanstia knows, I mean her omelette. She gritted her teeth and threatened me. Not long after, Lanstia brought up a plate of dark omelettes with faint skulls on it and screams of mystery. "Come and come, you don't have to be polite, the brave, especially the bald scoop. No, it's not that you are just big wood, don't cry. Federo, I heard that you are the #1 brave, and I will reward you with this dish of the best food in the universe." "NS. No, 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 Lord Demon, I was wrong. You are the #1 brave, let it be you. Your sister's brother-in-law's sister, it's late. Life and death, let's eat." Yuri is very sensible, opened Federo's mouth, and poured a whole plate of fried eggs into Federo's mouth. Federo fell before screaming. The remaining 4 people were obviously shocked, even the facial paralysis mage and the female knight were shocked, with tears in their eyes. "My king, I am happy today, and I don't want to kill more people. Adding these 4 people to this bald scoop, it's not about you, Gang Damu, don't cry. Throw the 5 of them out." "Hey, are you okay? Federo can't die, right?" Lanstia asked me in a low voice. I glanced at Lanstia, who was a little guilty. "Fat, why are you distressed? I am an intermediate magic swordsman who ate in a coma for 3 days. This grandson, Pai Shi, woke up in a day or 2. Otherwise, do you think they can get out of the Demon King's castle alive? You wait and remember, you want to challenge me. At least you need a high-level career. Because this king is the #1 Demon King." Chapter 9, As a Demon King, I finally learned the magic skills. Sent away the funny 5-man group, I was very happy. But there are 2 people happier than me. Gang Oki used Federo's unplugged long blonde hair as waist, made a wig and put it on his head. Shaking his head back and forth happily, the wig was dropped to the ground and picked up by him to put it on. It was a joy to play so repeatedly. Although Dahu still has a funny mask on his face and no expression can be seen, he has turned on the sage mode, and his tone also reveals a philosophical atmosphere, and he is discussing the meaning of life with others. Why do people or demi-humans appear in this world? Did we choose the world or the world choose us? Oh, Shawei, do you think my haircut looks good today? Shai I ignored him, and chatted with Bella instead. What is death? Master Yuri, do you say that we are going to death or death is going to us? Yuri rolled her eyes. Turned to Shawei. Sa Wei, look at the color of my clothes today. Dau looked left and right. The two vampire sisters. Tsao Jiao looked at me with his head held high, and the other looked at me secretly with his head lowered and his eyes raised, with a hee laugh in his mouth. Dahu didn't dare to make trouble. Gang Damo had fun by himself, but Tian Bao couldn't understand the language. Dau finally set his sights on me. Master Devil, you said life. Yuri, pull it down and hit it hard. Before Dau finished speaking, I immediately told Yuri to say. Yuri seems to be bored with the nagging Dau. As soon as I finished speaking, she took Dau with a funny face mask and walked towards the corner. Not long after, there was a scream, which was just a scream. Looked at everyone under the throne, although they were all demons. They are all evil, bloodthirsty monsters in the eyes of human beings, but I think such a group of monsters seems a little cute when we get along for a short time. I can't help but worry, am I really becoming more and more like a demon? Lanstia seemed to see what was on my mind. Master Devil, are wrong and right important? Are justice and evil important? For me, you are all my people, all my beloved children. Naughty children, well-behaved children, ugly children, beautiful child. Bah, goddess of trash. Who is your child? Take advantage of lousy? Flat-chested trash, can your child have enough to eat? Ah-le-le? Kind and beautiful, glamorous goddess of justice and kindness enlighten you. You did this to me. Okay, no more trouble. You can go to the main human city to see the situation and see if our plan is effective. This is easy to say, but I am not going there alone. Yes, you are not alone. Well, I'm not a human. Ah, you are not a human. No, I am not a human. I am a god. Lanstia suddenly smiled evilly at me. I was shocked. No, there must be fraud. I used to think she was a cute trash goddess, but after Federo was plucked, her belly was completely black. At this time, such a smile must be deceitful. Lanstia waved to the crowd in front of the throne, indicating that they could retreat. After I saw everyone leaving, Lanstia smiled more evilly. Feeling cold on the back, I curled up on the throne. No, I'm still a child. Didn't you just say that we are all your people? No. Dolya Lu, Master Anil, I just said that I was not going to the human town of Capua by myself. It was you who went with me. I suddenly stood up from the throne. Waste, your brain is flooded, how can I go? You let me go to the main city of mankind as a big demon, it is better to let me eat your dark dishes for 3 meals a day. Lanstia was a little disappointed and whispered, is it so unpalatable? Are you stupid? You are a human being. Did I ask you to go as a demon king? You can be a brave man and be happy again. Idiot! Lanstia had luck and shouted at me. Yes, I am a cameo demon king, I was meant to be the first brave person. I took off my helmet with a little embarrassment and touched my head. Ah, this handsome face can be used again. Well, this worn armor is really heavy and uncomfortable to wear. I didn't tell you that this armor can be changed. Trash, have you ever said anything about this armor? Change, how to change? How can this weird armor be changed? Is it possible for a strange thing to become a mecha? Or can it be the same as the Bumpman transformer? Can I transform as soon as I finish shouting? Didn't I give you a manual before? What? How to guide? Not to mention that the waste goddess didn't give it to me, just said that there is an operation guide for this broken armor? Trash, when did you give me this thing? Besides, isn't this just a piece of armor? As for the operation guide, Lanstia scratched his head, and then muttered for a long time, I remember giving it. Wait. Lanstia spoke back and grabbed a booklet and appeared in his hand. This time I saw it clearly. She caught it from the feather jacket. Your feather robe? Tinkerbell's 4-dimensional space bag. This, Dolya Lu, the privilege of the goddess. Don't care where I get it from. Take a look. I took the pamphlet and turned it over at random. It was quite thick. Almost 30 or 50 pages. Is this so special? Is this armor edible or drinkable? It's not a mecha, and what operation guide is needed? But when I turned it over, I couldn't help but marvel, it was amazing, my god. This is the armor of the Demon King, this is the Bump Man Transformer. The first page specifically states that it can be transformed. After following the actions in the booklet, you can start the magic mode. To put it bluntly, the armor melts into the body, changing my appearance and gaining strength. Is this the legendary demonization? Judging from the deformation on the brochure, this styling shape can be called a devil after the armor is turned into shape. The big roots on this head, no, the big horns on the head of this Demon King can stab people to death without hitting them. There is also the strong muscles of this body, this is the big devil. And the booklet also specifically stated that it can be transformed into different parts. This means that I can stay in the Demon King's castle without wearing a helmet in the future? I quickly followed the instructions on the brochure and put on the Demon King's helmet. Shaking his head up, down, left, right, front, back, and back, as expected, sounds began to be heard inside the helmet, and the magic mode was activated. Will this thing be like Sailor Moon when it transforms, with undress and holy light? I was looking forward to it, but nothing happened. The helmet is gone, that's it? Why don't you have some light? That's it? I touched my head, and my helmet was gone. There are two big exaggerated corners on the forehead. Is there a mirror? Goddess of trash, come and show me the head of La Feng. Lanstia gave me a white look, and then took out a small mirror that he obviously used. I took the photo, it was the handsome face that the devil should have in my imagination. I want to change my name to Gurdon. This is the ideal devil. This is the real demonization. When I was stinking, Lanstia snatched the mirror away. Give it back to me, this is not something that this world should have, it can't be revealed in this world. Bah, waste. I can be anxious with you. This goddess has recently developed a new dish, but no one has commented yet. Hey, beautiful, kind, righteous and charming goddess, I admire you so much, I hope to get your divine food, even if it is dead, your people will face it with a smile. Smiling in the face of danger, a miracle will surely appear. Dolyalu, are you scared? Alright, let's go to the human town of Capua. Let's go to he. After my back became cold and Lanstia's black belly was exposed, you read www.ukaenshu.com made me feel that this waste was so dangerous for the first time. It seems that the sword of victory that was originally given to me was clearly meant to cheat me. Go ahead, can't she eat me? You can eat it, he. Not right. I suddenly realized one thing. I just go to Capua and take off my armor. She can also go directly, because she is the appearance of a human girl. But how does this appearance live with me in the Demon King's castle? Trash, you said you have always looked like a human being. How did you live with this group of monsters in the devil's castle? And they seem to be afraid of you. Dolyalu. Want to know? Think. Dolyalu, I won't tell you. Alas, I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's sister, and I'm still betraying this Demon King. If it weren't for my fear of your cooking, I would have turned my face long ago. I'll tell you. Bah, waste. I love to say nothing. Alright, I will tell you later, let's go. I put away the booklet, took off my armor, changed my clothes and stepped into the portal of Tinker Bell Lanstia. My eyes went dark, when I opened my eyes again. I'm standing on Der Street. The prosperous breath, pour out the fragrance of a girl. Look. That's the cat's ear girl, look. That blonde big wave girl, look. The blue-haired facial paralysis mage who hit 100% of his teammate attributes. And many more? Isn't this the two weird female knights and facial paralysis mage who rushed through the Demon King's castle? It's really a narrow road. And many more. Why are you walking towards me and Lanstia? Why are you looking at me with excitement? What are you doing? Don't come here. I'm about to call. I am the devil. Chapter 10, you can't pick it up even if it's the devil's soap. The female paladin had an excited expression on her face, and the facial paralysis mage's eyes beamed. Even the cat's ear lady who was with them had a strange expression at the moment. I'm a little scared, do you recognize me? It must be so, it must be the trash goddess who exposed my identity. Are you an Eli-sama? Is talking about this long brown hair, the bangs on the forehead just reach the eyebrows, two twisted braids hang in front of the ears, and the silky long hair is scattered behind him. Two big eyes seem to be able to speak. Didn't recognize me? Ah, it's the identity of the brave who defeated the demon lord, I am better known. Right, after all, he was the man who had defeated the demon king. Besides, he was still alone. There must be a lot of elder legends circulating in this city. Alas, it's time to pretend to be forceful again. I stroked my hair, proud and humble. Yes, it's me, I'm the one you admire, the incarnation of wisdom and courage, the justice of love, the first brave, Lord Onel. Wow, that's a liar, Lord Onel. Can you teach me? Please. The cat-eared girl was talking, holding her hands together on her chin, her eyes watery. It's really a grinning little fairy. Wait, what do you mean by a liar? I was taken aback. It seemed that the voice of the cat-eared girl was a little loud, and many strange eyes came from around. It's him. It's him. It's the big liar Onel, his grandma's, who stole the Demon King's helmet and told us that we had defeated the Demon King. It made the Demon King come over to find trouble, and if it weren't for Master Federo, he would almost be wiped out. Yes, I am ashamed to say that he is the #1 hero. He should be a thief, right? Yes, yes, such a small liar with delicate skin and tender flesh, you guys tied him up and brought him back to my house. I want to personally educate and educate, hey. What the hell? Am I a liar? I stole the Demon King's helmet? There are still unreasonable things in this world. Did I really defeat the Demon King? How come you have become a rat crossing the street? Also, what's the situation with that person just now? Obviously different from your intentions. All sorts of comments abounded in the surroundings for a while. I don't know who yelled, but it sounds a bit like Lanstia's voice, catch the gangster. I was shocked when I heard that my body was stunned, where are all this going? How do you know how to get in touch from a liar to a thief and then to a gangster? As soon as I said this, the female knight and facial paralysis mage standing in front of me, even the cat's ears tremble. He hugged his shoulders tightly and looked at me with some worry. When I was about to explain, suddenly an egg flew towards me. It was in the middle of the eyebrows, and then there was a rain of vegetables. It is indeed not the reason why I became the #1 hero in Capua City and fell into such a field. It is the wind that matters. I turned around and wanted to flee with Lanstia, but when I turned around, I found out, where is the figure of this trash goddess? It turned out to have escaped a long time ago. Recalling how treacherous she smiled when she was in the Demon King's castle. Sure enough, it was to cheat me. She must have expected this kind of result, this black-bellied waste goddess. Dewar Street South. I seem to recall the running under the sunset that day, the same soft wind and the same dim scenery. The only difference is that there are not so many fanatical followers behind me. Ah, dying. I said you have not chased enough. It's almost a long time now, is there no fatigue value in your world? Catch the big liar and enjoy yourself. Catch the big hooligans and enjoy yourself. Catch the little tender meat, he he he. Hey hey, that's not right, you really have a strange character mixed in. Stop him first, don't keep staring at me. With the help of the sky, in the dark alley, I had no time to hesitate and jumped into the trash can. A hot smell makes me uncomfortable. I could faintly hear the conversation of this group of followers. I didn't dare to hide it, and the only fun was to judge what the garbage next to me was based on the sense of hand. Well, this is fish bones. Well, what is this? It should be clothes, right? A little bit small? Nina? Bastard, you guys really dare to throw anything. Not long after, there was no sound outside. I carefully opened the lid of the trash can, poked my head and looked around, and jumped out after making sure that there was no danger. Not to mention the stench of this body, it is really refreshing. At this time, the sky is a bit dim, and not far from the front is the mansion that the Lord Capua rewarded me when I was formerly named Viscount. I clicked the door, looking forward to the original maid Sister Hill who can heal my wounded soul. Who is Hill's voice? This soft voice seems to illuminate my world. To be precise, there is light illuminating my world. The door was opened, and Hill looked at me with pity. You wait, I'll get you something to eat. Don't say anything, you will be scolded if you find it. God, this is the goddess. Oh, it hurts. Hill, who turned around, just walked a few steps before falling down in front of me. I quickly covered my eyes, there was a gap between my fingers, and I looked at Hill secretly. Pink, you are still as cute as ever, my little cat girl. Hey? But I'm not here to beg. Hill, it's me, Peace. Hill got up and looked at me blankly. Are you really Anil-sama? I looked at Choo-Choo's poor Hill, with my oars swinging in my heart, and the boat pushed away the melancholy waves. Ah, isn't this our great hero Anil? How can it be like a scavenger, is the new cause. It turns out Anil, you are okay with this bite. It was Lanstia with an innocent face who was talking. I looked at Lanstia standing behind Hill, and I couldn't get out of my anger. After a few steps, he covered Lanstia's apricot mouth with his hands. Smell it, fishbone. This hand is original Nina. Lanstia pushed me away, retching constantly, tears in his eyes. Enjoy you are such a devil. Isn't that nonsense? I'm not the devil right now. There can still be falsehoods. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com will tell me if you cheat me first. This is called the end of good and evil. I ignored Lanstia, nor did I care about the little cat girl Hill who stared at me in a daze. I rushed directly into the bathroom. This body is almost like a garbage dump. I am afraid I will be stunned if I don't wash it. The sound of water in the bathroom counted. My mansion only has the maid Hill and the man and woman chef crew. It must be crew. Men are not afraid of anything. Besides, I am afraid. Crew eats my tofu without chewing. Why can I still care about crew's harassment now? It is true to take a bath first. I opened the bathroom door, and I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Because, in the misty bathroom, there is a woman standing in front of me. The curve in the shadow is hot. What? With a scream, a piece of soap flew out. Then a white shadow pushed me out of the bathroom and closed the bathroom door with a slam. As the big devil, my mind is blank. Why is there a second woman in my house? As the fog was too thick, I couldn't see who it was, but as a man, I still had a nosebleed, which was considered a slight respect. Hey, thanks for the hospitality. I stared at the soap falling on the floor, and subconsciously bent over to pick it up. Hey, are you an Eli-sama? It's really Anil-sama? Anil-sama, crew misses you so much. Come on, baby, come to crew's embrace and experience crew's warmth. I was bending over to pick up soap, and this indistinguishable voice shocked my body. I heard bursts of coldness from behind, especially my delicate little chrysanthemum. My subconscious hands tightly protected the little chrysanthemum. No. Even as the devil, I can't pick up soap. Chapter 11, As the Big Devil, all the mistakes I make are being bewitched by the witch. The night in Capua City is usually quiet, but tonight it is extremely noisy. Teams of brave men and residents patrolled the street in a line holding torches. If you don't know, you will think that there is an invasion by the demons. But as a big devil, smart, handsome, and charming, I have an answer in my heart for the reasons for the residents' changes. They are trying to find me and then kill me. South of Capua, in my mansion. I was tied to a chair, and there were a few people standing in front of me. No, to be precise, I was standing with a few people around me. Standing in front of me are the goddess of waste Lancisia, and Cheng Guanggualiang, who is wearing a red cloak above his head, is the one-punched Superman Cos the first brave Federo. There are 4 women beside him, namely, a female knight with potential to shake M, a blue-haired female mage with facial paralysis, and 2 little cat girls. My maid, Hill, and the little cute brown-haired cat who had recognized me on Dole Street. The one who held me was my former chef, Crew, who, in his words, was afraid that I would run away. I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's sister, it's not enough to tie me up, and still take the opportunity to finish eating tofu? How do I run? Why am I running? Magic swordsman Onel, why did you lie about defeating the Demon King? You know that because of your actions, the demon race wanted to attack Capua. For this reason, I led all the heroes to the Demon King's castle and fought the great Demon King for 3 days and 3. At night, I was lucky enough to take everyone to escape from the Devil's Cave. Phaedro looked at several people in Lanstia peekingly while speaking, and saw that there was nothing unusual, and continued to say to me fiercely. In order to survive, I lost my hair and even was poisoned by the hateful Demon King. Thanks to the High Priest detoxifying me, I escaped from the dead. All this is because you, a thief, stole the devil's helmet. Thief! I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's sister, Phaedro, can you be more shameless? Fight for 3 days and 3 nights? Lucky to take everyone to escape from the devil's cave? Phaedro did not notice. When she was talking about poison, the waste goddess twitched her mouth. I secretly laughed in my heart, it doesn't matter if it provokes me, provoke the black-bellied goddess Lanstia, you are dead. I looked at Lanstia and wanted to ask for help. Who would have thought that this trash turned his head and whistled? Bastard! You are determined to play with me, right? Master Onel, tell Master Federo. Didn't you steal the helmet? Okay. There were tears in Maid Hill's eyes. Master Federo, Master Onel is a good person. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Don't hurt him, okay? Is still my Hill's maid. You love me the most. It really is my good maid. It's so heartwarming. Bah, it's this time, with squinted eyes. Master Federo, hand it over to the guards, and put this pervert to death. You female knight with big blonde waves and potential to shake M, did I provoke you? Federo glanced at Lanstia, and seemed to be waiting for Lanstia to make a decision. Can you let him teach me before she is handed over to the guards? I can admire him. He, there are still people who admire me. Seeing me, I am quite popular with cats. It was the little cute cat with brown hair that was talking. Master Onel, can you teach me thieves' skills? You can steal the Demon King's helmet from the Demon King's castle. It must be very powerful, right? Teach me, teach me. I have a black line on my face, and it is confirmed that I stole the Demon King's helmet. This is really unclear, alas. You still want to learn thieves' skills from me? At dawn the next day, the gallows in the city of Capua. I was taken to the gallows by everyone and became the first person to be hanged for stealing the Demon King's helmet. Below Xingtai stood a stubborn slogan, most of whom chanted slogans. Take down the big liar and be happy. Take down the big gangsters and be happy. Can you give him to me? I will give him he first. Hey, the traitor from you is still there, someone cares no one. Can you go for a snack? Let's get rid of this pervert first. Of course I am not afraid of being hanged. The reason is very simple. Once I die, who will be the devil? Who will take over this job? This situation will never happen. Since Lanstia you want to play, I will play with you. Fedro, Lanstia, and others stood beside me. Cunning and peaceful brave, what else can you say before you die? Fedro said to me arrogantly. Lanstia was also proud. Beg me, I will save you. Bah, goddess of waste. Lanstia obviously didn't expect me to behave like this, and looked at me in a daze for a while. Do you want my treasure? Come and get it if you want. They are right there. Ah, Onel, don't you have anything to say to me? Loved, tired, keep up. I just want to die. Before I die, I will use my last voice to declare loudly to the world your goddess Lanstia is a trash idiot. Ah, this is a misunderstanding. I believe Master and Le didn't deliberately steal the Demon King's helmet, maybe there is some misunderstanding. Lanstia said quickly. No misunderstanding, I stole you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I brought the disaster to this town. I deserve to die. My words fell silent. There was silence under the stage, no one would have thought that I would be so simply. After a long time, there was noisy noise. Ah, Lord Onel, what do you want? I apologize, can't I apologize? I'm also a goddess anyway, please be merciful. I'm wrong, I shouldn't try to be happy for a while. Lanstia walked to me and whispered to me. She suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing and she was covering her mouth. Waste, what did you just say? I was so happy and deliberately cheated me. How can a kind and beautiful, righteous, and charming goddess pit you, let alone you are an employee of our company? My senior should take care of you, pit you? It doesn't exist. I heard it wrong, I heard it wrong. I gave Lanstia a blank look, since you want to play. I find it interesting to pit me, yes, I will make you play happier. The residents of Capua town, listen. The reason why I would steal the demon's helmet is because a witch once told me that if I stole the demon's helmet, I could defeat the great demon. I'm still just a child. I can't stand the witch's bewitching, and finally embarked on this astray road. When the night falls, my heart suffers. I only pray silently to heaven and ask the gods to forgive me for my sins. It's a pity. My seems to be a trash goddess, bah. My sins are not forgiven, residents of Capua, I would like to apologize with death. But before that, I want to tell you aloud that the witch who once bewitched me is this woman standing in front of my eyes at this moment. Her name is Lanstia. Hey? Me? Hey! Chapter 12, The Great Devil and the Female Knight Who Has No Enemies to Hit Me. This sentence of mine not only stunned Lanstia, but even the people under the torture stage were in an uproar. The witch? The demon? You have to be me. Such a beautiful witch will confuse me, and I will be confused, so it is wrong to blame Onel. What's wrong is not bad, we were originally watching the fun, you care who is wrong. Just watch the hanging. Hey, Onel little fresh meat is not guilty, let me take it home. I have a black line on my face. This is noisy at first, but I hear this voice very clearly. It is absolutely nothing wrong with that abnormality. From yesterday afternoon to the present, I said, do you still have any business? Alas, it's all because of being handsome. Lanstia opened her mouth and didn't know what to say, so she could only look at me with a grieving expression on her face. Tell you to cheat me? Just half the sea in your mind, like a sea crab, do you want to pit me? No, I'm not a witch, it's him, it's Fodro who made me bewitched Onal to steal the Demon King's helmet. Lanstia smiled darkly at Phaedrus. This waste goddess has a sophisticated experience in throwing the pot, and at first glance it is a veteran. The black belly attributes were once again exposed, and I clasped my nose and looked at them both boredly. Hurry up and discuss who bewitched me, I'm still waiting to be hanged. After listening to Lanstia's words, Fediro shivered suddenly. It seems that the fear of being plucked in the Demon King's castle is still deep in his heart. How can he not understand that he will be plucked? The big reason is Lanstia. Lanstia finished speaking, and there was no sound under Xingtai, which was originally noisy. People stared at Phaedro incredible. Fediro's face flushed, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Not me. I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's younger sister, you have to discuss with Lanstia. Anyway, I pleaded guilty, I stole the Demon King's helmet. But because Lanstia bewitched. It was Fediro's order. Lanstia quickly followed my words. Okay, so be it, let's die 3 by 1. Devil warrior and goddess, he, hard to meet in a million years. Fediro's face was like pig liver, he looked helplessly at Lanstia, his eyes were begging for mercy, and he begged me for mercy when he saw no results. The bald head was shiny, and his face was bleeding red. Looking at me with big watery eyes, I am amazed. Forget it, it's time to end this farce. Quiet. Good people. Can you listen to me? All these are the schemes of your great first brave Phaedrus. People under the torture stage, look at me and I will look at you. Look at me with an expression that seems to have eaten poop. I settled my mind and continued to think about how to make up this lie. Ahem, I am the number 1 brave in Capua, Fediro found me and my assistant Lanstia. He wants me to go to the Demon King's castle to steal the demon's cave armor, and then draw out that handsome but somewhat cool little bad big devil. Fediro is our number 1 hero. He wants me to draw out the Demon King and defeat the great Demon King in front of many residents and brave men. In the end he did it. He defeated the Demon King. He shocked the Demon King. He bring us unlimited hope and future. Blessings for the peace of the first brave in Capua city. I shouted loudly. For Fediro the first brave, you can offer whatever you like, preferably a wig. My impassioned speech seemed to have moved everyone in the audience a bit. For a while, there was peace and innocence, and the shouts of the first brave, Phaedro, long live. Really beeped by a dog? No, beeped by a dog. Can't you say a long live the peace and happiness of the first hero of Capua city? They all love to hold this bald smelly feet so much. A group of dermatitis bottles. Suddenly, a pair of eyes full of desire looked at me under the stage, one of them met, and I was full of excitement. He was right, he was definitely a pervert who kept shouting to take me home. Phaedro looked at the audience with joy, turned his head and thanked me excitedly. Lanstia was okay, but looked at me timidly. Ah, you barbarians, what are you doing in a daze? Untie it. Capua city, south of the city. In my mansion. In front of me are the bald Phaedrus and Lanstia who were rubbed against the ground by pretending to be unreasonable. What did you bald scoop just say? It's not a bald scoop, it's Fediro. I said, this house is mine, the Lord gave it to me, and you have been deprived of the Vicountry. Scrap Luo, bah. You said it's yours, it's yours? Where's the evidence? It's not a waste of Luo, it's Fediro. Come and read with me, the pitch is not downward, yes, flat. Don't stress. Phaedro corrected me tirelessly, and I had to follow him over and over again. You fellow, don't be rude to Lord Phaedro. This house is indeed Lord Phaedro. The Lord of the city has issued an order to revoke your Vicountry. I looked at this big wave female knight with golden wavy hair with great potential for shaking and yet another one spoke for this bald Luo. This bald girl has become an electric light bulb and still so attractive. Master Onal, this is true. Since you carried the infamy of stealing the Demon King's helmet, you have been revoked as a Viscount. Now, the house is abandoned, no, Lord Phaedros. The cat-eared maid Hill also tremblingly explained to me. It seems to be true. I am a brave man who defeated the Demon King. Not only did I not get the title of the first brave man, but even the house was deprived of it. Thinking about it, I won't be angry. Goddess of waste, why do you explain it? Me, I don't know. It was the decision of the city lord. Asshole city lord, find a chance to see me and greet you. You fellow, not only rude to Lord Federo, but also rude to Lord Santos. I will kill you. The blonde female knight drew a long sword from her waist and stabbed me. The attack was not muddled, and the spike pointed at the tip of my nose. At this critical juncture, as the first magic swordsman, how could I be stabbed by your little trembling knight? You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I didn't have time to draw out my sword of victory, and jumped straight back to avoid the sword edge of the blonde female knight. Then he drew the sword of victory, swung it sideways, and knocked the female knight's long sword to the ground. A bully stepped up, hugged the female knight in his waist, and shaved her little nose. Little M, I am the #1 magic sword in Capua. The blonde female knight was obviously startled. Lanstia also looked at me a little bulgingly. Can you actually attack me? What is it, you have such a big flaw? I'll go out of the way before I attack, and I'm also the current Demon King anyway. Not only was she shocked, even the blue-haired facial paralyzed female mage looked at me strangely. Federo also opened his mouth wide. What's wrong, don't you just wipe some oil randomly? As for, a group of people looked at me like this. I'm sorry, hee. The blonde female knight broke free from my hand, her cheeks were slightly red. My name is Lena. Ran out after her speaking. I looked at her back with a bewildered face, inexplicably, why tell me the name? The blue-haired and facial paralyzed female mage kept staring at me, as if looking at a monster, and she spoke to me after a long time. You are the first enemy who can attack her. Facial paralysis master's voice is very nice and soft. But what is meant by the first enemy to attack her? Lena has never been attacked by an enemy, whether it's the demon race, or the one who competes with her, as long as it is an enemy, no one can attack her. Listening to the words of the facial paralysis master in a daze, I had to sigh in my heart. Hey? What the is this? Isn't she invincible? 100% dodge. This is the attribute that the first hero should have. Chapter 13, Sky High Finds and the Dragon and number 039, S Awakening. My name is Unal, I am a brave man, and even a great devil. Capua City Scaffold. I was standing on the stage, and the audience under the stage seemed to be the same group as yesterday. The group of people standing in front of me are from the city lord's mansion. As for why they stand in front of me and begging, I don't need to say any more. Yesterday, twice as many people followed me from noon until noon. In the evening, being handsome and short is a sin. The rope is so tightly tied. Don't do this, I will open the door to a new world if this continues. An Le, you are so bold. The Tufiwan who spoke is the city lord. His hair is much healthier than that of Federo. The same blonde hair is combed straight, and he is very cleverly lying on the top of his head. As for the middle, the brightness in the middle is too dazzling for my eyes. That's right, this soil is a Mediterranean sea. At this moment, he praised me for being brave, which is normal. After all, I defeated the Demon King alone. Thanks for the prize, the lord of the city. Stop moving your tire, no, it's anger. This is not good for your hair. Look at this little breeze, your hair won't float. You stole the Demon King's helmet and plunged the city into fire and water. I said, Lord City Lord, are you annoying, haven't you explained all of this? Strategies. Strategies. Do you understand, think about it with the circle of hair on your head. You still molested my daughter, Lena. Eh? Lena is his daughter? Where do you and Lena look like except for their blonde hair? Wrong, is there a family surnamed Wang still living next to your house, the lord of the city? Sir, I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. I will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory lie. I am not begging for mercy. As the number one hero in Capua City, I am the Demon King. There is no word for mercy at all in the dictionary. This is just a countermeasure used in the right environment to ease the enemy. I searched, the goddess of trash slipped away early in the morning. Federo also lowered his head and said nothing. A bunch of waste, just pretend to be dead at the critical moment. Father! Please don't hurt Anil-sama. With a low drink, the female knight Lena came from a distance. Father, an Le is my first man after all. Hey hello, Yuri, you speak clearly, isn't it that I didn't die fast enough to speak like this? Sure enough, Lena had just finished speaking, and the Lord Tafiwan's eyes stared like copper bells, and the 8-character Hu on his mouth flicked angrily. The crowd in the audience was also in an uproar. All kinds of incredible sighs. It's a pity, a pity. Yet, what a nice girl. Yet, what a good little meat, don't kill the Lord, let me take it home. This sound? It's you again, who are you? From yesterday to today, you will not be following me. Are you still doing business? Father, no one has ever hit me, but this man can. He was the first man to hit me. Dobi Yuan looked at Yuri, then looked at me, and sighed. I couldn't help but think of the words of the blue-haired facial paralysis mage. It's said that Lena doesn't know the reason. As long as it's her enemy, even if it's just a contest, the enemy will magically avoid her attack for various reasons. Will be magically unable to attack her. She is such a defensive professional paladin with 100% dodge and 0 hits. The brave will be at peace, steal the Demon King's helmet, fall into the city and be in danger. When hanged. But I hope that he will cooperate with Master Federuo to make a plan to defeat the Demon King and have merit to avoid death. I breathed a sigh of relief, still reasonable. This time, the trip to Capua City was more exciting than going to the Devil's Castle alone. The brave man is happy to confuse the daughter of the city lord, and attempt to molest the daughter of the city lord. Although he fails, he can behave badly. A fine of 10 million gold coins. Can be paid in installments. How many? I'm going to your sister's brother-in-law's sister. 10 million. The coins in this world are simply 3 types, copper, silver, and gold. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. What is the concept of a gold coin? If you eat a meal in Capua City, you can have at most 1 gold coin. If you insist, you can understand that a copper coin is the steel of the Celestial Dynasty. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. The mission of the entire Brave Guild does not exceed 10 gold coins. Don't say such a fine will give me a lifetime, I can't afford it even for 10 births. Where is this fine? This is clearly depriving me of all the money in this life. But the Demon King's castle should have 1 million gold coins in the search. Regardless of my surprise, even the people under the torture stage looked at me with sympathy. 10 million gold coins are impossible for ordinary people to see in this life. Mediterranean, do you think I can pay it back? Seriously, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we discuss a price, how about a gold coin? Little Anil warrior, you don't need to pay it back. It's just that you will become the enemy of the entire kingdom of Aileen. Besides, I don't specify when you will pay it back. In the future, all the coins you get will be handed over to Lena. She is your person in charge. I understand when I hear this. You are so good at calculating. Isn't this just handing in the salary card? It seems that I want to recruit my son-in-law. Lena looked at me shyly, and came over to untie me. I have to say, Lena is a beauty. No, this silver coin is for this month. I will pay it back every month from now on, but you can rest assured of Mediterranean. Even if your daughter gets my money, she won't get my heart. Lena took the silver coin, put her hands on her chest and held the silver coin tightly. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, Lanstia suddenly jumped onto the stage from the crowd, panting, and was about to speak to me. I took a look at this trash goddess. Do you know it's here now? Where did you go? I took a sip involuntarily. No longer care about wanting to leave here. Ease, peace, don't rush out. Something has happened. I looked at Lanstia dismissively. What else could happen? What can be bigger than what I have experienced in these 2 days? I have come here twice for this broken gallows. Trash, bah. I care about big things. I turned around and left after speaking. At this time, a guard came from a distance, quickly toward the execution platform, and knelt down in front of the Mediterranean Sea. Report to the city lord, there are spies in front of you. The dragon is awake. I looked at Lanstia in a daze, but she nodded slightly. It's really a big deal. Chapter 14, Join forces with the devil to defeat the dragon? As soon as the guards had finished speaking, the group of melon-eating people in the audience suddenly became quiet. No one does not know what it means for the dragon to wake up. Mediterranean City Lord paced back and forth, anxious in his heart. Capua City, as the southernmost defensive city of the Principality of Iran, actually has another important job besides defending the invasion of the demons, and that is to stare at this sleeping dragon. The last time the dragon awakened was 1,000 years ago. According to the history of the city of Capua, the awakened dragon burned the town with anger and fire for 3 days. The corpses were everywhere and the houses collapsed. Has always been a legendary dragon among the people, and I didn't expect it to wake up at this moment. I looked at the Mediterranean Sea pacing back and forth, and a few short golden hair fell to the ground. When it was over, the Mediterranean Sea was going to be bald. Can you see clearly when you wait? Before the guards could speak, a violent roar went straight into the sky. Needless to say, this must be the roar of the dragon. Hurry up, inform the king. Ask for support. Immediately summon the captains of the various guards to discuss the plan for the dragon crusade. I glanced at the Mediterranean Sea. Although I don't look good, I can't say that my work is efficient, and I'm not sloppy at all. It is a good thing that Capua has such a city owner. Let's go, waste, there is nothing wrong with us here. I greet Lanstia to leave here. After all, to discuss the plan, at least one must be a high-level professional brave. I am not enough at the intermediate level. Wait, peace, you also come together. Hey? I don't know what tricks this Mediterranean is playing. City Lord's mansion. Mediterranean was sitting at the round table. Apart from me, Lanstia, Federo, and the female knight Lena, there was also the blue-haired mage with facial paralysis. I did not know the remaining 5 male brave men. However, it seems that they are all vigorous and powerful, and they should be high-level occupations. The dragon has awakened and will leave the lair in 2 days at most. No one can guarantee that they won't do anything to Capua City. I want to hear what you plan to do. Mediterranean took the lead to speak. Sir, the dragon, although I have never fought with him. But it's just a beast. It's bigger and can spit fire. I don't think it's too difficult to deal with, said a paladin in heavy armor. Hey, simple-minded guy. But just a beast? This beast is afraid that you can't even hurt its toes. Lord City Lord, the power of the dragon is beyond reach, and it is safer to evacuate as soon as possible, said a brave man dressed as a black-haired mage. You sissy, the second team is lost in your hands, a group of sissies. As the captain of the patrol, you actually want to retreat without a fight. I'm waiting to retire. What about the Kingdom of Iran? What did you say? You are a dead orangutan who can only fight. Enough. I'm not here to listen to your quarrels. Lord Phaedro, what do you think should be done? Phaedrus touched his bald scoop. He seems to be satisfied with his bald head now. Could it be that bald head can really add a crit? My lord, the dragon is indeed not something we can fight with. The meaning of the dragon's territory is very strong, and the heart of revenge is very strong. But don't forget, my lord, the dragon's nest is on the south side of the devil's castle, and the demon's castle will bear the brunt of the battle with the dragon. I'll go. You bald scoop is a good calculation. Is it unclear whether you want to use the Demon King's castle as cannon fodder? It seems that the Demon King has to escape. But since you know where the dragon is sleeping, why don't you kill it while it's sleeping? A bunch of idiots. I said, since you know where the dragon's lair is, why don't you take the initiative to attack for so many years, and give it a chill while the dragon is sleeping? As soon as I finished speaking, even Lanstia looked at me with foolish eyes. Ah, Brother Onel, you don't know that the sleeping dragon will enter a petrified state. This state is equivalent to invincibility. I have sent hundreds of brave men to the dragon's lair to attack the petrified dragon. As a result, everything is just in vain. You can only send someone to closely monitor the dragon's dynamics. That was the case. I smiled awkwardly. It seems that I must be able to fight against the dragon this time. I said just now that the dragon will definitely attack the Demon King's castle after awakening. After the Demon King's castle is broken, the city of Capua is in a disaster. So I suggest. Phaedro touched the bald scoop and said. Join up with the devil. What did you say? Is this what your number one brave man should say? Join forces with the evil Demon King, and lose what you said. Master Phaedro, I respect you as the first brave man, but is your suggestion too absurd? All kinds of doubts arose for a while. I looked at Lanstia, she also frowned and looked at me helplessly. Shut up! Lord Phaedro just made a suggestion. It's not really going to join forces with the Demon King. Besides, even if we are willing to join forces with the Demon King, do you think that evil Demon King will join us to fight the dragon? The Mediterranean roared. Haha, the evil Great Devil might be united with you, but it's hard to say if the people under the Great Devil agree or disagree. Father, although the Great Demon King is very evil, but at this moment of life and death, I think he should agree. Lena glanced at me, suddenly lowered her head and said with a twist. What does this female knight with the potential to shake em mean? Is it possible to know my identity? Is this impossible? Or, this weird female knight was moved to the Great Demon King. Thinking about it like this, I shuddered all over. The dragon is awake, the situation is urgent. Now the enemy is only the dragon. In this case, I ask you, how many support you to join forces with the devil? Phaedro took the lead and said that afterwards Lena's facial paralysis knights also agreed. Even Lanstia also joined in the fun and agreed to this resolution. In addition, the heavy armored knights who had previously advocated for the dragon to go out of the station, 5 of the 11 present people have agreed with this decision. The remaining 4 captains all opposed. It seems that whether this decision can take effect depends only on how I decide. I looked at Lanstia and others. It is indeed a moment of life and death. If the so-called lips and teeth are cold, if the dragon is really as they say, then it is indeed unknown whether the Demon King's castle can withstand it. I agree. How old are you? You're just a thief, a liar who stole the devil's helmet, and now agree to this resolution. I suspect you are an undercover agent sent by the devil. The male sissy mage who opposed the retreat before suddenly attacked me. Oh, my temper, I stole the Demon King's helmet. Haven't you turned it over yet? Are you looking at piracy? Enough. I agree. The Mediterranean slapped the table and shouted. Phaedro, Lena, Ellie, Onel, and Lanstia, you 5 people go to the Demon King's castle to discuss with the Demon King, and it depends on you. Capua City, no, the fate of the entire kingdom of Iran, it's up to you. You Mediterranean, let me go to the demon's castle to talk to the demon? I looked at Lanstia, who was smirking, and Phaedro, who was excited. Is this grandson so excited about going to the demon king's castle? Do you miss Gang Damu or Dahu? Really is a pervert. Chapter 15, As the Devil, I decided to join forces with humans, Part 1. Capua City, outside the city. The matter of discussing peace with the Demon King against the dragon is not the key. The main thing is whether the 7 of his staff agree. I should have gone for the discussion of the Demon King's castle this time, but for some reason I can't go. I hope Master Onel can go for me. Bald Phaedro just finished speaking. Lena and the facial paralysis mage were both taken aback. It seemed that they didn't understand why Phaedro was so sure. The facial paralysis mage's name is Ai Li, who is considered to be an intermediate mage. It's no surprise that Phaedro is so sure. In the previous battle outside Capua, I already knew the fact that the first hero knew that the devil was actually his own. It's just that I'm curious about what role Lanstia is in his eyes. Does he also know Lanstia is a goddess? What did you say, Bald? How can you be sure that the devil will agree? It's not Bald, it's Phaedro. This matter is extremely secretive, and it's not something you can touch. In short, the danger of this world is far more than the demon race led by the Demon King. For a long time, humans and demon races have fought with each other, each being each other's natural enemies. This way, the demon race has grown, and the human race has also grown. This is a powerful force. The power of the alliance will double even more. I glanced at Lanstia, and she turned her head to avoid my eye contact. Needless to say, this must be hiding something from me. Making me a demon king will not be the simple reason that I have said before, and the long-cherished wishes of humans and demons are not as previously stated. The world seems to be more complicated than I thought. Although there is a lot of uncertainty, I am absolutely sure that there will never be an alliance between humans and demons, because I am the devil. Bald, that is very noble, weighs the devil of the world. Will his subordinates not listen to his words? Is your IQ lost with your hair? It's not a bald man, it's Phaedro. Onel, you are still too innocent. Intermediate professions can't touch the secrets of my level. Or the great secrets that only my first brave can understand in this world. After all, I am the number 1. Brave. Oh haha. This bastard, I am the devil, you say I can touch it or not? I wish you a pleasant journey to the devil's castle. Waste, let's go. I took Lanstia away, who was still yelling, and walked back to town with Phaedro's surprised expression. Capua City, south of the city, my former mansion. Waste, explain what the bald scoop is saying. Lanstia twitched, seeming reluctantly. That bald boy is a second-degree sickness. In this world, apart from the demons, where there is danger to human beings, oh, the dragon is also considered a danger. Boom with a loud sound. Don't pretend, have you heard the thunder? Lies will be struck by lightning. As soon as I finished speaking, Hill rushed in with a black face. Master Onel, when Crew was cooking, there was another explosion. The pot and the pot were gone. Is Crew dead? No, no. Well, it's a pity, it's all right, don't be afraid, isn't this a common occurrence, go take a good shower. Crew doesn't care about him, he's skinny. Dismissed Hill with a look of panic, I continued to question Lanstia. Go on, does that bald scoop know something I don't know? Ale, peace, don't be suspicious. Besides, Phaedrus didn't know what I told him. My boss said that among the brave men, there would be a brave who knew that I was an assistant to the Demon King. He also knew that the Demon King was arranged by God. Weigh the roles of humans and demons. This person is Phaedrus. I really know so much. I looked at Lanstia, who was about to cry sincerely and eagerly, so I could only put this matter aside for a while. whether this world is so simple on the surface, I have to find out by myself. In this case, let's go back to the Demon King's castle first. I don't know if the 7 monsters will agree. Don't worry, you can convince them with the charm of Onal-sama Demon King. Let's go and wait for Phaedrus. It will probably be there soon. Hey, that bald scoop is here to send experience again. Gang Damu and Dau will definitely be very happy. Demon King's Castle, Throne Hall. What happened to the Demon King's castle for a few days when the king was away? Go back to Lord Demon, everything is fine. If it weren't for Sa Wei to attack at night, Sha Wei found Lord Demon, you are not there. I don't know if Lord Demon is out. Your late return makes me a little worried. What? Listening to Yuri's words, I couldn't calm down for a long time. Attack at night? It's a loss. You said I'm fine to go to Capua, and live the painful days of running in the sunset and being followed by others. Stay in the castle. Well, how nice it is to be attacked at night. Lanstia looked at me with contempt. Master Devil, saliva. I smiled awkwardly and settled. Gang Damu, don't shake your head, look dizzy. This king heard that the dragon is awake. As soon as my voice fell, the hall was silent. It seems that the atmosphere is a little frozen. Back, Lord Demon, the dragon has indeed awakened, and I am afraid it will step out of the lair in 2 days. The last time the dragon awoke, how did the Demon King's castle resist? Thousands of years ago, the dragon awakened and first attacked the human town of Capua. The heroes in the town desperately resisted. When the injured dragon passed through the Demon King's castle, the wounded dragon was again injured by the Demon King's me, so he returned to the lair and fell asleep. I could not help but take a breath after hearing Yuri's words. This is also a combination of the magic seed level. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not kill the dragon like this. Yuri, is the dragon so powerful? Humph, it's not something you can defeat anyway. I tell you, fool Demon King. Every time the dragon wakes up from a deep sleep, its power will be strengthened. The current giant dragon is not something you can deal with the fool Demon King at all. Even if we evacuate, it's useless. The dragon has a strong vengeance, and it's useless to wake up after 1,000 years, even if we escape to the end of the world. Hey! He, I am willing to die with Lord Demon. He. Ah, the long-lost Sundara and Bingjiao's baptisms make them feel very happy. Disgusting, bah! Lanstia looked at me with disgust. Why did the dragon suddenly attack the human town of Capua 1,000 years ago? There is no reason, maybe because the human town was built in his territory. If this is the case, it would be too unreasonable. It would be better to change the town. Why do you have to be obsessed with this place? Is there gold or diamonds underground? I glanced at Lanstia, and she spread her hands, saying that she didn't even know. Ahem, Yuri, for you. If you really fight against the dragon, you will have a certain degree of confidence. Return to Lord Demon, 40%. What if we add human brave? I just finished speaking, everyone was surprised again, obviously they didn't expect me to ask like that. This king is saying, let the human brave be cannon fodder. 7%. But Lord Demon, how can human beings be willing to be cannon fodder? Yuri, this king has a hunch that stupid humans will come to the castle to discuss peace with this king. I looked into the distance, deliberately pretending to be deep and said, this look really looks like the evil big devil. Chapter 16, As a Demon King, I decided to join forces with humans, Part 2. Devil's Castle, Throne Hall. Tianbao hissed. Tell me someone has come to the Demon King's castle. Hey, my demon servant, Gang Damu, Dahu. Go and welcome your good friends. Remember to entertain House Hung. Gang Oki's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he touched the golden wig he was wearing, his mouth was grinning to the base of his ears, and he kept muttering, my dear, you are about to have a new partner, He 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 he. Dau wears a mask with funny expressions. Although he can't see any expressions, it is not difficult to tell from his walking posture that he is equally excited. You put down the whip in your hand first. Not long after, Gang Oki and Daho came to me with Fediro and his party. The female knight Lena and the facial paralysis mage are all okay, but Fediro can't help but mutter. I will grow hair for you to pull, please don't let me beat. I will definitely grow hair for you to pull, please don't. It's over, Fedro, this bald scoop, was really broken by these two weird works. These two bears still know that it's good not to do it with women, but this bald scoop is also solid, and it doesn't matter if you play it a few times. Why are you waiting to break into the king's castle again, and you can survive the king's smiling half-step? Young brave, I respect you and tell you why. The sound resounded through the helmet throughout the hall. I am very satisfied with the helmet's voice-changing system now. The great devil will speak like this, it should be so ethereal. Fediro's eyes were originally muddy, but my voice was shocked and he was relieved. Looking at me, took a breath. Lord Demon, now the dragon has awakened. I pretended to be surprised and looked at the three of Phaedrus. So what, does the dragon's awakening have something to do with you waiting to break into my castle? Come on, this king's servant, take care of this king and serve these brave men again. No matter how urgent it is to discuss peace, I will look like a devil as a devil. If it comes up and it's settled, the 7 monsters in the harem will definitely be suspicious. Although this group of weird things have a negative IQ, they are all ghosts and ghosts. Lanstia smiled satisfied with me, as if I felt that I was becoming more and more devilish. Bah, trash, what do you look at? Lanstia just wanted to get angry. Fediro spoke first. Lord Demon Lord, the power of the dragon is comparable to the wrath of the sky. Capua cannot be resisted, and your castle is inevitable. Before such a crisis, I beg Lord Demon Lord to cooperate with the human town for a short time. Damn brave! You can't resist Capua, this king's castle is so strong that it can be shaken by a mere dragon. Let this king cooperate with you, a humble brave? Where does your courage come from? Bah! These 7 monsters are very satisfied with my approach, except for Yuli, the rest of them took a bite to Phaedrus. Yuri looked at me and smiled, as if she understood my intention. Master Demon King, my master. The might of the dragon is exactly as the brave said. It may not be necessary to discuss peace, but I wait for the demons to disdain to make friends with humans. We might as well send troops together, lead each other, and agree on the same thing. Time to fight the dragon. Yuli, take your servant, presumptuous. How can you speak for the brave? Yuri hurriedly knelt down on one knee, saying that her servant convicted her. Fediro looked at me and winked his eyes. I know what he meant, it's almost done, and then pretend to be compelled to miss a major event. Oh, you bald, you still want to control me, the devil? Will I let go of this chance of pretending to be so easy? Yuri, what you said is correct. This king is excited. This ugly brave, this king is very unhappy, so take him down first. This king has to be good with these 2 little ladies, not these 2 women. The brave have a good talk. The female knight Lena and the facial paralysis mage ally trembled when they heard it, and looked at me in horror. Under the pull of Gang Damu and Dau, Phaedro was pulled out of the hall, and soon afterwards screams came again, one for comfort and one for fear. My servant, Yuri, my king asks you, how do you think we should cooperate with the brave? Master Huey, the large number of dragons to conquer is not good. The attacks of ordinary soldiers are useless at all. The servant suggested that we, the demon race and the human brave, should each have 5 people to form a 10-person crusade team, and go to the dragon's lair immediately. Be sure to kill the dragon before it leaves the lair. This king can do what you say. 5 people work independently and fight the dragon together, which is also a way. My servant, do you have any objections to wait? The twins Lolita, Yuli, Shaowei, and others who are still in the hall nodded, and even Tianbao kept hissing, hoping to meet the giant dragon. I said in my heart, Tianbao, don't make trouble. A bug like you is only suitable for acting in a TV series. Human brave, this king's suggestion, do you have any objections to it? Lena and Ally had pale faces, they dared not speak for a while, they could only nod their heads slightly. In that case, you wait for the humble brave to leave. I hope to see your 5 strongest people here in the evening. If you can't reach the dragon's lair tomorrow morning, even if the dragon hasn't destroyed Capua, this king I will also lead soldiers to conquer. Demon King's Castle, Throne Hall. Sent away the trio of funny brave men, and I sat on the throne in deep thought. Not far in front of the throne stood my 7-person demons and ghosts harem. Anneli, what are you worrying about? Would you like to be kind and beautiful, the righteous and charming goddess enlighten you? Bah, flat chest waist. CO authored this trash goddess to admit that she was trash, and it didn't matter if she was told by others that she was still unhappy with her flat chest. I don't like you to grow out. I don't know how strong these people are. This time the crusade against the dragon is more like sending them to death. I am a little undecided who should be sent. Our great devil, actually thinks about the demon. You are really more and more like a demon. I took a look at Lanstia who was laughing, and it was exactly what she said. In the short life with these monsters, it feels that these demi-humans are also demons, although they are not humans. But what is the difference from humans? The same joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, the same worry and sorrow. These are all living people. Am I really more and more like a demon? My servant, this king is here to ask you to wait, this dragon crusade. Can anyone voluntarily set out? Such a death mission, I did not choose to assign it compulsorily. I gave these demons a chance to choose. The servant is willing. I just finished asking, these demons and ghosts replied together, even Tianbao hissed. In the face of danger, no one of these so-called demons actually chose to retreat. For the first time, I felt a shock. This trip may die. The servant is willing. I looked at Lanstia, and she smiled, for the first time that the smile of this trash goddess was so bright. She lay on my ear and whispered to me. These are my lovely people. Chapter 17, as the great demon king, I was actually attacked by the demons? In the evening, outside the devil's castle, at the crossroads. I looked at the 4 brave men brought by Federo, the female knight Lena, the facial paralysis mage Ai Li, and the 2 brave men who were once in the chamber of the city lord's mansion. The sissy mage who became the captain of the 2nd team of the guard. Bald Scoop, I didn't say you, Gang Damu, don't let you sob. Scrap Luo, will you make a copy? Have you played the game? You have 2 tanks, 2 wizards, 1 melee swordsman, and no healing in your team. Is this really reasonable? Besides, a mage and a tank of yours are still rubbish. Are you really here to attack the dragon? Phaedrus saw that the demon king called him bald, he was a little dazed for a while, staring at me in a daze. It's not a bald Scoop, it's Federo. The dragon is too dangerous, no one wants to go, and the city lord's coercion and lure can count these people together. Phaedro grinned bitterly, and didn't seem to want to mention it. This is also very easy to understand. It is normal that no one wants to understand the death. Master Devil, these 6 people are all worms. Yes, the entire Demon King's castle was dispatched, and none of them chose to quit. As a human brave, I should be very happy with such a lineup. First, it can weaken the strength of the demons, and second, it can reduce human casualties. But I don't know why, but I can't be happy. At the moment I left the Demon King's castle, I secretly vowed that, in addition to Lanstia, all the 7 people in this dragon crusade will be returned, let alone human beings. Hehe, young brave man, the demons are not all greedy for life and fear of death. When I said this, it was not Federo who felt the sadness the most, but me. But if you think about it from another angle, you can understand that these demons have lived for thousands of years, and life may not be important to them. Humans have only 100 years of time, and the fear of death is more profound than any race understands. Federo sighed and stopped talking. Okay, don't talk nonsense. My servants, head for the dragon's lair. The dragon lair is located in the southwest of the Demon King's castle. To reach this place, you need to pass through a place called the Dark Forest, where a large number of demons and beasts live. I'm not afraid of the demons. At any rate, I am also a demon king, but Warcraft is a bit difficult to handle. These beasts can't understand human words. The brave and the demon were divided into 2 teams. Lanstia and I walked in front of the demon, and Federo walked in front of the brave team. Taking advantage of the night, carefully walked through this dark forest. Wait, Lord Demon, something is moving. Dark Elf Fury is like a fish in the night. What she said at the moment surprised me. Put in a circle, watch out. I gave an order, and the rustling sound coming from the grass not far from the quiet night was really strange and terrifying. The 2 teams were placed in a circular square and stared at the source of the sound. Popsy, poopy. The sound is getting louder and louder, and not long after, a little white fox-like monster came out from the grass. Hi, it turned out to be Suihu. I walked towards the little fox. This kind of beast is considered the lowest level, not aggressive at all. It's a kind of pet. I gently picked up the snow fox, ready to tease. Master Devil, be careful. That. Yuri just finished her voice, and in my surprise, a burst of electricity made me feel numb. That's an electric fox. Incomparable spirit. I feel very excited and energetic at this moment. Well, it's refreshing. I dropped the electric fox and patted the armor that was still swimming in electricity. This king knows that this king is a little sleepy, use this mere monster to relieve his fatigue. Master Devil, didn't you tell me that you would be struck by lightning if you pretended to be forced? Do you count as pretended to be electrocuted? Lanstia smiled and shivered. Not only Lanstia smiled happily, Lena and facial paralysis mage AI Lee also covered their mouths and chuckled. Although I can't see clearly, I always think AI Lee's smile is beautiful. Waste, bah. Why didn't you get electrocuted? Glug. Suddenly a disgusting laugh came from the forest. It's easy to die, I can satisfy you. Coco. This voice cannot distinguish between male and female, but it sounds numb to the scalp. Who? I am the devil. I yelled, and the roar of the devil pierced the dark forest, shaking off the roosting forest birds. Devil, giggle. Not long after, the grass and trees all around in the forest made a rustling noise. The torches lit up suddenly. One after another demons came out of the forest, they seemed to be half-orcs. The head is not as burly as the orcs, very ordinary, wearing a cloak, tightly wrapped all over, and chuckling incessantly. I can relax, as long as it is a demon, it is easy to handle, I am also a big demon king anyway. Inferior half-orcs, don't bow down after seeing the devil. Kneel down and worship? Are you worthy too? Hypocritical devil, human running dog. I was shocked. At first I heard this sentence referring to the Demon King and these human heroes, but it is easy for people to think that he is saying that the Demon King is a running dog of humans. Could this person have some understanding of the fact that the Demon King is a human being? One day, the great demon of my lord will descend from the sky, and the wings of the 7 servants will sweep across the entire continent, disasters and plagues, blood and crying. You greedy and ignorant humans and cowardly and hypocritical demi-human races will die. My clan is the real demons. Only my lord is the real demons. BB babble, keep on, are you severely S.2 disease? As a demon clan, don't worship me as a demon king? Still babble with me. I really can't understand what the second patient is talking about. Chuck, only blood can make you a hypocritical demon, remember. You don't deserve to be called a demon. S2 patient pointed with one hand, and the orcs behind him immediately attacked me. Play off, play off. Okay, okay, don't bow down if you don't kneel down, let's go. This devil is not angry anymore. Let's go, I am afraid of the way this king is angry, and I said you can go now, hey, don't come here. My lord demon, you are really leisurely. Didn't you see that people really want your life? It's better to have this nonsense. I know, I slipped away. Idiot demon king, I didn't mean that. Why are you still stunned? Hit him, hit him. Yes, Lanstia, you are right. My servants, beat him, fuck. I gave an order and all the 7 harem regiments were dispatched, and Tianbao also began to attack the half-orcs that struck. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Even if it is a funny duo, the female paladin tank that dodges 100% and the facial paralysis mage who hits 100% of the teammates also participated in the battle group. But in this melee, Fediro stood and looked around in a daze. Master Devil, did you just call to beat him or beat him? Where is the fuck? I've been looking for it for a long time. This bald scoop, IQ really went to catch a chicken. I slapped Fediro's bald scoop with a slap. Hit him first, his mother keeps it for the last. Okay. Fedro gave a strange cry, raised his sword and slashed towards the orc. I have to say that he is the #1 brave man without any loss. This move is fast and violent. I looked at the battle group, the female knight is still a mockery of strange screams, but transparent people are generally ignored by countless orcs, and they don't even have the intention to stop. The facial paralysis mage Ai Li still threw a fireball at her without getting tired of it. I saw it all in a cold sweat, and quickly moved away from her too. The fighting of the remaining people is also wonderful. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Gang Damu's pirated Gundam is very flexible to move around and hunt down, shouting hair not to go. Tianbao and the succubus cooperate very well, one is trapped by spinning silk, and one whip is whipped up. Dahu, who was entangled with the orcs, stared straight at the whip in the hand of the succubus Savi. Let countless orcs hit him. He cooperated with the sickly vampire lowly Bella. The black broken dagger in Bella's hand was faintly glowing. She stabbed the half-orc with a wicked smile on her face, and there was a hey laugh in her mouth. I only feel a cool back spine. Fiora, come here and get down. I called the Tsundere Lori Fiora, who is holding an exaggerated black sickle in hand alone. Fiora is a gothic group, so glamorous. You are here to protect Lanstia. This king is going to meet the patient with the 2nd stage of secondary cancer in person. Humph, I know, I don't want to help you. I just want to protect Lord Lanstia. Don't get me wrong, you fool. Also, I must come back alive. No. I touched Fiora's head, and she didn't dodge, looking at me with reddish cheeks. Why do I need protection? Devil, what are you going to do? Don't worry, I am the devil. This secondary 2 patient seems to know something, the devil will meet him in person. Ignored Lanstia's yelling behind him. I went straight through the melee crowd and walked in front of the patients with advanced secondary cancer. Hey, he really looks like a big devil. Wait, I will show you what is the real devil. Chapter 18, My people will be saved by me. Dark forest, I stood in front of the second patient who was wrapped tightly in a black cloak. Patients with advanced secondary cancer, you are not saved. Surrender, your half-orcs are all experience points. Chuck, I surrender? Great devil, you are really stupid. Do you think my purpose is to kill you? But it's best to kill nature, Chuck. Isn't it to kill me? Is your brain of the second-degree patient not at home? He set up an ambush while the Demon King led his team to conquer the dragon, and said it was not to kill me? And many more. On the way to defeat the dragon? Could it be that this S2 patient is delaying the dragon for time? Speaking of which, this dragon is also strange, but it woke up yesterday. However, he hasn't come out of the lair for a long time. Is it possible that a dragon still considers his image? Wake up and have to take a bath, change clothes, and go out clean? The ignorant big devil, since you don't know, then you don't need to know. The second patient had just finished speaking and took off the cap from the cloak, revealing a face. This is a human face, about 30 years old, with a scar on its face. Both eyes were sunken, and his eyes were blank, and they didn't look like a living person in any way. His hands hidden in his sleeves are also exposed at this moment, his hands are as dry as branches, and he holds a dagger glowing with black light. The second patient licked his dagger and laughed strangely. My dagger is poisoned. Oh? Then you die slowly, I have something to do, go ahead. I stared at the second-degree patient with a brain disability, and licked the poisonous dagger myself. What do you say about your picture? Where did so many problems come from? Why do bad guys always pretend to lick their daggers? They have to be poisoned. I don't need to fight this. This grandson seems to have been played to death by himself. I clapped my hands, ready to greet my harem group to stop pestering these half-orcs. I always feel that there is something in the dragon that must be stopped quickly. As soon as I turned around, I saw Lanstia yelling at me. Not good. I was surprised secretly. The secondary patient is like a ghost, with a poisonous dagger in his hand attacking me. There was no way to dodge for a while, and the dagger pierced my heart. To die, eh? Wait, what I wear is the Demon King's armor. Can you pierce this dagger? The second-degree patient was also slightly taken aback. Chuck, dastardly devil, even wearing armor. You are not only in the second grade, you are also blind, so I always wear it. And you said that your dagger is poisonous, and you didn't lick it. Why didn't you die? I hate people who say nothing. Chuck, because I am a dead person. As soon as the second patient finished speaking, the dagger that was on my armor suddenly used force. I subconsciously want to step back and avoid it. Under my gaze, the dagger didn't penetrate the armor, but turned into a plume of black smoke and hit my body. My heart is not good, this black smoke must be poisonous smoke. The sorrow of the frost in my hand waved desperately and drove away the black smoke, but the black smoke could not be dispelled if there was any substance. Amid the disgusting laughter of the second-degree patient, the armor on his chest was about to corrode. I am a little desperate. This weird black smoke is really hard to deal with. Carefully. With a sound of caution, a golden light suddenly pierced towards me from behind me and hit the black smoke directly. The black smoke retreated like a natural enemy and retreated into the hands of the second-degree patient. Only the second-degree patient struck the black smoke slightly. An exaggerated long sword appeared, and the entire body of the sword was like black smoke. It was much more evil than the sword of victory in my hand that had been transformed into a dark blue appearance by Lanstia. Scream! Sword of Plague Eris! With a strange cry from the second-degree patient, the black long sword in his hand suddenly disintegrated into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke was originally just a ball but suddenly exploded. The dense black smoke wrapped the second-degree patient tightly. In fact, this is not over yet, this black smoke is floating towards the people who are still fighting. This black smoke can no longer be called black smoke. In the black smoke, the skeletons with distorted faces in a struggling state, as well as the screams and weeping that resound through the sky. I just felt that my heart was full of sadness and fear, and I stared blankly at the black smoke hitting me. Suddenly a howl of pain sounded in my ears, and I suddenly became sober. My grass, how dirty your grandson is, the ashes on your body are so exaggerated, you are dying. Don't fight, let's run. I don't know who shouted, and the whole battlefield was chaotic in a moment. The half-orcs in my harem and the heroes collided like headless flies. I know that the more this time, the less messy it can be. Bald Scoop, you take the brave, this king takes the demons, withdraw first. Under my order, the 7-man harem group plus Lanstia ran towards me. Federo and I ran desperately with 2 groups of people, and the black smoke behind them was chasing after death like a of death. Those half-orcs who didn't run away in time were soon enveloped in black smoke, and then screams came out. All kinds of screams continued throughout the forest for a while, and the whole was on earth. This horrible thing kills even their own people, but it also has automatic tracking. It's dying. Master Devil, you will eventually be caught up by the black smoke when you run down. What is this? Yuri asked me. I don't know what it is, but the second patient is muttering the plague sword and screaming. The Black Smoke King feels full of fear at a glance. Being chased will definitely be like those half-orcs. The plague, the sword of the plague? Is this black smoke, the source of the plague? If it is true, if it is caught up by the black smoke, it will ulcerate and die. Yuri tremblingly said. What is the source of the plague? But looking at Yuri's scared look, I'm afraid it's very unusual. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I am about to catch up with the black smoke, and my heart is miserable. What is this? We are here to fight the dragon, so it hurts you. You are a secondary patient, it's a big deal for you to be a devil. I looked back. And there seemed to be a person in the smoke flying with the black smoke, the hollow eyes and the scars on his face, that's right. It turned out that the black smoke that was automatically tracked was actually manipulated by the second patient. Chuck, hypocritical demon king and weak brave. Keep running, keep running. Run in front of my plague, towards the abyss of death. Bah, bastard. You grandson still dare to taunt, if I couldn't beat you, I would have turned my face already, chase slowly, I will die. Master Devil, sooner or later you will be caught up after you run down, so let's give it a go. Fight? How to fight? You help me? This black smoke knife cuts continuously and can't penetrate through the sword. Run, live for a while. Why not, while we are not dead, let's talk about love. What time is it? You still have this leisurely mind. Who of you can release a defensive shield, preferably a light attribute? Lanstia gave me a white look, and then shouted. The servant is willing to try. Yuli, don't make trouble, you are a dark elf with a light attribute defensive shield. Don't make trouble, Yuri. Let's have a good relationship and ignore this rubbish. Master Devil, what I said is true. Master Lanstia, I know the light attribute shield, but I don't know how long it will last. You can hold it for a while. I want to save the world. Lanstia stopped suddenly and grinned behind him. This smile is very warm. My people, I will save them. Chapter 19, My goddess turned out to be a fallen angel? As Lanstia stopped suddenly, she began to mutter something repeatedly. Yuri also stopped, and began to mutter silently. I saw her too stop, and had to stop. Life and death depended on the heavens, but I hadn't started to raid the harem, which was unwilling to express. Everyone stopped for a while. Gang Damo hid in the pirated Gundam and closed the cockpit door. Tien Bao also desperately spun silk to wrap herself into a zongzi. These two don't talk about loyalty at all. The tone of Yuri's mouth is getting higher and higher. I can't hear what I'm talking about, because I only see the black smoke that is about to spread. Suddenly, Yuli gave a soft drink. A brilliant golden shroud enveloped our group. Yuri eased a sigh, wanting to say something to Lanstia. I grabbed it and stopped her from disturbing Lanstia, because Lanstia had fine sweat on her forehead, which seemed uncomfortable. The people in the hood did not let go of their hanging hearts, they looked nervously at the black smoke that was about to hit the golden hood behind them. Boom boom sounded, black smoke enveloped the entire defensive cover, desperately hitting the defense cover, but fortunately, it was barely resisted. Because of the black smoke, it was night again, and the entire defensive cover was completely dark. The opportunity is here. I am looking forward to the unknown woman screaming in my ears. I am politely saying that I am sorry that it is too dark to see. Just as I was about to start, suddenly a burst of flames lit up in the defensive cover. Facial paralysis mage Ai Li ignited a ball of fire in her hand, and then placed the fireball in mid-air. Bah, Fire Master! I whispered. Chuck, struggle in front of my plague, resist it. The bell of death has already sounded, and the roar of the plague will arrive as scheduled. The expression of your resistance will be the best memory of my life. S2 patients began to babble again. Shake S. Shake S. Shake S. Daho, pay attention to his image. If this grandson changes his evil to my evil, this king will introduce you to him. I said, secondary 2 patient, come on. Break my defense. Come on, come with your plague, you rubbish, I'm waiting for you here. Bah, rubbish. Stupid devil, the plague is over. You have the ability to come now, you see that I am not good, I am still dancing. You see, this is the 5th set of broadcast gymnastics, and I will show you military physical boxing later. Oh stupid devil! The plague ends. Master Demon, the defensive cover, appeared, a crack. I was taken aback and looked at the defensive shield carefully. Sure enough, as Yuri said, cracks of varying degrees appeared on the defensive cover, and there was a clicking sound coming from the ear. That, Mr. Plague, how presumptuous you were before, please forgive me. Why do you have to hurt each other? How about this, how about you and me drinking wine in the beautiful night? Chuck, stupid devil, the end of the plague. Ah, you disagree, it's okay. You see so many people here, why don't we come to Pengwent? The second patient did not speak, but he answered with a louder and louder click. Don't get excited, Mr. Plague. Why don't we fight and dance and decide the victory or defeat in a civilized way? Don't always fight and kill, but have a pure heart yearning for freedom and peace. Chuck, stupid devil, the plague will finally come. Damn, the second grandson's words are still spoken. Lanstia, Lord Lanstia, Grandma Lanstia, are you okay? Your kids will belch before you finish reading. That's it. Lanstia didn't answer me, the sweat on his forehead increased. Gang Damo, who had opened the cockpit door, now closed the door again. Tien Bao also desperately used silk to repair the cracks it had torn when it was watching the excitement just now. Dahu repeatedly begged Tien Bao to wrap himself in a zongzi. All the people in the entire defensive enclosure were dominated by emotions called fear. The lost lamb wanders in the black night, God's mercy has given light, and the place where light is born is called heaven. Guide my lamb, get out of this dark confusion, go to the light with broken eyes, go to the place where the light is born with broken limbs. Light, God's mercy, light up the darkness before my eyes. Lanstia spoke faster and faster, until she finally shouted out suddenly. Following her shout, a dazzling light illuminated the defensive shield. Oops! A harsh scream sounded, and I couldn't tell who made it. The light was too harsh, so I subconsciously covered my eyes with my hand. But because I was wearing a helmet, it was not suitable at all. I can still feel the tingling when I close my eyes. Just when I was thinking that I would be blinded by my Krypton gold eyes, the helmet eyes came out with black chips. Hey, I'm Grass. This helmet is really advanced, and it also wears sunglasses. I don't know if it has a shooting function. It is necessary to study it, hee hee. Of course I am not afraid. This waste of Lanstia suddenly burst into open light. There is still some danger. I admire the light like fireworks in front of me, but it's too short-lived. The bright light disappears. If there is no black smoke around, it will be as if it did not appear. The second-degree patient is also gone. All this was like a nightmare, but the festering corpses of the orcs not far away told me that this was true. I looked at Lanstia with satisfaction. Okay, this king has decided. From now on, I won't call you a trash, and you will be called a small trash instead. Lanstia looked at me, forced a reluctant smile at me, and fell down as soon as he weakened. I hugged Lanstia, who was about to fall, and it seemed that the same skill as opening and hanging would still consume a lot of her. After a long time, everyone opened their eyes. There was a sound of joy, and the sturdy heavy knight under Federos no longer looked at me with hostile eyes. The sissy captain of the second team who followed Bald Phaedrol looked at Lanstia in my arms, with an unknown emotion in her eyes. When I merged with Federos' team, the emotional state of these two people has been a bit weird, and I ignored it. It is normal for the brave to have a grudge against the demons. Is this done? Mozu, why do you use this light magic? Sissy still asked. I am afraid that this question will cause deep investigation by the people present, and it would be bad if the identity of the goddess Lanstia was exposed. I smiled and glanced at the sissy. Perhaps you are humans, but we can't be the demons? Our demons yearn for the light to hinder you. You are suspected of racial discrimination. I hate racial discrimination the most in my life. Dahu, it's okay now, you and him so fun. Dahu, at my order, the funny mask on his face with a smile on his face became more appropriate at this time. Jumping to the sissy front, handed the sissy mage a whip. Hello, my name is Dahu, please hit me. At this moment, the body is yours, but the heart will always be Lord Demon Lord. The sissy mage's body trembled slightly, looking around helplessly. Slowly twitching the whip. Push hard. Push hard. Go on, don't listen, push harder. Dahu yelled hoarsely. The sissy seemed to be more frightened. Federo just wanted to come up to stop it, maybe because he was worried that Dau would stare at him. He retreated timidly, and stopped the male heavy knight who wanted to come forward. Yuri, and Bald Dipper, find out from the team that will heal magic. After a long time, there was still no one to make trouble. A group of people just looked at me timidly. Grass, what do you all eat? A bunch of waste. I yelled. I am a little anxious, there is no high priest in Federo's team. My harem group is the same. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Demon race does not have a clear occupational division like the brave. Each of them has their own extraordinary ability, but the ability to heal this ability in demon race seems to be innately missed. Humph, use my blood, I am a vampire. Blood has the power to heal. I glanced at the gothic lowly vampire Bella who couldn't even play his proud attributes at this moment, and shook my head. If the goddess used the blood of a vampire, it's hard to say what would happen. Master Demon King, Master Lanstia has a special status and should be fine. At this time, it should be just collapsed and unconscious. I hope you will not be impatient. As Yuri said, Lanstia is a goddess. The goddess hiccups without a skill. I was a little relieved when she said that, looked at Lanstia who was sleeping, and scratched her nose gently. Wait, as Lee said Lanstia has a special identity? Does she also know that Lanstia is a goddess? This is unreasonable. Yuri, come and get down. I put Lanstia in Bella's care, and took Yuri to the side. Do you know the identity of Lanstia? Yes, Lord Demon. Do you all know? Yes, Lord Demon Lord. Aren't you surprised? Yuri gave me a weird look. The servant dare not guess the identity of Lanstia and your identity. Then you are willing to accept this fact. It is an honor to serve for Lord Demon and Lord Lanstia of the Fallen Angel. Well, wait. You said Lanstia was a fallen angel. My goddess turned out to be a fallen angel? Chapter 20, Dragon Egg Stolen by Fear. I took a deep breath and looked at Yuri. You said Lanstia was a fallen angel. Yuri looked at me in surprise. Don't you know, Lord Demon Lord? I know. I just want to test whether you know what a fallen angel is. Master Hui Demon King, fallen angels have black wings. They are fallen angels and are often a symbol of evil and disaster. Is the noble demon clan? Is the Demon King's most loyal servant? Very good, the answer is okay. Barely pass the pass. Okay, go back and get ready and set off now. Lanstia was carried by Yuri, and the journey after that was very smooth. In a short while, the dragon's lair is right in front of him, and the time is approaching dawn. This king has always had a question: why does it take 2 days for the dragon to wake up before leaving the lair? A group of people looked at me in a daze, but the sissy eyes were slightly dodging. I'm afraid this person knows something. The former second patient also said that it was not to kill me, it seemed more like procrastinating. That said, something must have happened during the time when the dragon awakened but did not leave the lair. What happened in this must be the purpose of the second-degree patient, and it was also the reason that delayed me and prevented me from being able to arrive in time. Just what is the reason for this? Is it because the dragon is very weak and easy to deal with during this period of time? There is still another reason. Everyone, speed up, and be sure to get to the dragon's lair before dawn. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong, and I simply stopped thinking about it. Since he intends to delay, then I will speed up the pace. The dragon's lair. The dragon's lair is actually a big valley. In the valley, various unknown bones are piled up in disorder, which looks like a small mountain of bones. I gently touched these bones, the bones turned into powder. It seems that the age is very long. At this time, a sudden roar broke through the sky. It's dragon roar. I don't know who shouted. Isn't this nonsense? Isn't it a dragon roar or a dog barking, but why does this roar still have the slightest sorrow in the violence? Not right, there are cases. Speed up. Everyone hastened their pace and moved towards the source of the sound. A red dragon came into my eyes. I took a breath. This is a dragon that can't tell how big it is. The smallness of human beings can't be described in any words here. The huge body, the 2 dragon horns on the head are even more sturdy and majestic, with exaggerated wings. The whole is red like a fire, and it is indeed white from the neck to the tail. A long tail with thorns. The 4 claws are extremely sharp, which is a typical Western dragon image. The teeth of the upper and lower jaws looked frightening. I didn't see such a dragon in person, I couldn't understand what shock is. How can I fight this? Federo and his team of brave men were already speechless, and the sissy mage couldn't help shaking. My harem group is better, it may be the reason why I have seen the dragon. Lord Demon, the dragon's scales are extremely hard. The Demon King 1,000 years ago injured the neck of the dragon, and the dragon returned to the lair and fell asleep after being seriously injured. You mean, its weakness is in the neck? I fixed my eyes and saw that the dragon was covered with red scales, except for the large, rectangular, thick, thymic scales on the neck, which looked much larger than the scales on the body. There is indeed no scale on the neck. It should be the weakness that Yuri said. At this moment, the dragon is stepping on something, looking very angry. Do you think that the dragon's reaction is a little wrong? It seems to be angry. Did it find us? Master Demon King, it's unlikely, the dragon's behavior is weird, it's more like it's attacking something. Look at Master Devil. There are people there. With Yuri's cry, I followed what she expected. Sure enough, there was a small black figure not far in front of the dragon. As a dark elf, Yuri must have better eyesight than me. It's the individual, right? He is running towards us. Yuri suddenly shouted. Due to the huge body of the giant dragon, its movements are a bit slow, and the figure is extremely fast. The dragon was a little angry, and kept spitting out fire, but unfortunately it didn't hit the figure. Coming! The dark shadow is approaching, and I just saw it clearly, a black cloak, exactly the same as the attire of the second sick man before. Is it a secondary 2 patient? He's not dead? It's right to want to come. After all, the body of the second patient was not found after the black smoke dissipated. It's just that I was in a hurry and didn't think too much about the reasons. The black cloak stood still, staring at our group. The action was full of vigilance. He was holding something in one hand. It looked like a dragon egg. Could it be that the reason why the dragon did not leave the nest during this period of time after waking up was because it was laying dragon eggs? Hey, it seems that the plague has failed. But it doesn't matter, the goal has been achieved. Stupid demon kings and brave men, I wish you all a good time. The black cloak suddenly disappeared from the place after speaking. When it reappeared, it was actually behind our group. The grass actually teleports. Stop him! I took the lead to raise the dark blue longsword in my hand and stab towards the man with the black cloak. The man with the black cloak did not escape, and the longsword pierced into his body. Hey, stupid devil, do you know what fear is? As soon as the man in the black cloak had finished speaking, the long sword I pierced into his body suddenly felt chills. I just felt like I was swallowed by darkness, and my body trembled unnaturally. I am afraid, I am afraid. What? This is the first fear of walking in the dark, this is the first fear of being chased by a monster in this world. The past scenes reappear like a movie in my mind, but what is this scene? Have I experienced this? It was a blood-colored sky, and I was standing on the blood-colored ground. No, the sky is still blue, only my eyes are bloody. In front of me stood a vague figure, a huge body, and an exaggerated giant blade. I was scared, and the sword in my hand also let out a cry of fear. My legs tremble involuntarily, and my body trembles uncontrollably. This is instinctive fear, and this is fear from the soul. The humble and weak, death is not something you ants can enjoy. Tortured in fear. Devil, this name belongs to me. The voice said like this, the voice hit my soul. You reading www.youcanshu.com. The vague figure raised the giant blade in his hand and struck at my door. I, who was terrified, made the only angry roar at the last moment. I am the devil. Master Demon, Master Demon. Wake up. When I was awake, I still held my long sword in my hand. There is no trace of the man in the black cloak. What's wrong with this king? Master Devil, you just stood still, scared to death, and you are so scared that you will be dead. Would you like Shawei to check your body? Savi, don't make trouble, where is the grandson of the cloak, where is Yuri? The man in the cloak ran away, and Sister Li went after him. Shai is close to me, the black meat wings, coupled with a black leather dress, and the naughty little tail fluttering, wearing armor, I still seem to feel her body temperature. I pushed Shawei away, and my mind was filled with the scenes that were in the trance just now. Who is the huge figure holding the giant blade? Who am I? Why would such a scene emerge in my mind in a trance? Is that the one who looks scared and scared? Could it be the reincarnation that the celestial dynasty often said? No, this is another world. If it is reincarnation, it should also be reincarnation in another world, which is obviously unreasonable. Or the experience is not mine, but the armor? Master Devil! Don't be in a daze, run! There is a voice in my ear again, run? What run? Why is it still so hot? Shawei didn't post me anymore? Could it be my own animal blood boiling? However, the burning sensation seemed to come from behind me, and I turned my head subconsciously. A huge fireball is flying towards me quickly. Death to death! Pit Demon King, this is. Where did the fireball come from? Chapter 21, Demon King Fighting Dragon. The profession I hate the most in my life is the fire mage, but I like the FFF group that adheres to the principle of burning to death. I am the great Demon King, and those who follow me behind me are no longer a group of admirers, this time it is a huge fireball. Death to death. I don't know who threw me to the ground. Boom. After a loud noise, a huge pit appeared not far in front of me. The one lying on my body is Bing Jiao Lori Fiora. This is not the time for small talk, I look around. Are you all injured? Many people answered me for a long time, and it's not bad. Except for Yuri, only the sissy mage that Federo had walked down was not there. Where is the mage under the bald man? Go chasing the man in the black cloak with Yuri. I nodded, and suddenly a dragon roared through the sky. I looked back, the dragon was hanging in the air, flapping its huge wings, and staring at me with blood-red eyes. This beast, what are you worried about? Look again, I'll make you he. This beast is really anxious, since this is the case, the Demon King is taking good care of you. The servants. Give this king the trouble of this little dragon boy. I gave an order, and everyone suffered a loss from the big fireball just now, and there was just no place to spray it. The battle with the dragon is officially started. This is the first time I have seen Lori the vampire transform, and the two sisters suddenly stretched out a pair of huge bat wings behind them, and flew towards the dragon with a weapon in their hands. As the wings behind the succubus, I originally thought it was a decoration, but now it seems that it can also fly. The pirated Gundam of Ko-Oki spouted blue flames from the feet, and it was able to fly. The people who can't fly can only anxiously look forward to the dragon landing. The vampire Lori Fiora headed straight for the dragon first, and the huge death sickle in his hand attacked towards the dragon's neck. The dragon is not a vegetarian, either. He raised his front paw and grabbed it towards Fiora. Fiora had escaped the dragon's claws by making an emergency stop. Bella immediately wanted to take the gap of the dragon to grab Bella and attack her neck. Bella's speed was very fast, her dexterous figure held a dagger in her hand and pointed directly at the skin without scales on the dragon's neck. The dragon seemed to know his weakness, and with a sudden shook his head, the huge dragon head almost hit Bella. The speed of the succubus was slower than that of the two of them, and had been stalemate with the dragon trying to find a suitable breakthrough opportunity. Gang Oki's pirated Gundam kept firing low-quality ammunition on the dragon, but it seemed to have no effect. You don't have hair either, he, eat my artillery he. After Oki finished speaking, the one-shot artillery shot out from his gun, and it looked like it exploded at the giant dragon's front door. The giant dragon ate pain, roared, and the giant dragon head lifted up. The neck area can be clearly seen turning red. Hurry up! This animal is going to breathe fire! I yelled at the four. The four of them would have noticed, hiding behind the giant dragon, it is really difficult for such a huge body to turn its head easily. Grass! The four of them hid behind the dragon. The dragon did not look for it again, but instead pointed the dragon's head at me. What am I, grudges or hatred with you? You are so against me? Just because I am the devil? Just because I am handsome? I didn't dare to hold big, so I ran away to avoid it. It's just a pity that it is still a step slower after all. The fireball that exploded, threw me flying, if it weren't for the armor, I would die. Why does this dragon target me like this? Ordinarily, it should be very anxious when its dragon egg is taken away. Why does it have to kill me? In that case, you hairless beast! The great devil's anger must be vented. I recalled the actions in the armor operation manual, and immediately followed them. Devil, what are you doing? There is still time to dance now. You don't know how to be bald, it's better to fight than to dance. The four people in the sky are fighting against the dragon. It's hard to tell the victory or defeat for a while, but I feel that the dragon's attention is all on me. Maybe I will take the cold and give it another shot. Transform! I shouted. In an instant, the black armor all over my body turned into a pattern on my skin, and my body became tall and strong. The armor on my back changed into a pair of huge bat wings, and the original armor horns on my forehead became a real devil. Horn, this huge devil's horn seems to pull the wind every time. The side of his face is only slightly similar to my original one, and the color of the whole body has changed to dark purple. Magic, Lord Demon! Dahu said tremblingly. Tianbao also looked excited. Fadiro's face was a little weird. Lina and the facial paralysis mage looked at me with bright eyes, and the heavy armored knights in their team looked contemptuous. Alas, being handsome is always a mistake, and it's still too eye-catching. The king's anger must be vented well. I vibrated the bat wings behind me. At first, I was a little uncomfortable. This kind of control felt like my mind was in control, and I barely controlled it after I got used to it for a while. The twin vampire Loli saw me flying from behind, and her mouth grew up and stayed in place for a while. Even the claws of the dragon behind him completely forgot to evade. I speeded up a sprint and blocked the dragon's attack with my arm, and smiled at both of them. Devil, devil! Are you back? Fiora's face was reddish, and she said excitedly. Mahu-sama, is it really you? Are you really back? Bella changed her previous illness and asked me with some mist in her eyes. Gang Oki and Succubus Sai are in good condition, they just looked at me with a smile on their faces. At this moment, where the dragon is attacking is when it is chatting. I smiled evilly at the four of them. This king's servant, assist this king will meet this hairless beast himself for a while. Hey, Gang Damu didn't mean you, don't be emotional. Ever since I resisted the dragon's claws, the dragon stared at me, but this look was a little different from before, and the look of anger was filled with sadness and anxiety. How is this going? Is this giant dragon only interested in my armor? You are not interested in my strong and sturdy body? I settled my mind, no longer thinking about it. My servants! Help me! After I finished speaking, I swiftly accelerated and flew towards the dragon's neck. The dragon seemed to be a little dazed to see me attack and let out a roar. My ears hurt by this roar. The long sword in my hand made a faint sound. I raised the long sword to dodge the dragon's claws, trying to bypass its sharp claws and rush into its neck. The battle was very stalemate for a while. I contained the dragon's attack. Bella and others attacked the dragon desperately. It was just the scales of the dragon, and the attack didn't have any effect at all. The giant dragon knew his weakness and protected this neck to death, lowered his head, and hid the weakness of the neck. Fiora, you come to contain it. Fiora knows how to resist the dragon's attack, and I walked around behind him www.readaloud.com and straddled the dragon's head. The long sword in his hand stabbed fiercely, but it was just a small blood mark. The dragon roared again, shaking his head frantically. It's useless. In that case, I'm going to be cruel. Standing on the dragon's head, I pierced my long sword into the dragon's eyes. Clang! The long sword seemed to be stabbed on an iron plate. The dragon has 3 eyelids. It's useless, Lord Demon. Grass, don't say it earlier. Force it to fall. The 4 knowingly began to harass the dragon from high places. I turned to fly to the dragon's wings and started to stab it desperately. Maybe the dragon was in pain and started to fall slowly. Tianbao, prepare to spin silk. Spit on the dragon's eye. Dau and the heavy knight are interfering frontally. Fadiro is looking for Chrysanthemum, and Lina and Ally stand and play by yourself. I began to tell everyone. The giant dragon landed slowly, and everyone began to do their own things in an orderly manner. The dragon that had just landed raised its head, the weakness in the neck was revealed, but no one dared to step forward. Flash, it's going to spit fire again. Boom! The fireball exploded again, and everyone was overturned to the ground, looking very embarrassed with a black and grey face. It's just that among this group of people, Lena was not injured at all. Correct. Lena is 100% ignored by the enemy and has the characteristic of avoiding enemy attacks 100%. Could it also work on dragons? Lena. Are you afraid of death? Attack the dragon if you are not afraid of death. Lena glanced at me. For the city of Capua, for the glory of the paladin. She screamed sweetly. Raised the sword in his hand and ran towards the dragon. Chapter 22, The Weeping Dragon and Yuri who is afraid of killing. Watching Lena rush towards the dragon, I was worried that something would happen to her, so I followed closely to cover it at any time. The dragon saw me attacking again and tried to bite me with a big mouth full of sharp teeth. You bastard, didn't you see the female knight? You just love to mess with me, right? I speeded up and passed through the dragon's mouth that had not had time to bite. A fishy smell rushed over his face. When I saw a play, the dragon seemed to instinctively ignore Lena. Ellie. Get ready for your most powerful attacking spell. I will start at Lena when I shout, no, I will attack the dragon. Lena actually went straight through the dragon, imitating no one's land. Lena stood at the feet of the dragon, constantly attacking the dragon's thigh. There is a play, too much play. This attribute is simply the attribute of the strongest protagonist. It turns out that a low sense of presence is such an amazing thing. Lena's attack didn't hit the dragon with a single blow. I looked at Lena who was mocking her mouth in embarrassment, and it was fair. If others don't attack you, you can't attack others. Doesn't it mean that they don't exist? Bah, trash. I couldn't help but curse. Bella, Fiora, and Savi, you three attack the dragon head-on, create opportunities for me. I picked up Lena, who was still waving the sword indiscriminately. She looked at me flushed. I picked up Lena and flew to the dragon's weakness without hindrance. Turned around and smiled evilly at Ali. Ali, shoot me. Ali knows, but she looks at me suspiciously. But it did. The huge fireball came towards me. It was indeed much smaller than the dragon's mouth. Seeing that the fireball is only a short distance away from Lena and I am afraid it will hit both of us in the next second. I quickly stabbed the long sword in my hand to the weak spot of the dragon's neck, and it easily pierced in. The dragon suffered pain and raised its head. Weaknesses are even more exposed. I watched the fireball about to attack. I quickly accelerated and dodged downwards. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball exploded at the dragon's neck. The long sword completely pierced into the dragon's body, blood gurgled out, and fell to the ground, rising up in smoke. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the fireball hit me again behind me. This facial paralysis. I held Lena and flew to the dragon's neck again. Lena's use is like adding an automatic tracking system to Ally's fireball. These two tricks are really useful at certain times. The dragon seemed to be a little dazed by the fireball's attack, and for a while, he was unsuspectingly attacked by Ali's fireball continuously on his neck. After several attacks, the dragon's neck was bloody. It's just that such an attack doesn't seem to kill it. Moreover, once the dragon was seriously injured, it would be a disaster for the dragon to wake up again after 1,000 years. The dragon let out a mournful roar, sadness and helplessness in the roar. For a while, I felt a little heartache, and my unspeakable emotions filled my heart. I shook my head and looked at the neck of the already dragon. Bella, Fiora, wait for a few people to continue the cross attack. Putting the flushed Lena on the ground, I flew up again to help everyone fight the dragon. Something is wrong. The dragon gave up resistance, it is running away. The severely wounded dragon, with blood flowing, it vibrated its wings and ignored the attacks of Bella and others, allowing it to slash its neck with a single knife. It's going to run away. Stop it! Federo yelled. No, its direction is not the lair. Then, that is the direction of Capua City. Hurry up and stop. I stared blankly at what seemed to be a dragon that had burned its last life in exchange for this extremely fast flying speed, and some unknown emotions surged in my heart. Perhaps it was sadness. It's useless, we can't fly it, and I don't think it can fly to Capua, I said to Federo. Maybe it was just chasing the black cloak that stole its dragon egg. It's over. Destiny will leave the rest. The fate of Capua City is no longer in our hands. This dragon crusade, anyone with a discerning eye can find it, since I transformed. The dragon had no intention of fighting, perhaps from the beginning it was just to find its own children. Is it because it attacked the city of Capua 1,000 years ago because it was stolen by someone? Let's go. Stupid brave. From then on, you and I are enemies and not friends. I spoke to Federo and others. The devil. I think you. This king is the great demon king. Stupid brave men. From now on, you and this king will meet again, and this king will feed my magic sword Frost with your blood. Where's my magic sword? Master Demon, still stuck in the dragon. Grass. You take Lanstia back to the Demon King's castle first, and this king will go after the dragon. At this moment, the sky is completely bright, and a red sun that seems to be stained with blood hangs on the horizon. I followed the dragon closely. Although I couldn't catch up with it, I could feel its speed slowing down a little bit. When I was not far from Capua City, I had already caught up with the dragon. Flying with it, I don't know if it is an illusion, but I feel sadness in its eyes. I didn't go to draw my sword, in fact, this sword is not a good sword. The waste goddess Lanstia deceived me with an ordinary long sword that it was the sword of victory. Later, I became the Demon King. She fiddled with my sword indiscriminately, and it became the majestic blue that looks like this now. The color long sword is actually an ordinary sword. The reason why I came after was because I wanted to confirm one thing: what is the purpose of the dragon? Is it the counterattack before death or the reluctance and nostalgia before death? Why don't you return to the lair? You won't be able to heal after 1,000 years of sleep. If you fly like this, you will die. The dragon was visibly shocked, and his eyes firmly flew towards Capua City. The speed of the dragon is getting slower and slower, but it is still flapping its wings. Outside the city of Capua is only 100 meters away from the city of Capua. The guards on the wall have already seen the dragon flying over, and they are waiting for it. Ballistas and catapults parked on the wall. Embracing thick and thin crossbow arrows and huge rocks are being urgently loaded. A distance of less than 50 meters. The rhythm of the dragon flapping its wings was slower. The guards began to attack, and crossbow arrows and stones came like rain. Hit the dragon's body, it didn't even scream, it still flew towards the town. The guards are yelling, I can't tell what it is. Another wave of attacks struck again. Is only 10 meters away from the city of Capua, and the dragon can no longer hold on to it anymore, and fell straight to the ground from mid-air. At this time, a roar filled with sadness resounded across the sky. Then came the congratulatory voice of the guards, which I heard very clearly. They are celebrating the killing of the legendary dragon that destroyed the town. I stood in front of the dragon, looking at its huge dragon head. Its eyes stared desperately in the direction of Capua City. Help my children! There seemed to be a somewhat ethereal word in my ear, maybe it was the dragon. The dragon closed his eyes, it may be my dazzling eyes. There are some watermarks in the corner of the dragon's eyes. I agreed, seeming to be talking to myself. In the congratulations of the guards, I pulled out the long sword stuck in the neck of the dragon. Under the hostile gaze of the guards, I turned and flew towards the castle. It's just that there are some unknown emotions in my heart. Humans are just humans after all. Devil's Castle. I sit on the throne. What's the matter? How could Yuri be unconscious? My angry voice resounded throughout the hall. Ma, Lord Devil, when we found Sister Yuli in the forest, she was already in a coma. Where is the human brave? died. Yu Li killed it. When we found out, Sister Yu Li was holding a human heart in her hand. The demon is still a demon after all. Is Lanstia awake? Master Lanstia wakes up and is looking after Sister Yuri. Master Demon King, it is impossible for Yuri's sister to kill. She has never killed a human in over 1,000 years. Because Yuri's sister, she is afraid of killing. Chapter 23, I Look Good in Women and number 039, S Clothing. Devil's Castle, Throne Hall. I looked at Sha-wei who was trembling and talking in front of me. I was shocked. Yuri hasn't killed a human in thousands of years? Is she afraid of killing? Take this king to where Yuri. Demon King's Castle, 6th floor, Yuri's room. This is a neat and clean room. As the first time I entered the boudoir, I was a little excited. The smell in the room is very good, and the furnishings are neat. On a wooden bed, Yu Liping lay on it, with Lanstia sitting beside it. She smiled when she saw me coming. I was a little surprised by this smile. How is your body? Our Lord Demon is actually concerned about people. I'm fine, but Yuri's situation is a bit difficult. What's up with her? I don't know, I've been in a coma, occasionally talking nonsense. Lanstia's voice just fell. Yuri started talking. Don't come over, I didn't have it, I didn't kill it. It wasn't me. I frowned. Is it really as Sha-wei said, Yuli is afraid of killing? As a demon's, he doesn't even know how to kill, which is a bit embarrassing to say. Looking at Yuri's painful expression while sleeping, my heart feels a little uncomfortable. Lanstia, come here, Sha-wei, Bella, you guys, take care of Yuri. I took Lanstia to the outside of the room. Before I spoke, the trash goddess spoke first. Do you want to ask about the dragon? Did you change yourself? I touched Lanstia's head. I just recharged, right? Ale, stop making trouble, I don't know about the dragon. Bah, it's still a waste. Ah, you. I ignored Lanstia who stared angrily. Don't you want to know about Yuri? She is carrying a heavy past. Do you know about her? Dolya Lu, I won't tell you if I know it. But the human mage did die in her hands. The demon clan is still a demon clan after all, even if it has not killed people in thousands of years, it does not mean that it will not kill. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. When Yuri woke up, everything became clear. Now the giant dragon thing is a big rock in my heart. About the dragon, I have some thoughts. The dragon attacked the city of Capua 1,000 years ago because someone stolen the dragon egg, and this time the black-cloaked man's bosom was obviously the dragon egg, which was stolen twice. Leave the child, you and I don't understand the sadness in the dragon's heart. If she didn't want to die, do you think we can do anything about her? She doesn't want to sleep in sorrow for 1,000 years again, she must be tired. Lanstia gave me a surprised look. So, what are you going to do, Lord Demon? I have determined that there are 2 dragon eggs, and the black cloak was stolen. I am not in a hurry for the time being. I have a hunch that I will meet him again. And the one from 1,000 years ago did not seem to have hatched. I plan to go to Capua City to find out the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Looking at the dragon's final reaction, the dragon egg must be in Capua City. I want to steal the dragon egg. Ah, my lord of the devil. I support you spiritually, and I will bless you when necessary. Go and go. I will dance a dance in front of your grave today next year. I smiled at Lanstia, of course she couldn't see my expression under the helmet. Trash, you misunderstood, we will go together. Hey? No, I want to take care of Yuri. Hee. I walked back to Yuli's room and made arrangements for everyone. When I said I was going out, I dragged the struggling Lanstia to my bedroom. Anneli, calm down. I'm a goddess, you can't profanity. Calm down. Shut up, trash, what do you think you can make me blaspheme? Have you ever seen a telegraph pole in the sky? Do you know that you are standing on a telegraph pole? I just finished speaking, only to feel a cool breeze around me. Lanstia looked at me coldly. After a long time, this terrible feeling disappeared, and Lanstia regained his old smile, but I was a little panicked by this smile, and an ominous premonition suddenly appeared. Okay, I'm a goddess. I'll do it for you once. Let's go to Capua City. After defeating the dragon, humans must be celebrating. You can relax and relax. I took off my armor and put on a light armor that I used to be a brave. The clothes are still comfortable to wear. And Ellie, you still look good in this outfit, tisk tisk. Bah, open the door quickly. Yo haha, the guy is quite impatient. Lanstia looked at me with a wicked smile, my whole body trembled a little, and I always felt something wrong. After a while, Lanstia opened the portal, and I stepped into the portal amidst suspicion. Capua City, Doer Street. The long procession in front of me seems to be celebrating the defeat of the dragon. A lot of people, like a long dragon, came from the street towards me. The position where I appeared was just not far in front of their team. The parade procession stopped suddenly, and the cheerful music that had been played stopped abruptly. A group of people looked at me blankly. Look at your brother-in-law? Have you never seen a handsome guy? I cursed in a low voice, isn't it just blocking your way? I just walked away. As for a group of people looking at me with wide-eyed eyes, am I so good looking? And these women actually covered their eyes with their hands, looking at me through the gaps in their fingers. Sure enough, handsome is a sin. I shook my head, there was a gust of wind, and I felt a little cold. Is your body cold? I was taken aback and lowered my head tremblingly. Grass. Prairie mammoth. What clothes do I have? It's Lanstia, that's right. This black-bellied trash goddess is actually doing something about teleportation. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing, and I covered the mammoth with my hand. Hey, this is the Emperor's new outfit, how about it? It's a popular one this year. As soon as my voice fell, everyone seemed to react to it. www.readaloud.com. For a time there was a lot of scolding. Catch him, I know him, he is Onal. The thief who stole the devil's helmet. Yes, he is still a rascal. Hey, I met again, Xiao Xianro, come home with me. Suddenly a group of people rushed towards me. Dying to death. I ran to the side alley quickly. As soon as I turned my head, I saw Lanstia smiling brightly in the sun not far behind me, waved to me, and seemed to say, have fun. Trash, you wait for me. I yelled and ran desperately. When passing by an alley, there were bamboo poles on the window on the side, and women's long skirts were hanging on the bamboo poles. I could manage so much, so I pulled them down and put them on my body. I ran lifelessly, shouting a killing sound behind me. Big brothers, can't you go back and celebrate? You have to come and follow me. What can you do if you catch up? He, I will take you home if I catch up, he. Damn, forgot to have this grandson. The alleys were turned around as they saved my life. I can't remember how long I ran before I could barely get rid of the group of followers behind me. My mansion is also in sight. Onal? You. It's done. I didn't expect that I would meet the female knight Lena, dressed in women's clothing. You, what are you? I am what I am. Onal, not only do you not go to fight the dragon, but you are still a womanish addiction. I have a black line on my face. This face is completely ashamed. And, besides, you look so good in women's clothing. Hey. Chapter 24, as the Demon King, I should go to seducing the leader of the night? Capua City South, my mansion. In front of me sat Fedro, who hid his mouth and snickered, and the smiling flower branch trembled, ignoring the image of Lanstia. Lena was okay, staring at me sluggishly, as if she was reminiscing about my appearance in women's clothing. "Can you be more serious?" "Cannot." The three of them all replied. "My teeth are itchy." "Master Onel, I heard that you love women's clothing. I have many styles here, come on, baby, come with me and choose them in the room." The head chef Crew, with a face and a beard, suddenly broke into the door and leaped at me. A sense of crisis spontaneously arises. Crew hugged me and rubbed my face desperately, making my face all pink. Lanstia and the three laughed more happily. I pushed Crew away and kicked his ass. After kicking out, I closed the door and blocked the door tightly with various furniture before sitting back in my seat. "Okay, Onel, why didn't you go to crusade the dragon? We searched the whole town and couldn't find you." Federo spoke first. "Oh, I went to buy a skirt." Federo looked at me in surprise, as if he never expected me to say this. Seeing that Federo could not find the words to criticize me, he turned to Lanstia. "Master Lanstia, the things you arranged are somewhat difficult to handle." Federo stopped talking, and glanced at me. Seeing that Lanstia agreed, he continued. "Dragon Egg is not in Capua City." Lena said first. Finally said the topic, but Lena wanted to say that the city lord didn't know that it might be the case. After all, she is the only daughter of the city lord. Father told me that he didn't understand things thousands of years ago, but he analyzed it from some historical materials. It was indeed because a brave man brought back a dragon egg, and soon afterwards the dragon attacked the city of Capua. And this one. The dragon egg was sent to the capital of the Duchy of Aran on the day the dragon attacked the city of Capua. Something is wrong. I know that the dragon has a keen sense of smell. Judging from its reaction, the dragon egg should be in Capua City, but now Lena is clearly not quite right. Is it because the dragon egg stolen by the Black Cloak is hidden here? As a brave man, I did not participate in the crusade of the dragon. At this moment, I pretended not to understand. "Dragon egg? What dragon egg?" Lena glanced at me and explained to me. "We suspect that the dragon attacked Capua 1,000 years ago because the dragon egg was stolen by the heroes in the city. The dragons are dead, so what are you doing?" Federo glanced at Lena, who was just trying to explain, and said rushingly. "Didn't the reinforcements of the Principality of Elaine just arrived in Capua in the early hours of this morning? Is there such a possibility?" Federo took a sigh of luck and said. "The dragon egg was originally in the capital of the Principality. The king saw the dragon awaken and brought the dragon egg to the city of Capua with the reinforcements sent by the Principality of Aran." I took a breath. If the Bald Dipper said, the king of the Principality of Elaine clearly wanted to abandon the city of Capua. This is where he came to support the battle with the dragon. This is clearly the city of Capua. Abandoned child. Everyone was silent for a while, and the bald analysis was too heavy. "Lena and I will continue to investigate, and if there is any follow-up, we will report to you, Lord Lanstia." Federo stood up and said to Lanstia, then turned around and started to move the furniture I piled at the door of the room, wanting to leave here. "By the way, if this dragon egg is stolen, I hope his new owner can treat him well." Federo left a word before he left, seeming to be saying to Lanstia that he looked at me but stared at me. Soon after, Lena left the room with bright eyes, saying that she was going to participate in the dragon slaying ceremony. For a while, only me and the waste goddess Lanstia were left in the room. Hey, my goddess! How do you say I should express my devotion and love to God? Would you like me to take it off again?" I smiled and looked at Lanstia. "Hey, don't do this, we are gods, we all love the people in our hearts. I accept your humbleness. No need to take it off, no need. Accept your brother-in-law, you trash goddess. Do you know what people in the city say about me now? The little mouse on the prairie. I was taken aback for a while, and it took a long time to react. You are waiting for the waste, one day I will make you cry. I am scared to be a kind, beautiful, righteous and charming goddess. Forget it, let me ask you, how did you tell Bald Diao, why is he willing to help you find the whereabouts of the dragon egg? Lanstia stroked her hair with her hand. I told him, I want to save the dragon's child, so he will. It's that simple. It's that simple. I always feel that Lanstia has a lot of things hidden from me. Trash, what is your identity in Fedorov's eyes? Lanstia looked at me, he stopped talking, and seemed to remember what had happened to me during the teleportation. Angels, angels who bring hope and peace, angels who endure humiliation and hide under the evil rule of the devil. Bah, who is evil what we two do? Don't care about it, little joke, little joke. Hee hee. Are you a fallen angel in the eyes of the demons again? Ah? You know? Well, it's a fallen angel. Identity is a troublesome thing, just as soon as the angel's wings turn black. Listening to Lanstia saying that he is an angel in the eyes of the brave, this is only a secret known by Federuo and others. Let me take a look at it, I haven't seen an angel yet. Lanstia looked at me twistedly. Thought for a while and sighed. Then suddenly a pair of white wings grew from behind her, and even feathers floated past me. With Lanstia's white hair and white dress. It's really beautiful, just like a noble angel came to the world. But the brilliance of Lanstia still couldn't move me. I walked behind Lanstia, put my hand on her wing, and tugged vigorously. I dragged half of her wings from behind her. What are you doing, Onel? Do you know how expensive this is? I can't bear to wear it a few times, so I was torn by you. Oh, my salary. Waist props are always shoddy, yuck. I threw half of my wings to Lanstia, she hugged and sobbed, screaming that the salary was gone. In the evening, the mansion in Capua. I haven't eaten Crew's food for a long time. Although Crew is unreliable, he is still very good at craftsmanship. Just as I was eating vigorously, the bald Federo opened the door and came in. Does Bald know how to be polite? Whose is this? Can you knock on the door? Federo was taken aback. It's not a Bald scoop, it's Federo. This is my house. I don't speak anymore. In theory, I am now penniless in Capua City, this house is no longer my own, and I owe Lena a huge debt of tens of millions. Federo looked a little anxious and said respectfully towards Lanstia. Master Lanstia, it's a pity. The Blood Wolf Knights came from the capital to support Capua. Their leader is called Auxer. I know him well, but unfortunately this person is too shrewd. I couldn't ask about the dragon. I'm not surprised after hearing what Federo said. Don't say you didn't ask, I don't think it's hard to say whether Auxer knows or not. Lanstia frowned and looked at me, then at Phaedrus. Is there no other way? Federo thought for a while, then suddenly looked at me. The bald eyes are bold and naked, naked. His squinted eyes shocked me. Auxer has a weakness, this person is extremely lustful. The bald scoop stared at me as he spoke, and deliberately raised the last two words. This bald scoop, Auxer is lustful, so why are you staring at me squintingly? Is it possible that this bald scoop is as good as Long Yang? I buried my head and continued to eat. Hey? You mean seduction? Lanstia followed Federo's gaze and looked at me. Although I buried my head and was paid attention by two unkind eyes, I felt uncomfortable. I dropped the knife and fork. This kind of food is impossible. 8. Bald, there is something to say, there is a fart. Don't look at me squintingly. Anneli, you look cute in women's clothing. I felt a bit of cold all over my body, and was staring at me with a squinting sturdy bald head. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also asked him to say such words. Bald, I didn't expect you to be gay. It's not a bald scoop, it's Phaedrus. Auxer is very lustful, and you pretend to be a waitress to accompany him to drink, and he will get a clue about the dragon egg after getting drunk. How? Hee, get out. Which one of you loves to go? Lanstia is not a woman. Lena is not a woman? Bully me just because I'm cute. Calm down, peace. We only know Lena about the dragon and dragon egg. Lena is the city lord's daughter, and Asel knows her. Lord Lanstia has a special identity, let alone her. Go to serve the old, kinky, stick. So only you are the most suitable. What's more, your dress looks really cute. Wait, bald scoop, what old stick did you just say? It's not bald, it's Phaedrus. Master Onel don't care about these details. Auxer only stays in Capua for one night, and he will leave for the capital early tomorrow morning. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if you really use, I really only have a suitable candidate. It is impossible for others to know about Dragon Egg. However, if you easily accept the matter of wearing women's clothing to go to sex, then I will not be the first brave in Capua. I glanced contemptuously at Lanstia with a smirk, and Federo with his eyes shining brightly. I can agree, but I have a request. No problem, what kind of skirt do you want, Onel-sama? How about maid outfits? I heard that you are old. No, Auxer likes maid outfits very much. I took a look at Federo who was excited. Hey, I will consider, and my request is. Bald, you also wear women's clothes and follow me. It's not a bald scoop, it's Faye, hey. Chapter 25, Bakura made masquerade disguised as a lady. Capua, south of the city, my mansion. Federo sniffed his clothes and looked disgusted. Of course he should dislike it, because the clothes he wears are from crew's help. Phaedrus wears a goose yellow dress and a red wig on his head. He was good looking, but now he looks dignified and beautiful in such a dress. I was wearing the maid outfit Hill lent me, not to mention it was pretty fragrant, he. And Ellie, what are you doing? Lanstia looked at me and asked questions. What is the most important thing about a man pretending to be a woman? Chest. There is no such food as steamed buns in this world. Fortunately, there is something like wheat, so I had to make it myself. It didn't take long for a pot of steamed buns to come out. I looked at the of a pot and smiled with satisfaction. Hill, who beat me to the side, blushed and took a nasty bite. Lanstia stared at the bun in a daze. I called bald Federo to put on everything. I finished my clothes, not to mention it was really cute. And Ellie, do you think you turned on any weird switch? Lanstia looked at me with a smirk. Yes, isn't the waist bigger than anyone else? I gathered 2 big steamed buns tied to my chest. That's right. Lanstia, do you know Toby? Lanstia's face was sinking, she was about to get angry and listened to me asking questions and looked at me with surprise. Hey? What is that? Oh, a kind of monster, the walls are fine. You look in the mirror and you will find that you are just like him. Wall. Lanstia thought for a while, her frowning brows suddenly burst open, his face full of anger picked up the chair beside me and threw it at me. Seeing that the situation is not good, I dragged the bald Federo, who was still finishing his clothes, and ran out. Slid away. Outside the city lord's mansion. Lena, who came here to pick us up, looks very luxurious in a black evening dress. At this moment, she is so excited, looking back and forth between me and Federo. And Ellie, you where? Shut up. Who is this? Lena, who was somewhat lost, pointed to bald and asked again. Federo looked shocked. He was worried that Auxer would recognize such a crude attire, but Lena didn't even recognize herself. This is the Warren I invited, a veteran lady of the world. Federo told you everything, take the 2 of us to see Auxer. I have to serve him well. Not long after, led by Lena to the banquet hall. The men and women in the hall were dressed extremely luxuriously, and beside the Lord of the Mediterranean stood a somewhat older but very strong man. Next to my father is Oxer, the leader of the Blood Wolf Knights. I looked at Oxer in Lena's mouth. He was about 60 years old. The grey and short hair is as neat as a knife, the eyebrows are also white, and there is no beard, and the whole person looks very healthy. If it hadn't been for Federo, I really couldn't believe that such a character would have the weakness of lust. I touched Fedro with my hand, and Fedro looked at me aggrievedly, and screamed at me. "Waste, you can only bring out my beauty by coming forward. What's more, I am wearing a maid costume. Have you ever seen any maid who can come to the banquet?" I stroked the wig I wore on my head. This long pink hair was carefully chosen by me, because it was enough to be irritating. Pulling Federo with a constipated expression on his face, he came to Oxer's side. Seeing the two of us walking, the Lord of the Mediterranean said goodbye to Oxer. Oxer's smile appeared on Oxer's original serious face. "This old hooligan really eats this set, but I am still cute enough. Master Oxer, I heard your name, Faye admires you very much." Federo squeezed his throat and shuddered after speaking, and I got goosebumps all over the place. "Oh hat, Miss Phil has a good eye, and when he was young, he led the Blood Wolf Knights to fight a tough battle. Is this Miss Phil your maid? It's really big, oh no, cute." The old hooligan stared at me. It seemed that man's hair was a bit bigger. However, my cuteness under the background of the remnant flowers and willows directly exploded, but I don't know why, there is a cracking sound in my ears, and warm tears from the corners of my eyes. It's really a shy maid. I rarely come to these big occasions. In this way, if you go to have a tea and chat with the old man, there are so many people here, I am afraid that it will disturb the lady and your servant. This old rascal and sissy girl are so direct, but I like it. Federo nodded pretendingly and shyly. That kind of pretentious and contrived appearance really made the stomach cramp. After a short while, the old gangster Oxer led me and Federo to his room. 2 guards stood at the door of the room. Seeing Oxer back, the 2 guards raised their right hands and lay them flat on their chests, and then stretched forward flatly to be regarded as a military salute to the Principality of Elaine. Oxer motioned for the 2 to leave, and the 2 guards passed by me, staring at the 2 buns on my chest squintingly. "These 2 grandchildren are so hungry. If I hadn't got a business deal, I would have eaten these 2 steamed buns for you." Oxer opened the door. The room is not big. There is a table in the middle of the room. There are some snacks on the table. There is a big box near the corner of the bed. This box is particularly eye-catching. If this kind of specification is indeed suitable for placing dragon eggs. An Oxer's room is guarded by guards, the practice of having been in the city lord's mansion is completely unnecessary. It is clearly to tell others that there is a treasure. The old gangster took out a bottle of wine from nowhere, it still looked very expensive. "Miss Phil, this is the wine I brought from the capital. I intended to give it to the city lord as a gift. Unfortunately, there has been no chance, so why not drink it for the 3 of us?" Oxer finished speaking and opened the bottle of wine without waiting for the 2 of us to speak. It was red wine, and there was a faint scent for a while, which was indeed extraordinary. Old hooligan, don't you know how much your Uncle Anne's drinking is? Hey, I let you know what is the legend of Bacchus in another world." While Oxer was looking for a glass to pour the wine, I secretly asked Federo. "Bald Scoop, how does this old gangster drink?" "It's not bald but Phil, I haven't seen him drunk." "Bald, you are a pit devil, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier?" "I was going to get drunk, what should I do now? Could it only be solved with my strong body?" I gave Federo a fiercely. I can't help thinking about the plan in my mind. Oxer poured 3 glasses of red wine, 1 for each. To the beautiful Miss Phil and her lovely maid. Oxer raised his cup and respected. I have to say that Oxer's drink volume is really good. He drank most of a bottle of wine by himself. It seemed that he had just come into interest, and he kept holding Federo's hand. Miss Phil, your hands are so beautiful, but there are a lot of calluses on this hand. Are you also a brave, Miss Phil? Deserves to be the leader of the Blood Wolf Knights, with a sharp vision and careful thought. It is true that the hand holding the sword for a long time will have calluses. Fedro was a little nervous, looked at me, and breathed a sigh of luck. Master Oxer just laughed. I just like some swordsmanship. How can you compare to Master Oxer? I heard that the dragons were all destroyed by you. Oxer was slightly drunk. After listening to Federo's words, his eyes flashed imperceptibly. Haha, Miss Phil laughed. Yes, the evil dragon was really slaughtered by the Blood Wolf Knights led by the old man. This old gangster is not ashamed of telling lies. Gradually, the old gangster gradually became bold and began to lay hands on Federo. Federo blushed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wants to refuse and welcome. That's right, Federo seemed to be very happy to play. Seeing that I and Federo were still awake, Oxer wanted to get some more drinks. Taking advantage of Oxer's exit, I hurried to the box next to the bed. This was a very ordinary large box with a seal on it. Bald scoop, do you think there will be dragon eggs in it? It's not a bald scoop, it's Miss Phil. It feels like looking at such a big box. But there is still a seal on it. What should I do? You ask me? How do I know? The old gangsters drink well, it's a bit difficult. While Federo and I were studying, Oxer pushed in. Carrying 2 bottles of wine in his hand, with a bag pinned to his waist, the bulging one didn't know what it was holding. 2 beautiful ladies, let's play a game of the hero and the devil. While talking, Oxer opened the waist bag and poured out the contents, 2 pairs of devil horns and 2 tails, as well as several leather whips and ropes. Master Oxer, how do you play this game? My beautiful maid lady, a very interesting game. You put on these decorations to pretend to be the devil and his servant, and I will be a brave. Isn't it a pleasure for the devil to drink and have fun with the brave? Haha, you old rascal would actually think of a game like this, making a fake maid who is a devil pretend to be a devil? Interesting. Master Oxer, what about this whip? Oh, I got it wrong. Where is this rope? It was accidentally installed. Hee, old rascal, I will use your wrong props. I promise to give you one of the most interesting devil and warrior games in history. I want you to see what is a maid who is dressed as a woman, Bakura Devil. Chapter 26, The Steamed Buns Are Still Original. Federo's gaze stole at me for help, and it was pitiful to wear his current attire. I picked up the devil's horns and tail on the table and took them happily. Since there was something broken in my heart, it was nothing wrong, and I was still looking forward to it. The old hooligan, the real maid is coming. Fedro is twitchy and well dressed. The old gangster Oxer looked at me with excitement, his eyes beaming with excitement. Master Oxer, it's a pity not to use this rope and whip. Oxer was startled slightly, then his face was happy. This, I don't know how to use it. Lovely maid, do you know how to use it? Yo, you old rascal, you are still a shy trembling shaking is really nothing. If there are 100 shaking ms in this world, there should be 99 people I know, and one more is moving in this direction. Master Oxer, I have a suggestion. Would you like to listen? Listen. I listen, everything will be ordered by the maid. I chuckled, the old gangster is quite on the road. If that's the case, don't blame me the devil. Master Oxer, let's play the game of the Demon King interrogating the brave. Of course Miss Phil and I are playing the Demon King and the servant. You will be the brave, my mighty dragon slayer. Well. Oxer's eyes beamed after listening, unable to restrain his excitement. Master Oxer, I have to do it. For the sake of authenticity, I have to tie it up for you first. Hey, the old man is not afraid, since the old man asked to play, let's accompany the two beautiful ladies. Hehe, you really want to play it, you old gangster will finish it sooner or later. Master Ozer, please take off your armor first. Ozer seemed to be waiting for this moment, he took off his armor as soon as I fell. Federo and I picked up the rope. Since we put on this dress, Federo has been a little sluggish. At the moment, I picked up the rope but was in good spirits, and quickly tied Ozer firmly. I looked at Ozer and picked up the whip in my hand. Osul-sama, this devil is about to start. Wait, Miss Maid, why is your voice a little crazy? Of course it is to cooperate with you in playing the devil game. After I finished speaking, I raised my whip and drew it on Ozer. Ozer screamed in pain, and the voice was refreshing. Haha, it really is an M. I have always believed that the so-called M is not hitting hard enough, so I increased the strength in my hands. Say, what are you despicable brave doing in Capua City? Ah, oh. 4. In order to destroy the dragon. Did you destroy the dragon? Miss Maid, what are you asking for? Ah, so cool. Answer me, I am the devil. Federo stood by and stared at me blankly, as if remembering some sad memories of the past, suddenly turned over to the bed and covered his head with a quilt. His move made Ozer even more excited. Ah, Lord Demon, spare your life. The dragon is not, I didn't kill it. What's in the box you brought? What box? Ah, oh. I don't know. Where is the dragon egg? Say it. I just said something and suddenly realized that I had said something wrong. Stopped the whip in his hand. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a little frozen, and Ozer changed his soothing expression and looked at me with a cold face. Who are you? My heart was not good, I was too excited to play, and I ended up asking bald mouths. Quickly, open that box. I yelled at Federo, who was still covering his head. Federo saw that the sound in the room suddenly stopped, and he was showing his head to check, and when he saw me yelling, he immediately ran towards the box. Ozer was tightly. He secretly tried to break free of the rope. He was full of green veins and horned dragon, shouting loudly. I looked at Ozer nervously, for fear that he would break free. Seeing him suddenly exert his strength, I was shocked. But fortunately, Ozer did not break away from the rope. When I was proud, he suddenly shouted. Come on, catch these two thieves. I greeted Federo to escape, but saw him still squatting trying to open the box. This dead bald scoop is still the time of the broken box. Time is running out, I am a little anxious, there are faint footsteps outside the door. A team of guards pushed in, and I thought about it to myself. I'm fine. It's just that this bald has suffered. He is also the first brave man anyway. If this is discovered, his life will be ruined. If it doesn't work, you can get mixed with me, the big devil, in the devil's castle. Just when I was a little desperate, the room was suddenly dark, and the sudden darkness caused a group of guards to stay in place. The lighting of this world uses a kind of ore called OSA crystal. This ore is black and ordinary in its ordinary state. It will emit light like daylight when placed in water. I was wondering why it suddenly went dark. Could it be that OSA crystal is gone? Master, follow me. Suddenly a soft and cute voice entered my ears, and it was so numb and sweet. The master of this voice pulled me, and my arm rubbed her chest, not to mention that it was much softer than my steamed buns. The steamed buns were really good. Capua, south of the city, my mansion. I sit in a chair with a sad look on my face. Federo was sitting next to me holding a square brick in his hand, which looked a bit like a slab. I'm studying it with a curious look. Master, you are so amazing, you would think of such a way to steal things from the city lord's mansion. Can you teach me? I saved you, master. Talking, I was the first time I came to Capua City as a demon queen to meet the cute cat girl, the female thief who asked me to teach her as soon as she came up. You. Master, my name is Mia. Hey, the clothes you wear are really good looking, and what is on your chest? Isn't it, Master, you're a female? No. I remember the last time you were on the street. I saw it when I was running naked, it's a man. I looked at this chatty Catwoman with a bitter face. Shouldn't the Catwoman be that cute and shy? And the fact that I was running on the street naked in Lanstia Pit is so popular now? I said, Mia, let me ask you, why are you in the City Lord mansion? Hey, I heard that there is a big baby in the City Lord's mansion, so I went to hunt for treasure. When passing by your room, I heard strange noises from inside, so I secretly hid in, and finally overturned if the situation was not right. With the water in the OSA crystal, I will save you. In other words, Master, you would actually be in the City Lord's mansion, or use this dress. Isn't it better to steal this way? Is it that, Master, you stole the Demon King's helmet like this? It seems to be more powerful than my stealth. This Duran mainland thief profession is not small, but it is strange to say that sneaking only has an effect on the demons, and humans can still see it. Like Mia and Hill, who were originally demons, after a long period of intermarriage with humans, they are no different from humans except for their appearance. For these peaceful demons, humans are collectively referred to as beast ears. Later, the hidden gem crystal appeared, and the profession of thieves who used stealth stealing has since disappeared. A person like Mia who dared to steal from the City Lord's mansion can definitely be regarded as the first person in Capua City in thousands of years. No, the baby you mentioned is in the hands of Phaedrus, and I am not your master. www.readaloud.com. I am a magic swordsman. You naughty little cat. Hey, Master, I'm not a cat girl, I'm a wolf clan. A terrible wolf-eared beautiful girl. I was taken aback for a moment. It turned out to be a wolf girl, and she was a terrible beautiful girl. When I heard me say baby, Phaedro, who had been studying masonry, raised his head and looked at me. Anelli, do you think it is possible? This is the dragon. Phaedro glanced at Mia and said. Is this what we are looking for? Bald, I have long thought that your IQ is your hair, and the IQ will be the bottom without your hair. It's just a piece of ordinary masonry, isn't there still a piece of paper on the masonry, you don't read? Yes, this brick was taken out of the big box in Oxer's room, and there was a note on it that said you were fooled. Phaedro was unwilling to accept the fact that he had endured all the humiliation for a whole night but had nothing to gain. Wow, Master, this masonry is a treasure, can you give it to me to commemorate my first successful steal? Phaedro handed the masonry to Mia with a desperate look. Mia happily held it back and forth. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open, Lanstia came in, and took a look at Phaedro and I, who were still wearing women's clothing, with devil horns on their heads and tails behind them. Ah, no loss, they are two legendary brave men. I really like women's clothing. I took a sip of Lanstia and took out a breast from my arms. No, it was a steamed bun. Eat it up. Now as old as you, are you satisfied? Lanstia was a little sulky, patted his chest before looking at me and said. Something has happened. Oxer is dead. Chapter 27, Dawn and number 039, T. Call my little sister, I and number 039, am not a good person. I pressed my nose and looked at Lanstia. Trash, what are you talking about, is it possible? I just took a few whips. You mean you didn't use the knife? Isn't this nonsense, where did I get the knife? If you don't believe me, ask the bald scoop. Lanstia looked at Phaedro, who nodded slightly. The atmosphere was a bit tense for a while. Even the wolf clan chattering girl Mia was silent. After a long time, Lanstia breathed a sigh of luck. You didn't do that? Onel, tell me what happened in Oxer's room. I looked at Lanstia indifferently and saw her look sad. Indeed, as the leader of the knights from the capital, Oxer died unclearly. The biggest suspicion is Phaedrus and I, who are dressed as women. If we check hard, I am afraid that we will be involved in taking us into the city lord's mansion. Lena. After Bald and I entered Oxer's room, Oxer drank and played games and ate Phaedro's tofu. Then I smoked him and he was very happy. Then I accidentally asked about the dragon egg, he stopped playing and called someone to arrest me. At this time, Mia killed Osa Crystal and the room was dark. The three of us took the opportunity to escape. That's it. Trash, what's your tone, questioning? Do you suspect that I really killed people? But the problem is that the room is for the three of you, and it lights up after dark, and Oxer has a dagger stuck in his chest. Isn't it the two of you or? Lanstia said that he suddenly remembered something, and stared at Mia directly. Federo and I also followed her eyes and looked at Mia. For a while, Mia was hairy by our eyes. Hey? What do you guys look at me for? I'm a docile wolf-eared girl. I didn't kill people. Besides, I don't even bother to touch that smelly old man. Mia defended her aggrieved expression, and she did not look like a murderer. Things have returned to the original point. Indeed, the whole room is the three of us, and the murderer can only be one of the three of us. I didn't. Federo was always next to the box. Since the light went dark, Mia had been holding my hand, and it seemed that there was no suspicion. Things have become suspenseful. Generally, if there is a fourth person in this situation, it would be easier to explain. And many more. The fourth person? Fedro, tell me how you opened the box. This? The box has a lock. I haven't opened it. Suddenly it went dark. At that time, my hand was placed on the box, and the box opened by itself. I reached into the box and touched it for a while, and finally figured it out. Come with a brick. So you are not sure, this brick in your hand was taken out of the box, right? Phaedro looked at me with wide eyes when he heard it. Putting the question about what is in this box for a while, I turned to look at Mia. I stared nervously at the wolf girl in front of me who had only seen two sides. Phaedrus and Lanstia seemed to feel my nervousness and stared at Mia again. Mia looked at the three of us back and forth with a bit of fear, staring at the eyes of the three of us. Mia, don't be afraid, tell me how you know there is a treasure in the city lord mansion. Mia took a deep breath and looked at me aggrievedly. I was in the room when suddenly a note was thrown into the window from the outside, and it said that there is a treasure in the city lord's mansion, Lena Lu. Then I thought that there was a celebration party today. Many people were drinking and having fun. It was just a good time to guard against emptiness. How could a brave man like me who aspire to become a great thief not seize this opportunity? What's more, it was the city lord's daughter who told me that there was a baby. So, I went to the city lord's mansion and found Lena. I went into the city lord's mansion easily. Later, when I wandered around looking for a treasure, I heard strange noises in your room. When I saw the guards rushed in, I thought, Master, you must have come to steal something too. I was afraid that you were in danger, so I destroyed the Osa crystal and saved you too. What I said is true. How could such a cute girl with wolf ears kill that old man? Besides, I don't know him yet, it doesn't make sense. If according to Mia, she is indeed not suspicious, but this is only her side of the word. But anyway, there is a key figure in this matter, Lena. Federo and I relied on her to enter the city lord's mansion, and so did Mia. I have a bad premonition, now this matter is directed at Lena. It is very possible that this mysterious person who threw the note to Mia was to frame Lena. I looked at the three people who looked confused. Take a sigh of relief. I'll stroke it. Mia was introduced into the city lord's mansion by a mysterious person for the purpose of finding a treasure. The only guarded room in the city lord's mansion before Federo and I went there. In other words, even if we don't go to the city lord's mansion, you will eventually walk to this room, and even think that there is a baby here, right? Mia still nodded with a puzzled face. If there is only one guard in the entire city lord's mansion, I will definitely think there is a problem. That's right. That is to say, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Federo, and I participated in this incident only by accident. This incident is most likely a conspiracy arranged and planned by the person who threw the note to you. Just for the thing in the box to frame you and Lena, by the way. The three looked at each other in shock. If this is what you analyze, then Lena? Lanstia asked nervously. That's right. Lanstia may be dangerous. Just as I was talking, the door was kicked open. Facial paralysis mage Ai Li looked at us four with a blank face. Master Lanstia, it's not good. Lena has been arrested and is being interrogated. The four of us looked at each other and it really made me guess. Things are really troublesome now. If you don't find this mysterious person, let alone Lena, I have to finish playing with Bald and Mia. Ellie, don't worry, of course you don't look anxious. Tell me in detail, what's going on? Blood Wolf Knights, the head of Auxer was stabbed to death. According to witnesses, Miss Lena once brought several suspects into the city lord's mansion. Two of the women also entered with Lord Auxer. After leaving the room, a goose yellow dress with red hair, a pink, maid, pretend. Yes, it's you. Oops, Federo, and I haven't changed our women's clothes yet. Seeing Ai Li, she would scream desperately. If she really yelled out to attract the guards, it would be over. It was too late and it was fast. I flew up and covered Ali's mouth. Due to inertia, Ali was pushed against the wall by me. I covered Ali's mouth with one hand and held the wall with the other. Smiled slightly at Ellie. Ai Li looked at me with horror. She wanted to shout but couldn't. Don't call my little sister, I'm not a good person. Chapter 28, Dawn and number 039, T say anything, let and number 039, S get the penguin card first. I looked at the horrified expression on Ali's originally paralyzed face, and suddenly realized that I had said something wrong. No, little sister, I am a bad person, no, I am a good person. Are you a man or a woman? I stroked my hair a little embarrassingly. This pink wig was just irritating, so I took off the wig. I am the number one hero in Capua, happy. Ali took a long sigh of relief and pushed me away. Then, who is he? Ai Li pointed to the bald Federo and said tremblingly. Federo's face blushed, and he quickly took off the red wig, showing a shiny bald head, and the attire on his face was amazing. It's me, Ellie, don't be afraid, I'm Federo. Ali looked at me and then at Phaedrus, her brows furrowed. Lena has been arrested by the Blood Wolf Knights and is being interrogated. The Lord of the city is also helpless. What should I do, Lord Lancisia, Lord Federo? Hey? Ellie, don't you ask me what to do. When I heard that Ellie was only begging for trash and baldness, I was very unhappy. It didn't give me the face of the number one hero in Capua City, right? Ai Li tilted her head and looked at me, before speaking for a long time. The thief of the devil's helmet, do you have a way? No. Actually called me the Demon King Helmet Thief, I just have a way, what would I say? Ali was crying and sad. I sighed. Go to the city lord's mansion first and see Lena. Things are not as bad as you think. Maybe the dragon egg has not been stolen. Federo and Lanstia looked at me with shocked faces. Mia just wanted to speak but they spoke first. Master, what is the dragon egg? Oh, it's a baby, a man can't stand a woman if he eats it. Indecent. Mia looked at me with a cold face, and her two wolf ears moved slightly. And Ellie, why do you think the dragon egg has not been stolen? Lanstia still couldn't help asking. I took a look at Lanstia, who was curious about knowledge, and I really didn't understand her IQ, which was already on the west. Think about it, only Auxer's room in the entire city lord's mansion has guards. There is also a big box in the room. Isn't this way of telling people clearly that there is a baby here, come and steal it? Oxer is so shrewd. Man, do you think he would not consider this issue? This is obviously a trap or bait. The real dragon egg may still be elsewhere. Lanstia and Federo nodded, agreeing with my analysis. Don't talk about this, Mia, you will stay here, and the others will go to the city lord's mansion. See if you can find out the true whereabouts of the dragon egg. Why don't you let me go, master? I am the #1 thief in Capua City. Little wolf, don't forget, Federo and I are in the city lord's mansion where we are dressed as women, and you are different. 6 strong men interrogated back and forth, are you sure you want to go together? Hey, master, I'll stay here, and I won't open the door if anyone comes. Mia stuck her tongue out at me after she finished speaking. Then someone tells the little rabbit to open the door. If you don't open it, you won't open it, I won't open it, and no one will open it. I touched Mia's head and smiled comfortingly. In the city lord's mansion. The Mediterranean looked sad, and the hair on both sides obviously lost a lot. It seemed that the Mediterranean would soon become the Dead Sea. Fedro, you are here. Mediterranean city lord greeted us listlessly. I heard that Captain Acel is dead? How is Lena now? Mediterranean squinted slightly and said for a while. Lena is locked in a cell, and the Blood Wolf Knights are being interrogated. Regarding Oxer, Federo, come with me. Mediterranean just finished speaking and then turned and walked away. Federo followed him, and I followed him closely. Easy Brave, please wait here with you, Lord Lanstia, and Ellie Brave. I'm going, is this looking down on people? Isn't it just that the leader of the Blood Wolf Knights has died? Why is it that the bald scoop can't let me see? Hey, I'm so violent, don't talk about it, I have smoked. Lanstia and I can only wait for Federo in the hall. It didn't take long before Federo wrinkled his eyebrows and walked out. How's it going? I quickly asked. Federo glanced at me, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he hooked his fingers at me. I'm going, what is this bald man doing? Is this seduce me? I met an old hooligan once. Is this opening the door to a new world? Seeing that I was not moving, Federo put his head to my ears. The breath he exhaled made my ears itchy, and a burst of electricity passed through me. Bald, when did you become gay? Stay away. There are no outsiders here, so can't you speak well? Federo glanced awkwardly at me, Lanstia and others. Oxer is not dead. What? Lanstia and I were shocked, and even the facial paralysis mage exclaimed. Speak down. Anyway, Oxer was rescued, and I just asked if I have a sister named Philosophy. Then what do you say? It turns out that Federo's eyebrows were curled for this reason. What can I say? I said no. Oxer also said that she just met a woman who was very beautiful and looks a little like me, and said that if I met, I would like to introduce him to him in the future. He also said that she must bring her maid. Federo said bitterly. This old gangster is really enough, he can't remember to eat or not. I was almost killed and still thinking about my sister now. Not right. I asked about the dragon egg, but he didn't care about it. Does it mean that Oxer knew that the person who assassinated him was someone else? Bald, he just said this? Didn't say what the assassin looks like. Federo gave me a surprised look, it seemed a little strange why I asked. I did say that, he asked me to find the person who assassinated him. He said that after the room was dark, a figure jumped up in front of him, and then a dagger stabbed himself at him. In a panic, he grabbed the assassin's clothes. It's a piece of clothing torn off, and this corner of the clothing is black. I and Lanstia looked at each other, and as expected, the black corners are probably the clothes worn by people with black cloaks. Then about the dragon egg, did you ask anything? Federo breathed a sigh of relief. Oxer's tone is very strict, and he didn't mention a word, just ask me to strengthen the guard of the city lord mansion, and I am afraid that the person who assassinated him will come again. Hehe, the old gangster is afraid of being assassinated again. He now claims to the outside world that he is dead, and doing so is to let you stare at the dragon egg for him. Phaedoros' face was black, and it seemed that people were very unhappy to take advantage of it. Don't think about it so much, now it's the business to find out where the dragon egg is. With the dragon egg as a bait, you don't have to worry about the black cloak not getting the bait. You said it is light, how can you find it? Lanstia looked at me ignorantly. Trash, I ask you, someone stole your things, but once failed, where would you hide your things? Lanstia tilted his head and thought. I will hide in an unexpected place, and then find many people to watch. Then where do you think there are the most people and unexpected? Lanstia was slightly startled, Federo also opened his eyes wide, and they both said in the same way. Oxer's room is really a fool, the synchronization rate is so high. Oxer is now in the stage of pretending to be dead, do you think he will expose himself? Will he put himself in danger? Where will it be? Ali, who has been silent for a long time, then asked www.readaloud.com. He, little sister, let me be a good person to tell you. That's the cell where Lena is. What? All three of them opened their mouths wide, like chicks waiting to eat. The person who assassinated Oxer has nothing to do with Lena. Why is Lena still locked up? Still left for interrogation? Do you think that with the strength of the Mediterranean city lord, you can't save your unsuspected daughter? So Lena is still there. Don't you find it strange in the cell? Maybe it was to protect her. I just ask you, who can attack Lena? Lena was completely ignored by the enemy for 100% to dodge the enemy's attack. Ale, there seems to be some truth. Are there or not, I will know when I go. After saying this, everyone walked towards the cell of the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion has its own cell, which is very different from ordinary cells. This is the city lord's special use to punish the people in the mansion. The cell was built underground. At the door stood two guards wearing armor and holding spears. They seemed to be from Oxer. After Federo greeted us, one of them led our party down the corridor. Torches were placed on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The dim firelight stretched our group's figure very long and swayed like evil spirits. Not long, under the leadership of a guard, I finally met Lena. And Lena's state shocked me immensely. Because she was actually playing Gwent cards with a few people who were obviously the Blood Wolf Knights. Lena heard the movement, raised her head slightly and smiled at me. Don't ask anything, let's come to Penguent first. Chapter 29, Miss Lena, where end number 039, S your egg. Lena has big golden wavy and naturally curly long hair. She is already noble and elegant with such a smile. It can be said that she is very enchanting. It's just the words in her mouth that make my brain hurt. We are all about to worry about it outside. You actually played Gwent cards with someone in the cell. Lanstia and Federo and others also have black lines on their faces. Indeed, at this time, I still have the mind to play cards. I opened the cell door, and a group of people walked into the dark, damp and mildew cell. Not counting Lena, there are 4 Blood Wolf Knights in the room. Lena is sitting on the ground with a chessboard in front of her. The original person who played with her has now stood aside, and I walked towards Lena sternly. Hey, are you playing undressing? Boom! Suddenly the chessboard was overturned and hit my front door. I couldn't dodge and hit the bridge of the nose. Lanstia glared at me bulgingly. If you don't play, you won't play, why draw a table? Why do you say, can you be more serious? I wiped my nosebleed and was about to speak, Federo said first. Miss Lena, what about your egg? Just after Federo finished speaking, Lena blushed suddenly. I slapped Federo's bald scoop with a slap. How do you talk to the lady? Go away, let me ask. Well, are you looking at the egg? Lena's face turned red. Lanstia frowned, and was about to rush towards me carrying the chessboard. Hey, it's reasonable and unreasonable, what I mean by looking at the guards is good. Seeing it is good or not. Leave them alone, is the dragon's egg here? Are you looking at the dragon's egg? I said trash, what you asked is not far from us. Lena ignored our group and stood up and walked towards the corner. It's over, it looks like Lena is angry, and I hurriedly stepped forward to make her happy. Lena, who walked to the corner, suddenly opened the corner of the wall, and then a dragon egg appeared in front of us. It turns out that the so-called wall is just a piece of cloth covering the dragon egg. This dragon egg is obviously different from the one stolen from the previous black cloak. The one is a white dragon egg with some red spots on it. It is more like an egg-shaped stone. However, it is reasonable to say that this stone is a dragon egg. It is not surprising that a dragon egg that has not hatched for 1,000 years has become a fossil, but I think the dragon's induction of saving my children is far from human comparable. Which means that this dragon egg is very likely to be able to hatch. How did you know? Lord Osser told you. The old and cheating knight leader did not say that I guessed it by my wisdom. Just after I finished speaking, some members of the Blood Wolf Knights looked at me maliciously. Now the dragon egg has also been seen, and Lena is also safe. It looks like it can go. We can rest assured that you are safe. Lena protects the dragon egg, let's go first. Just after I finished speaking, Phaedro Bald looked surprised. Lena stared at me too. Lanstia pulled me over and whispered in a low voice. Anneli, are you stupid? Yes, you got it. Don't make trouble. Have you forgotten your purpose of coming to Capua? I looked at Lanstia strangely. No, I'm not here to save Lee, that's not right. I'm here to steal the dragon egg. Lanstia looked at me like a second fool in the village next door. But it's a bit difficult. Not to mention that there is still the black cloak staring at the dragon egg. Just talk about the Lena Watcher dragon egg. Once the dragon egg is stolen, she will be held accountable, and Federo will also can't escape the relationship. Is there any way to get the dragon egg without letting Lena and Phaedrus take responsibility? Trash ding dong, I ask you, is there any way you can make a stone dragon egg that looks exactly the same again? Ah, you are asking for help? There is no way, I am not a god. Oh, no, I am a god. Why don't you ask me, maybe I can do it. Bah, waste. Lanstia just wanted to speak back when Lena's voice rang. Anneli, what did you say to Master Lanstia? Hee, nothing, just greet her every day. Lena pulled away Lanstia without even looking at me and whispered. Soon after, Lanstia came back and muttered to me. Means that Lena is not afraid to take responsibility, and asks her if she wants a dragon egg. Feelings. This Lena voluntarily took up the guard job of the dragon egg for this reason. It's hard to guard against house thief by day and night. I must get the dragon egg. At the moment when the dragon shed tears, I secretly vowed that I would fulfill my promise to take care of her child, even if her child will grow into a dragon for disaster in the future. Originally, I thought that if the dragon egg were in Capua, it would be best to steal it back directly. But I didn't expect the ups and downs of this trip to Capua, and I had to bear the burden. But fortunately, the dragon egg has eyebrows. Even if he doesn't do anything now, it is a good choice to wait for the Blood Wolf Knights to leave Capua City halfway, and Lena and Phaedro will not be implicated. I'm excited when I think about the robbery, and I yelled that this road is a scene I'm driving. I wanted to try it a long time ago. It's just that the peeping in the black cloak is the most troublesome now. There are not many people in the black cloak. Obviously, it can't be done by hard grabbing. Relying on his weird teleport to steal quietly in the middle of the night is the most suitable. It seems that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Anneli, the black cloak is secretive, unidentified, and will teleport. If I find this place, I am afraid I can't hold the dragon egg. Do you have any good way? Master Federo, don't worry, I'm waiting for the guards here. Forgive him that it's hard to get through the sky. The 4 Blood Wolf Knight guards standing aside, one of the middle-aged guards spoke first. Hee, ignorance is so happy. Would you like me to make a bet with you and bet that broken stone can be stolen even if you hold it in your arms? I pointed at the dragon in the corner. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Everyone looked in the direction of my fingers. The dragon egg that was originally placed in the corner behind Lena is now gone. Grass. It's really gone. How did you steal this peculiar thing? I said, Brother Cloak, you don't have to cooperate with me like this. Ale, don't get excited, I'm just a little tired, sit for a while, Lanstia said cutely. I followed the voice and looked at her. As expected, there was a dragon egg sitting under her ass. You trash, are you hatching eggs? Lanstia snorted and didn't say anything. When everyone saw a false alarm, they were relieved. It's really not too safe to guard like this. Don't forget that he can stab your Captain Oxer in full view. He is afraid that he has some sneaking ability. No one can guarantee that he can't find here. Once you find out now, the dragon egg is really not easy to hold. Federo said in cooperation with me. The 4 Blood Wolf Knights hesitated for a while. Then what do you think should be done? I looked at this ignorant middle-aged Knights member. How to do it? Of course it's some extra stuff. I looked at the puzzled people and slowly spoke. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Wouldn't the grandson teleport and sneak? Whether he sneaks can be detected by hidden gems. I don't know. But sneak? Teleport? Hey, I let him teleport well. Onal, what on earth do you do? I touched my bald head and said. I like bald scoops who are curious about knowledge. You send someone to find some wood oak gum. Find more and fill me the floor of this cell from the inside out. I see how he teleports. Everyone agreed that wood oak is a very common tree. This kind of tree will secrete a kind of jelly. This kind of jelly is nothing when there is water. Once the water evaporates, it will be extremely sticky. Often used in the construction of houses. The gum is colorless and tasteless. Even if it is a thin layer, once your feet step on it, you don't want to break free easily. Not long after, a group of Blood Wolf Knights lurking in other cells found several large barrels of sealed gum, opened the lid and hurriedly fell to the ground. Fedorina, an ally, also came to help. I sit leisurely on the dragon egg, and Lanstia is standing next to me as an overseer, directing a group of people to spread gum on the ground. Soon a group of people filled the entire cell, leaving only the dragon egg here. I sit on the dragon egg, let alone the feeling of hatching an egg. Lanstia, don't you say that sitting on this dragon egg is really comfortable, you don't panic at all, what's wrong with you, why are you frowning, constipation? Lanstia suffocated her mouth, as if she was about to cry. Ellie. How are we going out? I stared blankly at the glue on the ground in front of me. Hey? My goddess, why don't you try one first? Chapter 30, You will always be my waist goddess. I looked at a piece of gum in front of me, and it seemed that it had already played a role. I guess I can't get out. Federo and others stood outside the cell and looked at me and Lanstia happily. Unhappy brave, it seems that we don't need to look at it anymore. Alas, I'm so hungry. Lena, Ellie, let's go and eat something, it is enough to have peace here. Federo will take Lena and Ellie after speaking. The roots of my angry teeth are itchy, and Federo doesn't mention eating. I feel hungry when he mentions it. Lanstia looked desperately outside the cell. Ellie, are we going to spend the rest of our lives here? Shut up, waste, where is your portal? Oh, yes, I am the goddess. I will open the door. And this kind of glue is most afraid of water, so it will go out as soon as daybreak is sprinkled with some water. I'm not afraid of it in the future, but now it's only half a while before I'm guarding the dragon egg. It should be 10 o'clock in the night. It's still so long before dawn. What's more hateful is that where there is no glue, there is only this dragon egg, which means that you can only stand all night. It's really impossible. I'll put some water, but the goddess of trash is somewhat embarrassed for me. It didn't take long for the people of the Bloodwolf Knights to leave with a yawn. Before leaving, they replied with a painstakingly handed out a good person card. Hee, go, let's all eat, watch out for in the rice, and the is poisonous. Only me and Lanstia are left in the entire cell. What a good bridge it would be for a man and a widow to live in the same room, but it is indeed the goddess of waste. If only Yuli would be fine, Shai would be better, and Fiora would be better than this waste. What do you think? My saliva is flowing out. Want to grill chicken? I will ask you to eat chicken next day. I don't like it, my favorite is the pudding jelly and yogurt from the sky. Hee, trash, the 3 raw materials you mentioned are old leather shoes. One day in the Heavenly Dynasty, I will give you a pair of leather shoes to fill you up. Lanstia pretended to be gagging. This cute action made me feel a little emotional after seeing it for a while. I couldn't help comforting myself that it must be a secret room effect. By the way, trash, no one is left now, can you make a dragon egg exactly like that? Lanstia looked at me with big eyes flickering, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Besides, please, do you believe me if I throw this glue for you? Lanstia curled his lips like a deflated ball. Yes, but it will take more time. First I have to find a similar stone, and then you are cutting him into an egg. Don't say so much, just say you can't do it now. Let me see if there is something suitable in my bag. What kind of bag? Waste, you don't really have any space bags, do you have to accept ring or something? Lanstia blinked her eyes and said at me. An le what you said, I don't understand it. Bah, waste. Seeing that Lanstia didn't want to mention it, I didn't bother to ask again. Sit on the dragon egg and think about life for yourself. The top and bottom of the dragon egg are thick and thick, so it can stand on the ground just like a tumbler. It feels very comfortable to sit on the tip for some reason. Lanstia squatted on the ground with her back to me and started to play, and it took a long time before she stood up. Get up peacefully, this goddess collects the dragon egg first. Seeing Lanstia's seriousness, I couldn't bear to hit her, so I obediently stepped aside. Lanstia was magical and instantly disappeared the dragon egg in front of me, and in an instant, a dragon egg that was somewhat similar to the original appeared. Although it feels a little different at first glance, it's still the same on the whole. Trash, you are really awkward not to be a thief if you have this craft. Ah, this goddess, I am kind and beautiful, righteous and charming, so I will not be a thief. Okay, Anil, have you thought about how to deal with this dragon egg? It seems that I can't hatch at all. Regarding the dragon egg issue, I actually thought about it early in the morning. Since I gave the promise to the dragon, of course I must fulfill it. Besides, I feel that the dragon egg is alive. I always feel that this dragon egg can hatch. Lanstia looked at me blankly. What if it hatches? I will raise it. Even if she will become a dragon that everyone fears and avoids. Lanstia was silent for a moment before speaking. Well, if you regret it, I will send her back to a world that suits her. I just wanted to speak when Lanstia suddenly covered my mouth. She put her finger on her lips and made a booing motion. This action was full of temptation. I watched my heart beating for a while, and I slapped her hand off quickly, watching the surroundings. Lanstia frowned and looked at her hand blankly. I can feel danger approaching. Lanstia opened her lips slightly, her lips were red and her teeth were white, and she lay on my ear and whispered to me. I just felt that the evil fire that had just been suppressed suddenly jumped up again. I settled my mind and looked at the jail door vigilantly. Suddenly there was a figure, very fast, especially under the dim and shaking firelight in this cell. It was very strange. In an instant, a person appeared not far in front of me, dressed in a black cloak, with no expression on the face, covered by the cloak. Holding a sharp bone dagger in his hand, the handle looks like the spine of an animal. Cloak. The man laughed, and slowly took off the hood on his cloak, revealing a pale and thin face, the same face as the plague, but there were no scars on his face. A pair of eyes are hollow like the plague. The difference is that the plague has no eyeballs, and this person is shining with a blue flame in the hollow eye sockets. Chuck, stupid brave man, do you think such a trick can stop me? My name is Fear. Tremble in front of me, your body and soul will fall into the abyss of fear together. The second patient named Fear is writing poetry impassionedly. I said you guys who like to wear black cloaks are all in the second grade? You scream hard, you crack your throat. Does someone come to help you? See if I'm upset. See if I'm upset, can you hit me? You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I'm right here, you see, I'm still sitting on a dragon egg, do you want it? Come and get it if you want it. While I was talking proudly, Lanstia pulled the corner of my clothes. What are you doing with trash? Didn't you see that I was educating these secondary patients? No, look carefully. Ever since I saw the face of Fear, I consciously or unconsciously avoided his sight and looked at him. I always felt that my body could not stop shaking. After Lanstia finished speaking, I looked at my Fear. This look made my whole body fall into an ice cave. I shivered, and a bit of cold rushed from the solace of my feet to the top of my head. The Fear was like crazy, and the dagger in his hand pierced his arm. At this moment, there were dozens of large and small blood eyes on the arm, and the blood dripped down the arm onto the wooden rubber on the ground. That's awful. This wood rubber has suffered a great loss of water viscosity. This grandson uses blood instead of water. Then you must think of a way. What can I do? I'm a magic swordsman. My magic is auxiliary, and there is no long-range attack magic for acceleration. It's you, aren't you a goddess? Let's have some external magic. Ah, have you forgotten that I am a trash? I can only use defensive magic. Lanstia looked at me innocently. I actually forgot that she was at this moment. I turned around and smiled at Lanstia, and touched her head kindly. It's all right, waste is not ashamed. You will always be my goddess of waste, okay? Lanstia also tilted his head and smiled at me kindly. And Ellie, if I were you, I would hide a little bit. Because, behind you there is a dagger stab at you. Chapter 31, Let End Number 039, compare the death of Fear with whose are bigger. I was shocked when I heard Lanstia's words, and turned back slowly with some horror. Sure enough, a dagger was stabbed at me, but it seemed that it might have been stabbed at me for a long time. Fear dilutes the wood rubber on the ground with blood a little bit. Every step is so slow. When Lanstia spoke, he did stabbing me at me, but it's a pity that he is stuck on the ground again, holding his hands up. The dagger is still inches away from me. Fear, in order to alleviate the embarrassment, he smiled for an unprecedented time, but this smile is uglier than crying. Stupid brave, you wait, my name is Fear, just wait, it's almost done. Today I want you to experience what is real, wait, don't worry, Fear. I look at the Fear in front of me who speaks in two tones, one is extremely arrogant and the other is inferior. Is it possible that this second disease has multiple personalities? Fear is still diluting the glue on the ground with blood, while yelling and pleading ceaselessly. I slowly raised the victory sword in my hand and put it on his neck. Old iron, don't you buy a knife? My knife has 3 advantages. The first one is to chop copper and iron, and the blade does not curl. The second one is blown too far. The third one, there is no blood on the killing knife. Fear stared at me fiercely with a pair of dark blue eyes. The action of piercing his arm in his hand has not stopped. Brother, your name is Yang Ji? I really like this third one. But you stupid brave, forget my name Fear. After speaking in fear, the flames in my eyes flashed suddenly, and I secretly said that it was bad. At first, I fell into fear because I stabbed this grandson with a sword, and it took a long time to recover. How can I make such a low-level mistake now? Before I could remember the reaction, I just felt a chill hit me, and suddenly my body trembled slightly uncontrollably. I can't tell what I'm afraid of, but I can't control my body. I instinctively dropped the long sword in my hand and wanted to squat down and hug myself tightly. I felt dizzy. It seemed that I saw the fuzzy figure in the darkness again. The black figure made me feel frightened from the depths of my soul at a glance. I wanted to escape but couldn't move. The giant in the hands of the fuzzy figure, the blade waved at me again. Ease. Ease. Who is speaking? In this darkness, there is only such a vague figure in front of me and the giant blade in his hand, but whose voice is this? So familiar, it seems to be a sound from the depths of the soul. Ease. Ease. Who is it? Who is Onal? Who am I again? No, I'm not at ease. I am the devil. I am the big demon who is going to fight with this figure that devours the world. I roared, and clenched my fist to face the giant blade that seemed to destroy the world. Boom! I just felt a blur in front of my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the dagger in the hands of fear was piercing me. I was awake with fear, and was slightly startled. I was surprised. Hurry to avoid sideways. But it was still a step too late. Seeing the dagger pierce my chest, I couldn't help but feel bitter. Boom! There was a crisp sound, and the scared bone dagger pierced the golden defensive cover in front of me. The defensive cover? Where does this cover come from? Oh no, is it a cover? An LE? Don't be in a daze, I don't want to save you a second time. Lanstia grinned at me, and for a moment my mind was trembling. I shook my head quickly. It was wrong, it must be she saved me deliberately, and then let me have the idea of reciprocity. This is the conspiracy of the goddess, I must stick to my heart. Fearing that the blow was not successful, he attacked again. How dare I be negligent? I squatted down in a hurry, and picked up the long sword that had just fallen by the way. The fear dagger swung at me sideways, and I quickly raised my sword to block it. Stupid brave man, unexpectedly developed antibodies to my fear art? Really interesting brave man. Hehe, because I'm so special, I'm not a brave man, son thief, your grandpa, it's time for me to show real skills. I just finished my voice and I was about to use some magic blessings, but I found that fear gave me a deep smile. No. The place where there is no wood oak gum is not big, it's just a circle of dragon eggs. At this moment, I was standing with fear near the dragon egg, and Lanstia was standing near the wall, with the dragon egg in between. Fear gave up the attack on me, and stabbed Lanstia instead. The speed of fear is extremely fast, and the distance is not too far. Fear can stab Lanstia in 2 or 3 steps. I yanked my fear, but I made up for it. He watched the bone dagger in his hand stab towards Lanstia. Lanstia has no way to avoid it. I am a little impatient. The defensive cover. You are a goddess, give yourself invincible physical immunity or something. Unfortunately, Lanstia seems to have given up resistance. Why? Why not put the defensive cover? Could it be that a defensive cover just used up your mana? You are really rubbish. It's just this rubbish, but I don't allow anyone to hurt you, anyone. I yelled loudly, madly thinking about blessing magic, speed, power and defense. Lanstia looked at me with a slight smile, but somehow I saw loneliness and sadness in it. God should be lonely. I am afraid I am the only one in this world who dare to call you trash, right? God is also sad. Your people are fighting with predators on your beloved land. Are you tired? But will God die? The bone dagger in Fear's hand still pierced Lanstia's chest, and blood flowed down the dagger. I even saw wisps of blue air rushing from the dagger into Lanstia's chest. What is this? I just felt a tight chest, a hot brain, and an indescribable force urged me. Kill him, kill him. A sentence repeated in my mind. I feel that my sanity is losing. Following this sentence, I moved. The sword in my hand moves first, and the sword of victory blessed with strength and speed is like a white dragon. The wind is rising, Bei Zhang Ian, Qing Shuang asks the sky. The cold light is reaching, the bones are withered, and the sword breaks through the sky. Shadow sword sting. The long swords seem to have become dozens of them, and even I can't tell the truth from the false. I pierced the fearful body with a sword, and my mind only had this idea. The fear is really fear. He blocked my attack with a bone dagger, but how fast he could stop him. A wisp of blue air hit me, and I did not avoid it. If this is the source of fear, it is of no use to me at the moment, because my heart is filled with anger and sadness. Your fear technique has no effect on me, what else do you do? Hee, stupid brave, I admit that you are very unusual, but you think you can kill me like this? Can you save your companions? I am afraid, as long as there are people who are confused in this world www.readaloud.com there are people fear, I will not die. But you will die now. Sky Chong cross-cut. Long sword Wukong, leaving a cross on the chest of fear. Blood ran down the wound, staring at me in fear, and fell to the ground with a smile. My mind was in confusion, and I dropped the sword in my hand and ran towards Lanstia. Lanstia's original white dress was now dyed red. I picked up Lanstia, the grief in my heart was beyond words. I wanted to yell, but my throat was like a foreign body stuck in it. At this moment, I calmed down, the sadness in my heart is infinitely magnified, and the past scenes are like, wait, will God die so easily? Is it so easy for Zhu Xian to kill the gods now, and he will die after just a moment? Goddess are so casual? Could it be that Lanstia was pretending to be dead? I stared at Lanstia fiercely, her magnanimous chest was slightly ups and downs. Trash, why are you dead? You are also a god. Why are you so fragile? But hey, since you are dead, solve my long-held doubt, let's compare who has a big chest. Hey! Hey hey! I spoke with one hand and pretended to move towards Lanstia's chest. Lanstia frowned slightly, and soon calmed down again. Good, good, I admire such a strong-willed master. I'm sorry if I don't start at this moment, I won the title of veteran driver in a certain forum in Tianchao. My hand is about to approach Lanstia's chest. To be honest, I am more nervous than her, and my hands are obviously shaking. You, what are you doing? Suddenly there was a scream behind him. I pressed a frightened hand on Lanstia's chest. It's over, it's over. God's wrathful punishment is coming. Chapter 32, The Hard Environment Can End. Number 039, T. Resist the Hungry Soul. Snapped. There was a soft sound. I covered my face and looked at Lanstia, who was angry. I settled my mind. Lanstia, I finally moved you to life. You still dare to move me? Stinky rascal! But aren't you dead? Do you blame me? I'm dead, you can take advantage of me. Lanstia suddenly sat up and lay on my ears and whispered. Have you seen the wrath of God? I was so scared that one of the spirits retreated a few steps, and one fell to the ground without paying attention, just falling on the wooden rubber, unable to break free for a while. Hey, what's going on? When I heard that it was Fodro, it seems that the exclamation just now should be Lena. Is it you, Bald? Is it convenient to save me? The bald scoop is not very convenient, but Federo is quite convenient. Is Nefidro convenient now? Fedro was very convenient just now, but now it is suddenly inconvenient. Grass, the bald grandson is still holding a grudge. Isn't it just bald? Lena, can you save me? I looked at Lanstia with an angry look. It seemed impossible for them to save me from the clutches of wood oak gum. Stop talking about this, Lord Lanstia, what's the matter, why is there blood on your body? Ale, this is not blood, no, it's not my blood, it's the black cloak on the ground. Yes, Onel is terrible, killing this person and splashing my blood. But why is there a hole in your clothes? An Le, it's all, an Le this rascal. You. It's a beast, bah. Lanstia finished speaking, Lena took a sip, and Ally cursed. This waste, I still can't afford it, because I was so worried about her before. Besides, I didn't mean to eat your tofu. If it wasn't for Lena's scream that frightened me, how could I meet you? Besides, it's as flat as me. What would I do if I eat tofu? It's better to touch myself. I am very upset, but I still have to keep smiling. Dear Lord Lanstia, the villain is rude for a while, but I hope the adults will forgive me. I wonder if the adults can save me from this sea of glue. Lanstia adjusted her dress, her hair was gathered up, her face was full of spring breeze, very kind and cute. Of course you can, peace brave, I will save you tomorrow morning. Don't worry. It's over, how can I stay up all night? How can I stand a sitting posture all night? I sighed and continued to look at Lanstia pitifully. Master Lanstia, what the is going on, can you talk about it? Federo asked again. It's all right, this black cloak came to steal the dragon's egg and was killed by an Le. After killing, an Le had a beastly hair, and seeing that I was lovely, beautiful, and pure, he tried to behave badly, but this stinking rascal where is my opponent, who was thrown on the wooden rubber by my uniform? Onel, did you say I was right? My angry roots itch, but what can I do? Life is so hard, I can only keep smiling. Yes, Lord Lanstia is right. I am a stinky rascal. I see you are lovely, beautiful, and pure, and want to belittle your airport. Wait, Phaedro called the Bloodwolf Knights to clean up, there should be no one to steal the dragon egg tonight, I'm tired and want to go back to sleep. Just watch Onel here alone. Master Lanstia, go well. If you can't sleep, remember to come and see me. I have an ancestral secret recipe for breast enhancement. Lanstia's eyes flickered, surprise passed by on her face, and then her face was stern. Ah, what are you talking about, Onel? Who needs this kind of thing? Lanstia and Federo's group left. Only me and the corpse of fear are left in this cell, and the people of the Bloodwolf Knights have not arrived. I am a little sleepy, but I don't dare to fall asleep. Just as sleepy, the horrified body moved suddenly. I opened my eyes and stared firmly, comforting myself that I was wrong. If the fear didn't die, and I stood up now, then I would die. While I was staring, the black clothes that was really terrified moved slightly again, and then a faint blue flame flew out of his black cloak, and the flame floated in front of me. I was a little scared, and swallowed, for fear that the blue flame would suddenly strike. The blue flame stopped short and flew away towards the door of the cell. I sighed with relief. It seems that, as Fear said, this grandson is indeed immortal. If this is a demon born from the negative emotions of human beings, then immortality is indeed not an exaggeration. After a short while, people from the Bloodwolf Knights came and took away the horrified corpse. The people of the Bloodwolf Knights are very polite. Everyone greets me. They kindly call me a wood rubber rubbing machine. I really want to rub them on the ground. I don't know how long it takes, I'm already sleepy. Sitting on the ground, with my hands still pressed on the wooden rubber like a sculpture, I still have to stay awake. This torture has made me curse the waste goddess Lanstia countless times in my heart. Suddenly there was a faint sound of footsteps. Who? I turned my head vigilantly. It's me, Onel. You must be hungry, I will give you some food. Lena was holding a dinner plate in her hand, and a still burning torch hung on the wall behind her, and Lena looked radiant in the light of the candlelight. Isn't he the real goddess? Lena carefully walked past the wood rubber forbidden area that had been dissolved. Walked to me, leaned forward and squatted down. Although the light is dim, you can still catch a glimpse of the rough waves. Healed, my body and soul are healed. My hand can't move. Let me feed you, don't look at me like this. Lena finished speaking, picked up the spoon on the dinner plate, scooped up some food and sent it to my mouth. Her hands did not tremble a little. I opened my mouth to greet the spoon she handed over, maybe because the light was too dim, the spoon was stuck in my mouth. Lena was a little flustered. Yes, I'm sorry, I will wipe it for you. It's all right, I just rely on my face to eat. After speaking, Lena stood up. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, put the plate on the floor and searched for the handkerchief. I saw Lena walking towards me with a handkerchief. Her steps were obviously stiff. Suddenly a strong sense of anxiety arose in my heart. Lena, don't be nervous, there won't be any scenes of lone men and widows living in the same room, because I can't move them. Just after I finished speaking, Lena seemed to be even more nervous, and she walked very awkwardly 2 or 3 steps away. Suddenly Lena leaned forward and fell straight towards me. It's over, don't come over, I can't move, you can't take advantage of me. Originally sitting on me, Lena fell directly on the ground, and Lena happened to be lying on my body, her hands resting on the ground. She was stuck with this glue too. Can you move? I looked at Lena, who forcibly slammed me. No, my hands are stuck, so are my legs. I sighed. Do you say you are sending meals or welfare? Are you tired? Lie on me when you are tired. I took out the demeanor of a good man and considerate to a lady. I thought it would be difficult to spend the long nights, but I didn't expect that I would have such eye and body blessings in peace and happiness. But this is really hard to tell if an individual breaks in suddenly. I was lying on the ground, Lena knelt in front of me with her hands on the ground, her head on my chest. As soon as I open my eyes, I can see her white rabbit, which is full and looming. Lena seemed to be aware of it, lowered her head and tried to block my primal impulsive vision. Onel, don't look at me like this. Just as I was about to speak back, a shocked sound suddenly came. To be hungry that such a difficult environment cannot withstand the thirsty heart? Dogmen and Women. Chapter 33, Yuri the Original Sinner. It's over. Needless to say, it must be Lanstia. The person who didn't want to be bumped the last appeared. Master Lanstia, this is a misunderstanding, no, it's not what you think. Lena blushed and quickly explained. Lena, ignore her, she is envious and jealous, let's go on, in front of this waste, let's. No, don't talk nonsense. I just came to bring you food. Can Master Lanstia save me? Lena pleaded, crying. For a while, I can't bear it. Lanstia also saw that something was wrong, and quickly found some water, and dissolved Lena's feet and the wood rubber beside her hands. Lena, who was out of trouble, stood up, turned her head and ran out of the cell without looking at me. Don't go. At any rate, he is also a revolutionary comrade, and his friendship is in distress. In the face of the same wood rubber scrambler, don't you help your brothers? Are you comfortable? Are you happy? Lanstia said to me sternly. I can answer your question, but you have to save me first. Oh? You are really the great devil of peace. In such an environment, you still have the mind to do that kind of thing? How did you trick Lena into coming in? Hey, I said, trash, don't wrong the good guys, this is obviously Lena attacking me at night. Okay, I am the victim. I tell you, thank you for coming early, otherwise, I won't be able to see people. I pretended to cry. I don't want to care about this with you. After speaking, Lanstia walked towards the door of the cell bulgingly. Don't go. My goddess, are you going to abandon your people? Are you going to watch your people be tortured by endless suffering and just abandon them like this? I lay on the ground and looked at Lanstia and couldn't see Lanstia, her footsteps gradually disappeared, and suddenly they stopped. By the way, Anneli, what you said before, is the secret method of breast augmentation passed down by the ancestors true? Lanstia, who stood still, suddenly asked such a sentence. Hey, it's true, save me, I'll tell you. Humph. Lanstia snorted, there was no reaction, it seemed that he had really left. I don't know how long it took, and I fell asleep deeply. Wake up! Wake up! When I opened my eyes, Fedro's big face appeared in front of me, and the big bald face was very dazzling. I subconsciously stretched out my hand and slapped Fedro. Fedro was in pain, and looked at me in surprise with his face covered. I was even more surprised than him. How can I move? I stared at my hands in a daze. Looking around, I am no longer in the cell. This is my former mansion south of the city of Capua, and of course it now belongs to Phaedrus. Why are you hitting me? Sorry for being bald, I just had a nightmare and dreamed that I was chased by an egg. I saw you as soon as I woke up. This is not uncontrollable, I'm sorry. Fedro looked at me with a bitter expression on his face. Why am I here? Am I in a cell? Where's the dragon egg? It's morning now, and the people of the Blood Wolf Knights took the dragon egg and left. By the way, they rescued you who were trapped. Oh, yes, they gave me some gifts. After Fedro finished speaking, he threw me a bottle of red wine. I took a look. Isn't that really a small gift? Isn't this the red wine that I didn't drink in the Auxer room before when I was in women's clothing? But it doesn't matter, the real dragon egg is in my hands. This is much better than giving thanks. After lunch, I pulled aside and still looked at my Lanstia with the look of trash. It's time to go back to the Demon King's castle, I don't know what happened to Yuri. Lanstia looked at me and nodded solemnly. Well, Bald, I have to say goodbye. There will be a period after we meet next year. It's not a bald scoop, it's Fedro. Where are you going? Bald, I am different from you, my journey is the sea of stars. Lanstia looked at me contemptuously, followed me out of the house, and opened the portal to a place where there was no one. Devil's Castle. After arriving at the Demon King's castle, I instructed Lanstia to take out the dragon egg and carefully place it in my room. I am no longer worried that someone will steal things, and those who dare to come to the Demon King's castle to steal things, I am afraid that I am the only Demon King helmet thief among the population. After finishing everything, I put on my armor and walked towards Yuri's room with Lanstia. At the door of Yuri's room stood Dau and Gaudmu, who looked anxious. My Lord Demon? Are you back? How is Yuri? Master Hui, I just woke up, but the situation is a little bit wrong, I can't tell. I opened the door and went straight in. The succubus Savi and the vampire Lolibella are in the room. Fiora just disappeared. Just when I was curious, I felt a biting stare hitting me. Under Yuli's bed, Fiora, with his red eyes and mouth slightly raised, was laughing at me, and I was a violent confrontation that quickly avoided my sight. Yuri was sitting on the bed, her lavender skin couldn't tell her face, but her expression was sad. Lord Demon, your servant is rude, please apologies for any inconvenience. It's okay, how do you feel about your body? Thank you Lord Devil for your concern, my health is much better. Yuri said a lot better, but her eyes were a little dodging. can you tell me what happened while chasing the black cloak? I still couldn't help asking, although I know that the black cloak's ability is to cause fear, but I don't know the source of this fear. I want to say that the fuzzy figure and the giant blade in the dark world are, although I have experienced it, I still can't understand and believe it. There is also whether Yuli has killed anyone. Is it right? As Shawei said, Yuli has not killed a single person in thousands of years. She is afraid of killing. All these make me care. Lanstia glanced at me, seeming to complain of my recklessness. Yuri's eyes flickered, and it took a long time to speak slowly. The servant chased me a long way. Because I was a night elf, I was more profitable in Lin. Soon I caught up with the man. He held a bone dagger in his hand. This dagger was very weird. I had to fight back and forth. Probably because he was carrying the dragon egg, I soon gained the upper hand. I captured the man in the black cloak and tied him up again, but he was laughing from start to finish. I dared not look at his eyes. That feeling scared me. When I picked up the dragon egg and just wanted to go back to find you, a cone of ice flew from behind and scratched my arm. I hurriedly turned around and found that it was the male mage in the brave team. I thought he was injured by mistake, so I told him that the dragon egg was in hand and I could go back. The mage walked to me with a smile on his face. But he suddenly shook his hand. The dagger was stabbed towards my chest. At this moment, I don't know why, I remembered the past, a past event. After that, I didn't know anything, and I didn't wake up until today. I listened to Yuli telling her that the memories she remembered www.readaloud.com must have been bewildered by fear, and then ran away and killed the human mage? Just what is this past? What is Yuri's fear of killing? Yuri, in other words, you killed the wizard involuntarily? Is the past you talking about the past that scares you? I just finished speaking, Yuri looked at me in horror. Me, did I kill someone? Yuri suddenly lost control of her emotions, she kept talking about me killing, I killed someone. It looks terrifying. Sai and Bella hurriedly comforted Yuri, and Lanstia gave me a blank look. I blamed myself a little. Why did I suddenly ask about this? I could only leave Yuri's room. I just walked out of Yuri's room, Dau hurried over. Why panic, want to be pumped again? Dao clearly felt energetic when he heard that he was drawn. Master Devil, there is a dark elf shouting at the door, telling us to release the original sinner Yuri. What? The man of original sin? Yuri? Someone dared to yell at the gate of the Demon King's castle, which simply didn't put me as a big devil in his eyes. Go call Dao and bring more people. This king wants to see who dares to yell in front of this king's castle. Not long after, I came to the castle gate. Stood 3 dark elves in front of the door, the head of which was dark purple skin, long white hair, black eye pupils, handsome face, and a bow and arrow on his back in leather armor. Master Demon Lord, in the lower dark elf Alva, I have sought Yuri for more than 1,000 years. Only recently I learned that she is here, and asked Master Demon Lord to hand over Yuri. Master Demon Lord must not be confused by her appearance. Yuri is the original sinner who betrayed the race and brutally killed hundreds of people. Chapter 34, What and number 039, S wrong with the entire Dark Elves. I heard the Dark Elf named Alva in front of me telling me that I couldn't calm down for a long time. I killed hundreds of people, and it's no wonder that someone would come to my door. Alva, do you think this king will believe your side words? Do you think I will give you Yuri for this reason? Alva looked at me and breathed a sigh of relief. Dear Lord Demon, the Demon clan is supposed to be your people, but my Dark Elves have an agreement with the original Demon Lord. I wait for the Dark Elves to not be under your jurisdiction. I also follow the orders of the clan to act. Master Demon Lord handed over Yuri. Don't get involved in the Dark Elves' housework. I glanced at Dau next to him, Dau nodded slightly, especially, as the big devil, I can't control the Dark Elves, so angry. Yuri is now the king's servant. Her life and death are only the king's say. It doesn't matter if you say it is true or false. Go back. If you go down to the door and yell at you, this demon king will take care of your clan. Your whole clan is annihilated. I turned around and led a group of people into the castle, closed the gate, and left behind the dark elf Alva, who was secretly angry with their eyebrows curled and staring. Returned to my throne, recalling what Alva had said before, the man of original sin killed 100 people in the whole clan. Is this Yuri? Will she be doing this? I couldn't believe it at all, but Lanstia had also said before that Yuri was carrying a heavy past. After a while, Lanstia walked over with a tired look. You have to say something superfluous, and now Lee is calm. I always feel a little uncomfortable, so I took off my helmet and showed my face. Lanstia, a dark elf, came just now and said that she wanted me to hand over Yuri, and that she was the original sinner and killed 100 people in the clan. Lanstia seemed to call me her name instead of rubbish, and did not react for a while. If I said it was true, would you believe it? Lanstia rarely said solemnly. I nodded solemnly. It's true, but you still need to dig into it yourself. Are you willing to protect Yuri? Even if she was once a bloodthirsty demon. I looked at Lanstia and tried her words repeatedly. No matter what happened to Yuri in the past, I rushed to her to be my servant, and yelled at her, Lord Demon. I will protect her in the future. You will be the enemy of the entire Dark Elf. Hee, trash, I am the big demon now, but I am an enemy of the entire human race, so why not have multiple Dark Elves? Lanstia smiled relievedly. I hope you can do it, wait a while before you go to see Yuri. Lanstia finished speaking and left without waiting for me to answer. Sitting on the throne, I fell into deep thought. It is true that Yuri killed 100 people, and it is true that Yuri is afraid of killing. What happened to make Yuri the person of original sin, and let Yuri have such a deep sense of murder? Fear. How should I save her? I believe that Yuri is not a bloodthirsty demon. Let him pass as long as Yuri is still the Yuri I know. I have no reason not to protect her. With all kinds of questions, I came to Yuri's room again. Is it the Demon Lord? Before I stepped into the room, Lee's voice came from Lee. How could this noble and elegant person in front of me be the bloodthirsty original sinner? You feel better? Yuri nodded slowly. I sat on Yuri's bed and looked at her carefully, thinking about how to speak. Tianbao just said that a dark elf came to me. I was shocked. I wanted to conceal it, but I didn't expect this little bug to leak. He is my cousin. Yuri took a sigh of relief, as if thinking about how to speak. Master Devil, I will go with him. You don't have to be an enemy of the entire Dark Elves for me. Besides, he is right, I am indeed the original sinner. This sentence came out of Yuri's mouth, which sounds particularly awkward to me. It is a kind of self-deprecation and a kind of helplessness. Thousands of years ago, when I was a child, I killed a lot of people. They all died in my hands. I can't forget those scenes until now. I'm scared. Lord Devil, I'm scared. I don't want to kill, I'm afraid to kill, but I will be embraced by Lee, her head resting on my chest. Yuri sobbed, her uncontrollable mood gradually eased. Now you are not a dark elf, you are just my servant. Without the king's consent, no one can take you away. Yuri hummed softly. Gradually sobbing Yuri into sleep, I put Yuri to lie down, covered the quilt with my own hands, and then retired. Back to the throne, Lanstia was already in the hall. She looked at me grinningly. Great Demon Lord, did you ask anything? Bah, trash, you know everything, why don't you say it? Because it will be more interesting. If I tell you, won't you not be able to enjoy the whole strategy story? I won't be spoiled. Bah, I suspect that you don't even know what a big tail wolf is. Lanstia was a little sullen, patted her chest to ease her emotions. In this way, you tell me that secret recipe, and I will tell you what happened to Yuri. It turns out that this waste goddess, who cares about size so much, is still worried about the secret recipe for breast enhancement. She doesn't use her mind to think about where there is a secret recipe for breast enhancement. Come on, you come over. I hooked my finger at Lanstia. Lanstia trot up to me. I took off my helmet and whispered to Lanstia's ear. There was a pop. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Smelly hooligan. Damn happiness. You should be euthanized. I watched Lanstia go away with a smirk. Putting on the helmet again, returned to the throne, and slapped the armrest of the throne 3 times. This is the function that Gang Damua gave me to remodel. Taking 3 shots means asking him to wait for a few people to come here. It looks like a service bell. Not long after, my demons and ghosts harem group were all present except Yuli and Tianbao. My servants, I'm afraid you all know what happened. The king now asks you, do you dare to be an enemy of the Dark Elves? Mao Lord, do the Dark Elves have as much hair as Yuri? Yes. Oh hat, Gun Oki is willing to fight the Dark Elves, for the hair. Master Demon, does the Dark Elves hurt when hitting someone? It hurts, it hurts. Dau is willing to fight the Dark Elves for being beaten. Hey, idiot Demon Lord, I am not the one who listens to you so that the Dark Elves are the enemy, I am for Sister Yuri, don't get me wrong. He, Lord Demon King, what you say is what you say. Anyone who dares to hurt Lord Demon Lord will die, he. Very good, I looked at these weird things with satisfaction, and the reasons for fighting were all sorts of strange. Although she didn't say it, Yuri's heart was the same. In that case, wait for these few days to strengthen the defense of the Demon King's castle, any Dark Elves approach the Demon King's castle and kill them directly. Savi, Bella, Fiora, take care of Yuri for these few days. Everything was arranged, I was about to send these monsters down, when suddenly Lanstia ran over yelling. It's not good. Yuri is gone. Chapter 35, Yuri and number 039, S passed. Lanstia yelled and ran over, shouting that Yuri was gone. Could it be that Yuri was worried that I would be involved and the entire Demon King's castle had run away? Have you looked for it carefully? Lanstia nodded. You see. Took the note from Lanstia, the font on it was the text of this world. Relying on my superb language ability, it didn't take long for me to step into this world before I mastered the language and writing here. The font on the note is pretty, it should be a girl's font. The original sinner should atone for his sin, and Lee stayed. What to do? Lanstia asked me cautiously. What kind of is the original sin, how can anyone be born a sinner? I scanned the crowd, and I took a deep breath. Demon servants, Yuli is gone. What is surprising is that this group of demons and ghosts are not too surprised. They all look normal. You guys, don't you feel strange? Master Demon Lord, Sister Yuli has never just helped us for thousands of years and never asked for anything. She must have left because she was afraid of causing trouble to Master Demon Lord. Compared to people like me and Lanstia, I know Yuri better. It seems that Yuri is afraid that my Dark Elves are in conflict. Things are a bit troublesome. If Yuli is okay in the Demon King's castle, I can still protect her on the grounds that she is my servant. Now if she really returns to the Dark Elf clan, this is obviously their own business, and my arbitrary intervention will only worsen the situation. Besides, Yuri herself admitted that she had killed 100 clansmen. The first generation Big Devil had an agreement with the Dark Elves. I have no right to manage the Dark Elves. Can the Dark Elves have a deep foundation to compete with the original Big Devil? Who is the original Great Demon King? What is his strength? Is the strength of the Dark Elves comparable to my little Demon King and these individual subordinates? But the most important thing now is to find out the truth about Yuri's murder. Yuri's sentence, I don't want to kill, I'm afraid that killing still echoes in my mind. The demon servants listened to the order, and immediately led the troops to intercept Yuri, and must not let him return to the Dark Elves. Sent everyone away. I looked at Lanstia. She looked anxious, she looked more worried than I was. Lanstia, can you tell me the truth about Yuri's murder now? Lanstia nodded and said, it can be, but you have to be prepared. The truth of things is often cruel. This was originally against the rules, but since you are trying to save Yuri, I will break the rules once. Lanstia nodded when I saw me, and stopped talking nonsense, raised her slender jade finger and tapped my forehead. Suddenly a dizziness made me feel a little uncomfortable, and some pictures suddenly appeared in my mind. On a neat bed lies a female dark elf, and beside her stands a dark elf man holding a baby. Born, born, a dark elf man happily cried out. It's a girl, a dark elf. The talking dark elf man seemed a little unhappy. My dear, isn't this better? At least you don't have to pretend like me. But I don't want our daughter to live in the dark elf clan, this is not suitable for her, nor for you. Are you really afraid? The dark elf woman lying on the bed smiled slightly and said, let's give our child a name first. I want to call her Yuri. How do you think, dear? The dark elf man smiled and stopped talking. The picture turned, and a dark elf girl with 2 braids was crying. Standing in front of her was the dark elf woman lying on the bed in the previous scene, wiping her tears. Father, he hit me for the first time. The girl was very aggrieved and said while crying. Yuri, don't blame your father, but you must never release that golden magic in front of others in the future, okay? But that kind of magic is really warm. Child, there is no need for light and warmth here. The picture turned again, this dark elf woman was applying some dark purple sludge to her body, and the skin she had not painted was surprisingly white. Karina, these sludge hurt the skin, my love, you have suffered over the years. I want to resign as the acting patriarch in some time. Tidel has coveted my position for a long time, so let me be the patriarch. Let's go and live a good life in a place where there are only 3 of us. The dark elf woman who was smearing the sludge smiled brilliantly, put down the sludge in her hand and hugged her lover gently, whispering in blue, as long as there are you and Yuli, I am willing to go anywhere. The screen changed again. Is still the original house, the dark elf woman is mending the little girl's clothes, the little girl is watching obediently from the side. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and the dark elf man rushed in with a panic expression. Karina, hurry! Hurry, and run with Yuri, hurry! The dark elf man fell to the ground after speaking, his back was bloody, his flesh was corroded and his bones were exposed, and there was still black air on his flesh. The dark elf woman covered her mouth for fear that she would yell out, and the tears in her eyes fluttered and still flowed out unsuspectingly. The little girl ran to her father frantically and lay on the corpse and started crying. The dark elf woman had no time to be sad, so she picked up the crying little girl and jumped out of the window. The picture changed again. In the middle of the night, a dark elf woman was tied to a pillar, and firewood was piled under the pillar. A dark elf tribe with a torch in his hand, looking at the dark elf woman. The sludge on her face of the current dark elf woman was shaved to reveal her white skin, her clothes were a bit torn, and bloodstains were shocking. The dark elf woman stared blankly at the front, the dark elf little girl who was dragged by a group of people in front of her. The little girl cried to her mother, her voice gradually becoming hoarse. Karina, what is the purpose of you, light elf bitch, colluding with my young patriarch? Tidel, Naruk and I just love each other sincerely, and didn't do anything to apologize to the dark elves. It doesn't matter if you kill me, can you let my daughter go? The dark elf woman said weakly. Let it go? Of course I want to let it go, and I would like to thank her for speaking of it. If such a cute little girl is not capable of light magic, how can I see through your disguise? The family law of the dark elves, you don't even have the qualifications to die. You shouldn't be born as a wicked species. Underneath your dark elf's appearance is the dirty blood of the light elf. You are the person of original sin. Remember, you killed your parents. Yuri, my child, you are not wrong, you are not a sinner, you have to live well. Kill her, burn her to death. This dirty light elf slut. Kill her, child, kill the original sinner who stained the blood of the dark elf. All the dark elves present screamed frantically. The tears of the dark elf woman were evaporated by the flames in front of her as soon as she shed. The little girl stared at her mother in the flames. Her mother did not cry in pain, she always smiled. The tears of the little girl no longer shed, because there were no tears to grieve for her. She did not shout, because her throat could no longer utter a word. I killed my father and mother, I am the person of original sin. I shouldn't be born, I shouldn't have light magic. I killed my father and mother. A thick golden smoke suddenly appeared outside Yuri's body, rising towards the sky. Her eyes are no longer black eyes, they are blue eyes. Her black and beautiful hair turned white at this moment. The light, the dazzling light, spread out from her body like a sword blade. Stab at the dark elves present. Chapter 36, Please put some wigs in front of my grave. The dark elves panicked and took up their weapons and rushed towards Yuli. The black ball of light, the black long sword, all the dark magic and weapons in this light, like snow covered with sunlight. Yuri is crazy, completely crazy. She sang in a low voice, constantly firing light blades toward the surroundings, walking in the dark elves like a ruin, no one could resist. It's the saint of the light elves. She turned out to be the saint of the light elves. This is impossible. Tettle is scared, he has no reason not to be scared. The saint is not just a title, but often refers to the young girl in the clan who has the most talent for magic when she is young. If the saint in adulthood is awakened, the magic released is much stronger than a high-level magic profession, and she is awakened when she is young. Yuri of Strength is the strongest saint he has ever encountered. I killed my parents, I killed my parents. It's me, I am the person of the original sin, in that case you all go to death. Yuli said this sentence with a smile, her smile and the light all over her make him look more like a light elf tribe. From Lee to Tettle, the dark elf who personally lit the pyre with a torch and burned his mother. I am a person of original sin, and so are you. Everyone is born as a sinner, hee hee. Yuri's little hand pierced Tedel's chest like no one's land. She laughed loudly, and the shield of light outside her body blocked the dark elves from attacking from one wave after another countless times. Walking among these people is like a white death god, cruelly harvesting one life after another. Slaughter, this kind of scene can only be described as a slaughter. The screams of panic and screams are never stopped. People who try to escape often lose their legs without running a few steps. Stump, blood. And Yuri's last horrified sad cry full of despair. The screen is now considered to be over. I withdrew from this strange state, unable to say a word for a while. Two people of different races who have feuds just fell in love with each other. The ending is so miserable. The young Yuli lost her parents and was pushed all the sins on her body. She collapsed, and the power hidden in her body awakened and ran away. The mood can't be calmed for a long time. Yuri, who ran away, killed hundreds of people. How many of them were innocent? No wonder Yuri will choose to atone for her sins. Yuri is really carrying a heavy past, but knowing that Yuri is not just killing people for the sake of killing, this is enough to support me to save her. See it? Lanstia asked me. I saw it, it's a sad story. Then who do you think is right or wrong? Lanstia's question left me in deep thought, and I couldn't answer. Is it wrong for two people who love each other to break the feud? Dark elves execute the light elves lurking in their own tribe. Is it wrong? Yuri lost her parents, broke her mind and killed hundreds of people, is it wrong? Taya, does it matter who is right and who is wrong? I just want to find my servant. Lanstia looked at me in an unbelievable way, before smiling and nodding slightly. At this moment, Shatwei ran into the hall in a panic. Demon, Lord Demon, Sister Yuli was indeed taken away by the Dark Elves. After we found it, we clashed with those Dark Elves. Yuli failed to bring them back, and the servants were incompetent. Sha-Yi's tone was full of self-blame and helplessness. It's okay, will you have casualties while waiting? Sha-Yi said with a long sigh of relief. Gang Damu was injured. The Dark Elf's dark magic is very strange. After being attacked, the wound is still full of black energy. We are urgently treating Gang Damu. There is no life threatening for the time being. When I heard that, yes, it hurt Gang Damu. This is a good thing. I just want to find a reason to account for the Dark Elves, since the people who hurt me. I'm sure about this porcelain. Take me to where Gang Oki is. This is the first time I have entered the room of Gang Oki. The room is full of mecha parts, scattered on the ground. There is no one among all the guards of the entire Demon King's castle who can heal magic. At this moment, the vampire twins are dripping their blood on the wound of Gangda Wood in an attempt to speed up the healing of the wound. However, although it does not seem to be a major problem, it is probably the talent of the Dark Elves to completely cure it. Gang Oki's wound was on his arm, a cut that wasn't too long, and it looked like it was a sharp cut. Just when Oki saw me coming, he looked aggrieved. Master Devil, I was beaten by the guy named Alva, you see, my hair was beaten by him. Just Oki, you don't have hair. No, Lord Demon, he was really beaten by him. You want to avenge me? They took Yuri away. I am too lazy to be true to this goblin who dreams of growing hair every day. How are you feeling? Will you die? Gangamuwaiwei was taken aback and then said, Master Demon King, I won't die, I feel a little bit weak. That's good. The demon servants listened to the order, take Gang Damu, and set off immediately. Let's go to the Dark Elves to have a fun with porcelain. The group of people was taken aback, when Gang Damu heard that I was going to take him to the Dark Elf territory, and there was a little resistance. Master Devil, I don't feel very good now. I may die. You see, my hair is gone. Haha, now I want to admit it, it's too late. Sick Xiao Bella, come over and give this bald spot some of your blood. She is dying now, so I have to save her. Bella with a weird smile took out a vial from her arms, which should be the one she wanted to give me when I was poisoned. Gang Oki was obviously a little scared, and he kept screaming for help. Bella just dropped a few drops, and just started howling in pain. This is so happy that Dau, who is standing on the side, is broken. Sister Bella, can you give me some of this good thing? Does it really hurt to drip? Bella glared at Dau, who was like a docile lamb and left with a little anguish. Are you willing to go now? Master Devil www.readaloud.com I have always been willing to go, don't let Sister Bella drop it, okay? Bella stopped her movements at my signal. After everything is arranged properly, Tianbao is left alone to guard the Demon King's castle. I took my harem group and a group of magic soldiers on a journey to the territory of the Dark Elves. Lanstia and I walked side by side in front of the team. The long line behind them looked very exciting. I am also a member of the army now. After walking for a whole day, he came to a place called Qingkang Plain. I immediately turned over without a head and asked the group to take a break first. Gang Oki lay flat on the stretcher, humming all the way. The bumpy journey really made him uncomfortable, not to mention that he was still injured. The black gas color on the wound of Gang Damua became deeper and deeper. If you don't quickly reach the Dark Elf territory, I'm afraid it will get worse and worse. How long will it take to reach the Dark Elf territory? I asked Lanstia, who was drinking water. Lanstia looked flustered, and said tremblingly, don't you know the way? Isn't that nonsense? How could I know where the Dark Elf territory is? Yes, I don't know what's wrong, it's okay if you can't lead the way. Lanstia just drank a sip of water and listened to me and couldn't help but sprayed it all on my armor. Waste, how old is it to wet the bed? Lanstia said to me bitterly. I don't know the way, I thought you were leading the way. Just after Lanstia finished speaking, the noisy crowd fell silent for a moment, and then Damua complained. I don't think I will survive the Dark Elf territory. If possible, I hope you can put on a few more wigs in front of the grave. Chapter 37, I will kill Yuri by myself. The atmosphere was a little embarrassing for a while, and everyone was speechless for a long time. Just walked like this for a day and then discovered that two people who didn't know the way were leading the way blindly. If I was so pitied by others, I would hold a knife and calmly talk with the leader. Do you guys know the way? I asked embarrassingly. This Sister Yuli once told me that the territory of the Dark Elf is in a forest. I don't know where it is. By the way, the realm of the Dark Elves is very close to the realm of the Light Elves. If you can find the realm of the Light Elves, you can find the realm of the Dark Elves. I thought for a while to add. Isn't this nonsense? I don't know where the Dark Elf territory is, can I know the Light Elf territory? But speaking of the Light Elf, I know someone, so I might ask her, but the point is that it's been a whole day since I walked out of the Demon King's castle, and then I go back to the castle and then to Capua. I guess I can catch up with Gang Damu's head when I return 7. If it doesn't work, I can only send Gang Damu to be healed first, but the whole demon clan has no high priest how to heal. It's weird not to be beaten to death. Besides, it is hard to say whether the high priest can heal or not. I threatened Gang Damu to use him to touch porcelain. In fact, it was only for one reason. The most important thing was Yuri's past that Lanstia showed me. I knew that this kind of black spirit was very strange, so I had to reach the Dark Elf as soon as possible. His territory is true, and he can only be healed when Damu is there. Lanstia frowned and looked at me, she should know more about how bad Gang Damu's situation is. Can you heal? I said to Lanstia. She shook her head, it seems that only the Dark Elves can solve it, and the Light Elves seem to have a way too. What can I do, where to find it now? Suddenly I remembered Lanstia's delivery ball. Can you open a whirlpool gate to Capua with the ball here? Lanstia gave me a curious look. Can it be possible? What are you doing? As soon as I heard, if I can, in this case, Gang Damu can be saved, and the Dark Elf territory can also be found. You open a whirlpool door, I'm going to tie a ticket. I arranged for everyone to rest first. Lanstia and I walked out of sight and opened the whirlpool door. I specifically asked her to open the door in my mansion south of Capua, otherwise I was wearing the armor of the Demon King and just walked out. It is estimated that the portal will be beaten to death. As soon as I walked out of the portal, I looked around vigilantly, and felt relieved that it was my room. Took off the Demon King's armor and wrapped it in a sheet. He changed into ordinary clothes again. Lanstia looked suspiciously as I finished everything. Anneli, are you in a hurry to get upset, causing you to be insane? Hehe, what do you know? When you go to the Brave Guild, call the registrar to the alley facing the guild. I will tie her up and take it back. You are kidnapping, how can I help you do this kind of thing as a goddess? Didn't I tell you earlier that it was kidnapping? It's too late to regret now. Do you want to see Yuri die or Gang Damu die? Those are all your people. My words seemed to touch Lanstia, and she followed me out of the room somewhat unpleasantly. Just stepping out of the room, I saw the bald Federo. Federo looked surprised. Isn't this peace? What are you doing with a big baggage behind your back? Haven't you embarked on the journey of the Sea of Stars? This bag is naturally my devil's armor. After Federo finished speaking, he wanted to come up and look at my package. I stretched Federo over and knocked down his hand hanging in the air. Bald, are you stupid? The journey to the stars and the sea is boring and boring. I must not bring something to relieve fatigue. This is my private collection. If you don't feel embarrassed, I can show it to you. I promise you to open the door to a new world. Federo seemed to think of something, his face was slightly red, and he lowered his head to avoid the sight of Lanstia and me. Master Lanstia also go with you. Federo said twitchingly. Just leave it alone, isn't it okay to have that spare time to grow your hair? I walked out with Lanstia, and ignored Federo, who was still screaming, bald and more powerful. The two of them walked to the Brave Guild. There was a dark alley facing the Brave Guild. There was only one garbage dump in the alley, and a stinky smell came to them. Go in, the registrar is Kama, and the one with the blonde dabo is the light elf. I brought it out and tied it to him and then we went back. Lanstia reluctantly walked towards the Heroes Guild. I stood in the alley vigilantly and began to put on my Demon King's armor. Not long after, Lanstia walked out with a constipation expression, followed by Kama with a puzzled expression. Seeing her two coming, I quickly hid behind a pile of garbage. Lanstia took Kama into the alley. I saw an opportunity, and I jumped out and held Kama around her waist with one hand and held her hands, and one hand covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Sound. I was very excited about kidnapping for the first time, but I didn't expect the technique to be so skillful. I really am a talented person in all aspects. Open the door. I yelled at Lanstia in a low voice. Lanstia looked at Kama who was rebelling, and was a little lost for a while, but when I shouted, he hurriedly opened the portal. I happily got into the teleportation whirlpool door. Reappeared in the green plane before. I let go of Kama. Kama turned around and suddenly a golden ball of light appeared on her hand. She looked at me vigilantly, and when she saw my dress clearly, a horrified expression appeared on her face. Magic, devil! Kama seemed a little scared, and a golden ball of light flicked in his hand and flew directly towards me. This little, cute, blonde, big-waved elf, the way he greets is really special. I stretched out towards the ball of light with one hand. After the great dragon battle, my use of the Demon King's armor was much stronger than before. Such an attack can be resolved with a tight grasp. The defense of the Demon King's armor is still very strong. Kama opened her mouth and looked at me and Lanstia in horror. Magic, devil, you, what do you want to do? Kama gave up the resistance when the attack was ineffective, hugged his body tightly with his hands, and looked at Lanstia with a grimace. Sister Lanstia, you said that an acquaintance wanted to see me. I thought you were so kind and beautiful, and I believed it, but I didn't expect you to be a demon clan, and you turned out to be a subordinate of the great Demon King. Big devil, you are coveting my beauty, right? I tell you, I won't let you touch me even if I die. Kama sobbed after her speaking. Lanstia was touched by the two adjectives she said, kind and beautiful. She gave me a blank look, and quickly stepped forward to comfort Kama. Kama, you have misunderstood, Anne, the big devil is not trying to treat you badly. Although he is very shameless and shameless, you can rest assured that I will guarantee your safety if you are kind and beautiful. Kama stopped sobbing, raised his head and looked at Lanstia tearfully. Sister Lanstia, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, are you telling the truth? This, do you believe it? I watched Karma fall into deep thought. Before, I thought Karma was very simple, with the typical big chest, but it was too easy to believe in people. It's no wonder that if it is not easy to trust people, how can you easily come out with Lanstia and get me tied up? I shook my head. Don't think about it, there is still business to be done. The cunning king of light elves asks you, why you originally belonged to the demons, but you joined the human camp to fight against the humble humans. Kama was taken aback, and said tremblingly, because you are evil? Because you are bad. Lanstia replied in a helpful way. This trash Lanstia actually learned to help others run on me. Kama's words made me a little embarrassed for a while. I thought she would say something for justice and the future. I didn't expect it to be such an answer. Ahem, this king is here to ask you, how do you get to your hometown? Kama was shocked when he heard the words, and the horror on his face was like seeing a ghost movie in the middle of the night and then going to the toilet. I don't know. You just killed me, I don't know. This cute big wave light spirit seems to be wrong. This king is not going to invade your hometown, this king is going to find the dark elves to settle the accounts. Kama patted her chest, and the two little white rabbits jumped with her flapping, and she breathed a long breath of relief. Dark elf territory, I know, I can take you there. But you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Kama's face suddenly became sullen. In the dark elf territory, help me find a dark elf named Yuli. I will kill her myself. Chapter 38, This person is so tugging, I really want him to hit me. Kama's words surprised me, she is going to kill Yuri? She and Yuri know? Could it be said that among the dark elves killed by Li had her relatives? This is unreasonable. Kama is obviously a light elf, and it cannot be related to a dark elf. If it is because the opposition between light and darkness is wrong, there is no need to name someone to kill if it is opposed. I can't help but look at Lanstia, does this goddess know anything? Lanstia saw me looking at him and shook his head slightly, saying that he didn't know what was going on. This is strange. Kama, this dark elf, you have an enemy against her. You, devil, how do you know my name? Is this big-chested and brainless light spirit always catching problems in such a weird way? I pointed to Lanstia, and Kama thought for a while, and felt that it was reasonable, so he stopped pursuing it, and the face that had returned to normal became savage again. Yuri killed my parents. If you agree to my request, I will take you to the realm of the dark elf. If you don't agree, even if I die, I won't take you there. Kama said firmly. Her determination does not seem to be false, but this determination makes me wonder, is it possible that Yuli went to the light elf territory after slaughtering her tribe? Will her light magic have an effect on the light elves? I shook my head, and now I'll go to the dark elf realm to find Yuri first. If Maka still insists on killing Yuri, then it won't be too late. This king agrees to your request, you can lead the way. Seeing that I promised to let go, Kama squeezed a smile at me, but the sadness was revealed in the smile. It seems that mentioning Yuri still evoked her sadness. Yuri, you have a lot of sins, even this cute, big-chested, brainless light elf has a feast with you. The dignified demon king shouldn't be someone who doesn't mean anything? Before leading the way, can you tell me where it is? Actually, I'm a little crazy. Lanstia pouted her lips and looked at me helplessly. Look at me, what can I do? I know this light elf, so I am helpless as to what I can do. Since Yuli and Alva left, all the dark elf clansmen around her have disappeared. Of course, there are not many dark elf archers on the 6th floor. There are only a few dozen people in total. It seems that they all went to the dark elf territory with Yuli. Now that you can find such a person who knows the realm of the dark elves, don't pick and choose. It didn't take long for me to take Kama back to the rest place. A group of demons stared at Karma very unkindly, making Karma somewhat scared. This is the leader caught by this king, don't be rude, you have to rely on her to go to the dark elf territory, I hope she can find it. Devil, Lord Devil, what do you mean by hope? I didn't answer Shawei's words. How would I answer? I said that I found a light elf tribe, but unfortunately it was a road silly, who got lost in the toilet, but she still knew the general direction of the light elf territory. Kama, where is the light elven territory in Kapuya? Kama tilted her head and thought slightly. Which direction is the sun coming out? Orient. Oh, the land of the light elves is in the west of Capua. The dark elf territory is in the direction of the light elf territory again. Kama complained, I don't know this, I am not a dark elf. I took a deep breath, didn't you mean that the dark elf territory and the light elf territory are not far from each other? Karma nodded slightly. Yes, it's not far away, but I haven't been there. You won't ask others again when you reach the light elf territory. What an idiot. I took a deep breath again, trying to calm myself down. Go to the light elf realm and ask? How to ask? The light elves have joined the human camp. I brought so many people into the light elves territory. Isn't this a declaration of war? I don't know how to die by then. Master Demon King, let's go to the light elf realm first. It's not too late. Lanstia seemed to see my resentment. It can only be so, let's talk about it when it comes. I thought I had kidnapped a guide, but now it seems to be a waste. But this is a big-chested waste. I took Kama to see the injured Gang Damu. Kama shook his head after seeing the black gas in the wound, saying that this black gas is a kind of poison, which can slowly erode the vitality of people. Only dark elves can solve it. In the past, light elves to be infected with this kind of poison can only wait to die. I comforted Gang Damu anxiously. Before long, a group of people moved towards the direction Kama pointed out. Just a few steps away, Kama was troubled and couldn't walk, not to blame her. All of us rode mounts, and only soldiers walked behind us. It doesn't matter if Kama can't walk, the key is that she has to ride her horse alone. In the end, only Shawei gave up a horse. Shawei happily jumped on my headless horse, and sat sideways in front of me with a look of excitement. I was a little embarrassed to avoid the cannibal look in Lanstia. Since the position Karma told was not wrong, 2 days later, a team of people finally came to the forest that Kama was familiar with. This is a very vast forest. In Kama's Elvish language, this forest is called the Forest of Aka. Aka means light in Elvish. Therefore, the light elves are also called the spirits of Aka. In their legend, Akari was originally named Akariana, the of light in their hearts, but no one can tell whether Akariana is a human or a demon. Some people even think Akariana is a kind of animals or plants. In short, the mysterious Akariana is the of light that the light elves believe in. The taste of home. Kama said that, I did smell a scent, like a roast leg of lamb. I seemed to see a person squatting not far in front of me, wearing a leather armor, and a pile of firewood in front of me, burning positively. A whole lamb stood on the firewood, and the roasted golden mutton was still simmering with oil. Lot! Lot! It's me, Kama! Just as I imagined, Kama suddenly shouted at the man who was squatting on the ground and grilling. Really, someone is grilling? The squatting man stood up and looked at Karma with surprise. It took a long time for a smile to appear on his face, and he met Karma, who ran towards him, and gave him a big hug. I looked at this man named Lot enviously. Devil, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself. Lanstia's words interrupted my envy. I said angrily, why not? I didn't finish my words, because behind the person named Lot suddenly appeared a group of light elves holding bows and arrows. All of them are green leather armor, long white hair and blue eyes. Everyone was drawing their bows, and the arrows were aimed at me. In this scene, if I was inadvertently, I was afraid that they would not give me 1,000 arrows to pierce my heart. Kama, why are you with the Demon King? He hurt you? Don't be afraid, you are now back in the clan, the light elves are never afraid. Kama was taken aback by this action of the tribe. Quickly waved his hand and said, you misunderstood Lot, the Demon King is going to the Dark Elf territory, he said he is going to the Dark Elf to touch porcelain. Let me lead the way, you let the tribe put down the weapon. Lottie said in a long breath after hearing Karma's words, since this is the best, now we don't have the ability to be an enemy of the devil. Lot speaks very quietly, thanks to the Demon King's helmet, I can hear it. Listening to Lot's meaning, could it be that what happened to the light elves? What happened in the clan? Kama also asked in a low voice. www.readaloud.com. Lot nodded slightly, and then waved to the archer behind him. The light elves put away their bows and arrows and disappeared into the forest. It seems that they are really well trained. Devil, although my light elves are hostile to the devil. But for the sake of sending Kama home, my light elves will spare you the crime of entering the territory by mistake. There is a dark forest not far from the south. You are looking for the realm of the dark elves is there. Master Devil, this grandson is a little bit twitchy when he speaks, I really want him to beat me. I kicked off Dao, who suddenly came over. Lot was a little bit stunned when he saw my actions. Then he took Kama and turned and walked towards the forest. Kama turned around and moved her mouth a few times. Although I couldn't hear what she said, I could guess it. I must say that when she waits for her, she will also go to the dark elf territory. Waiting for you a lollipop, I really let you go and meet Yuri, how much mess you have to add to me. Now that I knew the location, I took a bunch of people and walked towards the dark forest. Which is the strongest, light elves and dark elves? I asked Lanstia on the way. It's not easy to say, although the light magic is very restrained from the dark magic. But the dark magic is very weird, especially the black energy. It makes the light elves a headache. Then if the whole family of light elves fight against us, who has the big winning rate? With these people, if they attack this forest, they won't survive more than 30%. After listening to Lanstia's words, I smiled slightly and said, it seems that something happened to the light elves. I just hope it is not related to the dark elves or Yuri. With worries and guesses, the group came to the dark forest in the mouth of the light elf. Just walked into the dark forest, something unexpected happened to me. Chapter 39, Penkai and Yuri Don and number 039, T recognize me anymore? The dark forest, outside the forest, is not much different from the Arca forest of the light elf, but just as soon as you step in, the dark and humid here still makes people uncomfortable. A group of us stepped into this forest. Just as we were worrying about finding where the dark elves were, we were greeted by a team of dark elves, archers and wizards. What I didn't expect most was that the leader turned out to be Yuri. But seeing that Yuli is safe, I finally feel relieved. I was worried that she would be executed immediately when she arrived in the dark elf territory. Whoever comes, trespassing into my clan territory, only one death, death, he 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 he. Before I could speak, Yuli smiled, and the laughter was full of violence and madness. The laughter sounded like Tokizaki Kakuzo. What happened to Yuri? Did it deliberately pretend to attack so that I would give up the idea of saving her? Just as I was still in a daze, Yuri rushed towards me. Her speed is extremely fast, and she came to me in an instant. At this moment, I can see that her eyes are no longer black pupils, but heterochromatic pupils. One eye is normally black and the other eye is blue. It's like a flame from the netherworld. Yuri is me, the devil. Hey hey, devil! Yuri whispered a word. Suddenly a short dagger formed of golden light appeared in his hand, and it pierced my armor. These series of actions don't seem to be acting. Yuri can't really recognize me? She was in a very strange state. What was going on? Carefully! Lanstia yelled worriedly and sang in a hurry, trying to put a defensive shield on me. Whether the Demon King's armor can withstand this death-like light arrow is still unknown. I dare not hold it big, and dodge it hurriedly. Yuri, stop! Just as Lanstia and I were in a hurry, suddenly there was a loud shout. A person came out of the forest, his old face, but he always felt a little familiar. Yuri obediently stopped the movement in her hand, and flashed to the old man's side with a smile. The old man touched Yuli's head with an expression of appreciation. I don't know, Master Demon King, what is this so-called when leading the people to my little dark elf territory? The old man's voice was harsh and very harsh. I was lucky, and I can't worry about saving Yuli now. Yuli's situation is a bit wrong. If I don't figure out how she didn't even recognize her, not only will it not be saved, but it may also take my life. Hee, it's nothing, my demon servant Yuri took you away. This king is very unhappy. The Lord of the Devil joked, Yuli was not taken away by us, but she came back by herself. If she is willing to go with you, the old will not stop her. After hearing the words of the old dark elf, I was very surprised, so I was sure that Yuri would not go with me. Yuri, will you meet the devil's castle with this king? Yuri listened to me and said without even looking at me, I am Yuri of the Dark Elf clan, not your servant. I'm not surprised by Yuri's words. Her current state is different from the past. It seems that this old man is afraid of controlling Yuri with some weird secret method. Is it a kind of heart control? Yuri seems to make you tune better than in the Demon King's castle. Yuri is a member of my Dark Elf clan, and it is normal to obey the instructions of my patriarch. Don't laugh, Lord Devil, do you have other things? Of course something is going on. Let's leave it aside for the time being about Yuli. What about your tribe who injured my demon servant? This king won't deceive you. In this way, you can cede the land and accept the Lord. You can choose one. I pointed to Gang Damo who was humming aside. There was still a little anger on his wound. The corners of the dark elf old man's mouth twitched slightly. Lord Devil, the wounds of your servant will be treated by someone for treatment. In addition, my dark elves are willing to compensate you 10 fire diamonds. Every time I see his injuries, I feel sad. 20. This is the king's most powerful magic servant. 50. Yuri's attack just scared the king. 100. 100 is quite satisfactory. Fire diamonds are extremely rare in this world. In terms of value, an ordinary fire diamond is equivalent to 1 million gold coins. 100 is tens of millions. Seeing my promise, the old man greeted the 2 clansmen from the side to give a few words, and the 2 clansmen came towards me. I didn't stop it. The 2 dark elves walked carefully to Gang Damu's side and began to heal them. They put their hands on Gang Damu's wound and moved back and forth, uttering words in their mouths. Not so often, the black energy on Gang Damu's wound. He was all sucked into the palm of the dark elf. Gang Oki's screams have never stopped, but now the wound is no longer black, and Shawei is taking care of it. After the 2 dark elves returned to the team, they whispered a few words in the ear of the old man and disappeared. Master Demon Lord, your subordinate's injury is healed. Later, the old man will dedicate the fire diamond to Master Demon Lord. Yuri's situation seems very complicated. If you don't know what happened to her, how can you save it? It's just that the Dark Elf's attitude makes me a little difficult to handle. The Dark Elves are indeed of ordinary clan strength. This king has traveled a long distance to come to you. It is enough not to ask the king to sit in the clan. Why are you so anxious to drive the king away? The old man's eyes flashed indistinctly, and then he returned to normal and said with a smile. It's because the old man is negligent, and he invited the demon lord to stay in the clan for half a day, and let the old man entertain him. First enter the dark elves and talk about it, and then the matter can only be investigated slowly. Yuli's sudden change wanted to be inseparable from this old man. Everyone is camped in place. You, Lanstia, Shai, Fiora, and you 3 will go with the king to the Dark Elf clan, and Dau and Bella will look after Gang Damu. King Ruaban hasn't been here for 3 days. Walk out of the dark forest, wait for someone to level this forest for me. The Dark Elf old man giggled, and he couldn't help saying that Lord Demon King was serious, and the old man would take good care of him. Entered the Dark Elf territory, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The old man sent someone to arrange for the 4 of us to live in a house, and the layout of the house was still in the past. From the moment I walked into the Dark Elf camp with Lanstia and others, Yuli never looked at us from beginning to end, but silently followed behind the old man, focusing on the old man's body. Mahusama, Yuri's sister is afraid that something is wrong with me. It seems that she didn't mean to disrespect us. Shai said to me sadly. Well, Yuli is afraid that he is controlled by the old man. Just after I finished speaking, Lanstia looked at me with surprise. Don't you know that old man? After hearing what Lanstia said, I was even more surprised. How could I know this old man? I don't love square dancing, and I don't even hold any training courses for the elderly. He is Tadel. What? I was taken aback. I recalled that Tadel who personally burned Yuri's mother to death with a torch, and now I have a bit of imagination in the memory. Isn't he just dead? I clearly saw Yuri put her hand into his chest. At this moment, the dark elf old man led several humans into the room. One of them was holding a plate with some fiery red diamonds stacked on it, each of which was about the size of a pinky thumb. The old man brought fire diamonds. Master Devil, you should rest first, and the old man will put a banquet to entertain some people later. Since Lanstia said that the old man was Tedel, I looked at the old man and found that he was very similar. Thank you for the patriarch's kindness, but I don't know how to call the patriarch. Hehe, old Tadel. It really is him. Tadel, who was screaming at the saint, pierced by Yuri's chest with her hand.